Technology is reshaping our lives. It dramatically changed the way we live, the way we learn, the way we work, and the way we communicate. Technology has tremendous potential to connect us with one another. But there are still people who remain unreached, disconnected, and deprived of digital opportunities. In 2017, only 67 million Filipinos are online. 41% of people in urban areas are connected, and only 22% in rural areas have access to ICT services. That is why the Department of Information and Communications Technology aims to narrow down the digital divide in the country through the technology empowerment for education, employment, entrepreneurs, and economic development, or Tech for Ed project. Tech for Ed aims to establish centers that cater to areas with minimal or no access to ICT, providing them with services and contents on education, skills training, and various government services. These centers have access to the Tech for Ed platform, offering content such as e-EduSkills, delivers e-learning on demand. E-Assist provides modules for skills development. E-Marketplace allows greater market reach for businesses. E-GovServe provides direct government services to rural areas. E-Agri offers contents on agriculture technologies. E-Health gives access to basic health information. Rural Impact Sourcing provides learning materials to acquire knowledge and skills for online jobs. And Gender and Development offers modules for women empowerment. Tech for Ed centers serve as hubs that enable skills training and job opportunities.
This program helped me by finding a job and, of course, gaining more confidence as well. I was able to gain knowledge about the BPOs, on how does the environment work.
As of now, as I will the call center agent, so I see that difference because as of now I'm earning more than I have earned before as a tricycle driver.
Tech for Ed empowers overseas Filipino workers to explore online jobs to support their family.
With the emergence of the Tech for Ed centers here in the Philippines, we were the very first to have the Tech for Ed centers here.
Bali, ang pinakamalaking impact po ng Tech for Ed sa buhay ko ay yung time para sa aking family. Ngayon, ang time ko sa kanila is buong-buo na. Hindi na siya yung typical na 21 days in a year lang, na mas marami pa yung oras ko sa abroad na hindi kasama sila.
Tech for Ed helps transform the lives of the marginalized sectors.
Siguro iisipin na lang nila parang training na din sa kanila, additional skills po sa kanila, so para paglabas po nila, magagamit din po nila sa pagbabagong buhay po nila.
Para sa akin, ang Tech for Ed ay maiignite ko sa isang salitang pag-asa. Pag-asa para sa aking sarili, pag-asa na makapanibagong buhay, pag-asa na mabigyan ako ng pagkakataong mabago ang pananaw ko sa aking sarili, pag-asa upang makatagpo po ng trabaho, pag-asa na makapagbigay karunungan sa aking mga kapwa PDLs ko dito po.
DICT will uphold its mandates to develop plans and programs that ensure universal access to ICT services, infrastructure, and spearhead initiatives for countryside development. Through the Tech for Ed project that strives to nurture the welfare of the people and to enable, empower, and transform the quality of life of the Filipinos.
How do we empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more?
It starts with one. One employee.
One developer.
One organization.
From one employee to a team collaborating with another team.
From one organization to their customers, to their customers' customers.
Helping local communities, creating jobs, increasing productivity for the global economy.
Our society.
Our world.
That's the impact. That's the impact.
That's the impact each of us can have.
That's our opportunity.
100,000 plus employees.
75 million organizations.
7 billion people on the planet.
100 to 75 to 7.
To make every small business more productive.
To make every large business more competitive.
To make nonprofits more effective.
To make government institutions more responsive.
To expand access to education.
To improve healthcare outcomes. And to amplify human ingenuity.
When we empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more, we empower the world.
Looking for an internship program that has plenty of opportunities, accommodating members that will enhance your knowledge and skills? Join us at NVN Photo Studio events and workshops. Here at NVN Photo Studio, we not only accommodate students but a wide range of ages where your time is in your hands. Seems too good to be true? Hear it from our recent intern graduates.
It's one of the best experiences that I had.
Yes, it's absolutely the best for me.
They give me hope and warm welcome before I enter their company.
Enable me to utilize my skills, knowledge, and experiences
in terms of to enhance my confidence to communicate to others.
And at the same time, I was able also to learn new skills and things such as SEO and website development.
Because they consider the suggestions and opinions of their interns, which is for me is one of the best things that the organization is doing.
Do you recommend MVNODT?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
I would recommend this.
Yes, because I learned a lot. I learned how to communicate properly. I learned how to work as a team, as a leader, and also I learned how to work as one.
Create a shareable experience with us. NVN Photo Studio offers services such as on-site photo booth, virtual photo booth, web development, Zoom for rent, events and workshops. We currently have an opening for Google Search Engine Optimization or SEO, copywriters, WordPress developers, management trainees, web designers, and creatives. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to https://mvnphotostudio.com/apply-as-intern to open a new world of possibilities. See you there!
Once more, we call the attention of all our participants for this event to fill out the attendance form available in the comment section of this live event. Thank you very much, SWITS. Likewise, everyone is reminded of the mechanics for winning the raffle draw later on the program. Aiming your eyes on the prize. It's easy, SWITS. All you have to do are like and follow the SWITS page, share the live video in your social media accounts, use our 11th IT Congress frame along with the unified captions and hashtags. Lastly, take a snap in our online photo booth accompanied by the unified captions and hashtags.
Countdown no. Standby lang.
Great! To add glazing to this appetizer, like they say, here are the possible prizes that you can win. First, partner, a
Yes.
glimmering Accenture gift voucher.
Oh, that's crazy. Yes. Woo.
Yes, a glistening MSI loot box.
Hope all. Yeah, definitely.
A galore of cash prizes.
Sana all. Ay. Oh, nahulog yung mic natin.
Yes, and a glamour of the ICT cash prizes. And you know what else, partner?
Yes, partner. What else?
Here, Microsoft merch prizes.
Whoa. Definitely
Yes,
awesome,
indeed.
partner. If you want to bring home the bacon by luck, then forget not to follow our raffle mechanics and keep a screenshot of liking the Facebook page, sharing this live video, using our Congress frame and virtual photo booth with the matching captions and hashtags.
Thank you for being with us today, Kaswits. We will start the program in a few minutes. So let your sights up and set your sights down as we open the curtains for this Plenary Webinar entitled The Quadrivial Projection of Technology.
Ito ang SWITS, halina, aagapay unahin ka. Ito ang SWITS, halina, samahang kakalingain ka.
Pundasyon ang pagkakaisa, produkto ng panahon at paniniwala. Pag-unlad ang nais matamasa, malasakit ang siyang sandata. Ika'y humanda na, kulay ay angat pa. Hinasa para sa masa, oras na tara at ipakita.
Ito ang SWITS, halina, aagapay unahin ka. Ito ang SWITS, halina, samahang kakalingain ka. Ito ang SWITS, halina, aagapay unahin ka. Ito ang SWITS, halina, samahang kakalingain ka.
SWITS, tara! Kumakapit sa karunungan, sa pag-asang atid ng kinabukasan. Tindig ay pananatilihin, serbisyo ay pagbubutihin. Kaya't maghanda na, kulay ay tataas pa. Hinasa para sa masa, oras na tara at ipakita.
Ito ang SWITS, halina, aagapay unahin ka. Ito ang SWITS, halina, samahang kakalingain ka. Ito ang SWITS, halina, aagapay unahin ka. Ito ang SWITS, halina, samahang kakalingain ka.
SWITS ng CICT, pagtibayin at tubugin. SWITS ng CICT, may isang hangarin. SWITS ng CICT, pagtibayin at tubugin. SWITS ng CICT, may isang hangarin.
Ito ang SWITS, halina, aagapay unahin ka. Ito ang SWITS, halina, samahang kakalingain ka. Ito ang SWITS, halina, aga payunahin ka. Ito ang SWITS, halina, samahang kakalingain ka. SWITS, tara!
Good morning!
Good morning!
Great morning!
Great morning!
And
Grand
morning,
Kaswits!
Alright, partner, we are now on the 4th day, grabe, on the 4th day of our 11th IT Congress entitled Panorama, the Wide Projection of Technology.
That's right, partner. For this day, our dear audience, you are here at our Plenary Webinar with the team, the Quadrivial Projection of Technology.
Guaranteed. That's quite the evolution we have there, partner.
Yeah, but answer me this first, partner. I kinda noticed, and I think our audience did too, huh? What's up with saying words starting with letter G?
Great. Glad you noticed, partner. You see, they have this trend now that where you can state your G word for every day.
But isn't it the other letter around?
Exactly. Here at the 11th IT Congress, we are all unique. We are distinct. We are grand, but we are genuine too.
Indeed, partner. Speaking of grand genuineness, we genuinely thank our partner entities and institutions for making this event one step closer to its success. Roll BTR!
Society for the Welfare of Information Technology students would like to thank the following co-presenter: Microsoft Be What's Next, MVN Photo Studio Events and Workshop. We would also like to thank the following sponsors: DICT, Department of Information and Communications Technology, Accenture, Let There Be Change, Still Life Photography, your school photography experts. Special thanks to Lungsod ng Malolos, headed by its mayor, Gilbert Bebong Gatchalian. We would also like to thank the following media partners: CICT Local Student Council, Cursor Publication, Bulacan Information Technology Educators Society, BITES, headed by its president and our very own Dean, Dr. Kino CPI. Thank you for the utmost support.
And with that, we genuinely hope too that you, Kaswits, are participants of our raffle draw. For those who are interested for being the victors of our raffle programs, what you only need to do are like and follow the SWITS page, share the live video in your social media accounts, use our 11th IT Congress frame along with the unified caption and hashtags. Lastly, take a snap in our online photo booth accompanied by the unified caption and hashtags.
Inside the prizes, we have Accenture gift voucher.
Yes, sana all. Yes.
Hope all.
Yeah.
Next, we have
Hope all talaga.
MSI loot box.
That's crazy. Oh.
Right. And then we have cash prizes.
Another sana all po para dyan.
Yep, another hopeful indeed. We have the ICT cash prizes. And
Wow.
lastly, yep, we have Microsoft merch prizes.
All right. And now, to officially start our program, let us all greet first the wellspring of our graces, our glorious Father, as we proceed to the doxology led by Bulacan State University's Saring Himig, followed by showing our gallant honor to our country, singing the national anthem, and to our school, singing the Bulsu hymn.
Open thou mine eyes, and I shall see. Incline my heart, and I shall desire. Order my step, and I shall walk in the ways of thy commandment. Open thou mine eyes, and I shall see. Incline my heart, and I shall desire. Order my steps, and I shall walk in the ways of thy commandment. O Lord God, be thou to me a God, and beside thee let there be none else, no other, nor else with thee. Vouchsafe to me to worship thee and serve thee according to thy commandments, in truth of spirit, in reverence of body. In blessing of lips, in private and in public. Open thou mine eyes, and I shall see. Incline my heart, and I shall desire. Order my steps, and I shall walk in the ways of thy Giliw, beses ng sinangala, alam ng puso sa
hinirang, nguyat ka ng magiti, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at lunok, sa simoy at sa langit ng baga, mahilag ang tula at awit sa panglayang minamahal, ang kisat ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nabibigay, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidiri, lupa ng araw ng walang hagit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo, aming di kaya na pa may makaapit ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Bulacan State University, thy name will always be. You prepare us in life's journey for the service of God and society. You nurture our minds in diversity. Oh, great is thy faculty. Yes, you, your fame and beauty will uphold till eternity. Creative thoughts and skillful hands, to us your best gift of time. We will share our best to humanity for nation's prosperity. Your vision is now our mission. We shall lead the next generation. The one who's ingrained in our hearts, we will treasure living on. Bulacan State University, forever will hold our
Ayan, so this morning, partner, nandito yung mga ka-SWITS. So let's thank them naman para naman, or i-shoutout din natin sila para mas ma-burn yung energy natin for today. No, partner.
Nakamute pala ako. Sige, go lang partner. Sige, go lang.
Ingat dyan, partner. Sige. So guys, if you have special greetings or want a shout out,
Yes,
just
please comment
drop them
down
on
below.
our comment section and we'll try our best to accommodate your greetings, your shout outs at tara. Dinikan natin
Wala naman kung di kayo ma-shoutout ngayon. Meron pa naman mamaya. Meron pa naman mamaya.
Meron pa tayo
Kalma lang
mamaya.
tayo, guys.
Pero siyempre, kailangan yung, di ba, maaga-aga tayo.
Yung maaga-aga dyan pa naman.
The early worm
birds,
gets the bird. Okay, so may nagkaano sa akin kanina, shoutout daw sa ating BSIT1F. So sana, behave lang tayo sa GC mga kapatid ko.
Yan. Shoutout din.
Sana.
Shoutout din daw po kay Sheila Dolores na nanonood.
Shoutout daw.
Yes.
Mga ka-SWITS. Okay, so ayun, shoutout
Comment na
daw
kayo, guys.
po kay
Shoutout na
Ate
kayo.
Nora Me. Ayun, shoutout daw kay Ate Nora Me sa ating social media committee ng SWITS na walang tigil sa pagpo-post kahit na sobrang busy sila. So ayun po sa inyo.
Ayun, shoutout sa mga nanonood dyan na going from BSIT1E, mga hello classmates.
Ayun, shoutout daw po kay Diana Villanueva. Sige, wash out. Ayun na. Ayun, okay. So, shoutout daw sa officer, sabi ni Jessie Z. De Leon. Hindi ko naman ito kaklase. Joke. Ayun, shoutout po sa ating mga, shoutout daw sa ating sarili. Shoutout daw sa ating sarili.
Shower out daw po.
Ano spelling? Shower out.
Shower out by Just CG De Leon.
Shoutout daw po, Senpai. Sabi ni Kenshin Saba. Kenshin Saba, shoutout, Senpai. Sige. Shoutout na siya. Pa yung gustong message, no? Parang on the Freedom Mall. Pero syempre dito mga kapatid. Partner.
Ayun, shoutout daw po sa ating mga MC na Lodi. Grabe ka naman, Miss Raim ka, no?
Grabe ka naman.
Parang, ano tayo dyan eh. Medyo tagilid tayo dyan eh.
Ano ba, gumaganong ba tayo na dyan, partner?
Hindi,
konti na lang, medyo ano na. So, sige pa po. So, shoutout lang po tayo, ano. Ayun, so.
Ayun, shoutout daw kay Jerome Almario tayo. Yes. Shoutout daw po. Sige, ano yung tawa niya eh.
Ayun, so shoutout daw po sa mga nagsasend ng picture ko sa GC namin kahit mukha akong ano dito. Mga picture namin sa GC.
Shoutout daw kay Jiro Banyaga.
Ayun, shoutout po sa inyo. Ayun, shoutout daw po sa ni Diane Incencio Arceo. Shoutout daw po sa BSIT2C. Gising na daw kayo, sabi ni Diane Arceo.
So yun guys, no, paalala ko lang yung raffle draw mamaya. Antabay lang tayo dyan, guys. Yung manalo ng mga nasabi na yung prizes mamaya, ha? Hindi niya dapat palampasin yan. So, i-make sure nyo na gawa nyo yung mga mechanics ng program.
Yes.
Kung hindi, nako.
So, ito daw, shoutout daw kay Kuya
yan.
Reyes natin. Sa ating sabiling Kuya Reyes, shoutout our mga Lodi kong MCs, pa-shower out naman po. And sunod, partner.
Mga ganun eh. Ayun, shoutout daw kay Aldrin Jan Galang. Sige, ikaw na rin, sabi mo eh.
Ayun, shoutout din daw kay
masaya
Giselle Joy Pagaduan. Pa-shoutout naman daw po. Sige, ito shoutout sa iyo, ka-Sweets. And ito daw sa ating ka-Sweets din, si Jerome Almario Tayaw. Shoutout daw po sa magandang Subvert Gallery. Oo nga, shoutout naman dyan sa mga
pero shoutout pa rin sa'yo. Sige, gusto mo yan eh.
Shoutout po sa mga nasa virtual gallery. Ingat sa pag-window shopping, mga kapatid.
Shoutout din kay Ate Rosel Joyce Santos, no? Ako lang daw yun, Beth.
Shoutout daw.
Sige, ikaw lang yan, sabi mo eh.
Ayun, sabi ni Icaro Berwega, parang meron tayong hapon dito, pare. Ay,
nasaan?
Partner.
Nasaan ba yan?
Si Icaro Berwega.
Nasaan si Idol? Nasaan si Senpai?
Si Icaro. Ganda ng pangalan niya.
Icaro, grabe. Icaro ba yan? Phoenix yun eh.
Oo nga. Ayun, sa mga attendance sa atin, shoutout. Sige, shoutout pa rin sa inyo.
Yes, guys. Don't forget na pila pa niya yung attendance natin for today.
Yeah.
Pin lang yan sa comment section.
Yep. Ayan.
Shoutout daw po kay Icaro yan. Icaro pala. Icaro talaga eh. Nako.
Ba't parang kasalanan
grabe mga pangalan natin dito eh. Icaro?
Grabe yung mga natin dito. Shoutout tayo mga kapatid.
Loko ka daw, Axel.
Oye, grabe.
Sabi ni Icaro.
Tayo pag ganyan.
Sabi ni Senpai Icaro.
Ayun, so may nag-shoutout daw po. Sabi, shoutout sa ating Marita Spar. Shoutout sa inyo mga kapatid.
Shoutout daw sa ating technical team dyan. Kila Mant, kila Justin, kila Kuya Jazzer. Yes. Sana okay kayo. Sana masaya kayo.
Yep. Sana masaya kayo sa ginagawa niyo.
Sana masaya kayo sa
ginagawa niyo sa amin.
Ayan.
Sana masaya kayo dyan. Tapos, ayan, so tuloy-tuloy lang ang attendance natin. Madaming nag-attendance. Shoutout sa inyo. Sige, shoutout kaya natin mga nag-attendance, no? Para instant exposure. O sige, shoutout natin kay Garados, kay M.A.S. Camillian. Ayan. Yung mga nag-attendance na nahimik siya na shoutout na guy. Ayun, pabati naman daw ng happy birthday. Ayan, happy birthday po kina Alvin Rivera, Miko Cruz, Paulo Hermosura.
Yes, happy birthday po sa inyo.
Sabi po ni Paul Robinson Macarita Gabriel, happy birthday po.
Masaya kayo sa araw na ito, guys.
Ayun, shoutout daw po sa ating LSC Tannery. Sabi ni Liana Villanueva, shoutout po sa ating LSC. Sana masarap ang ulam mo tuloy.
Yes, sana masarap ang naging tulog nyo kasi kami hindi. Hindi masaya ang tulog namin.
Kailangan na tayong hindi cover. Kailangan mo nga tayong matiwasay. Ayan, so shoutout po sa ating mga nag-attendance pa rin. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin sila. Meron John Carlos de Guzman, si Mark Peter Bautista, mga nananahimik, ika kami, pero bakit yung mention? Ayan. Ba't parang may galit daw tayo?
Hindi mo na naman po. Chill lang tayo dito,
Hindi naman
guys.
tayo
Chill
galit.
na to eh.
Ano
Chill
lang,
live.
May ano lang, parang kinamumuhian. Kinamumuhian. Pinatindi.
Galit, Kuya Rains. Ano ba naman?
Wala naman.
Sino ba naman
Wala
kami
kaming
para
galit.
magalit?
Wala kami galit. Wala kami galit.
Sino ba naman kami?
Sino ba naman kami, di ba?
Kami lang naman to.
Di ba? Ayan, so shoutout pa rin. Ay, masama daw ba loob ng MCs?
Hindi
Masama
po,
daw ba
hindi
loob
naman.
natin?
Hindi naman mamarot.
Sobrang,
Hindi naman
ano
po.
nga, sobrang buti ng loob natin. Parang pwede tayo maka...
Sobrang saya nga namin, di ba, partner?
Oo, maka...
Sobrang saya ko, parang gusto kong makaano eh.
Baka kurot ng...
Sarap kang urot eh, no?
Sa tagline ng ganun eh.
Grabe.
Ayun, shoutout
Lagi.
daw po kay Kuya Kim Lopez Flores.
Yes, shoutout naman sa'yo, idol.
Inyo.
Sana masaya ka dyan,
So,
sige.
sino pa ba? Ayan, ang dami natin pa-attendance. So, pinalubag namin kayo. So, nag-attendance sa atin ngayon. So, baka sa ano meron din tayo. Ayan, tingin-tingin lang tayo.
Yes, abang-abang lang tayo,
So,
partner.
So, habang may yung ano tayo, so, batiin natin pa rin yung mga nag-attendance. Shoutout po sa inyo.
Ayun, shoutout daw po kay Ella. Ella Velasco.
14.
Nanonood sa bahay nila ngayon.
Ayun, shoutout daw. Yes. Okay, so shoutout kay Arian Gatula, kay Kurt Donald Felipe, kay Iver Santos, kay MJ Aguinaldo. Ayan, kay Ate Eunice, shoutout po sa ating lahat. Ayan, shoutout.
Shoutout po sa pamilya ko. Artista na po ako.
Artista na po ako. Opo, marami rin exposure ko. Nakakatawang exposure na.
Na-expose na po yung anak nyo.
Tayo nagkakalitan dito, partner, pero bawal yan. Kailangan tayo
Bawal ba magalat dito? Oo, bawal talaga magalat, sabi niyan eh.
So, shoutout pa rin po sa ating mga nag-attendance. So, welcome to our Plenary Webinar. Sana ay matiwasay ang ating day-to-day.
Yan. Sana ma-enjoy nyo rin yung mga talks later on.
Yup. Truly indeed, partner. And now, to deliver our certain to be gleaming opening remarks, let us welcome our ever-gifted, goal-oriented gentleman, the Dean of CICT, Dr. Kino C. Pian. Let us give him a warm round of virtual applause.
Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Am I loud and clear po ba? Alright. Batiin ko lang muna yung mga mahuhusay nating Masters of Ceremony for today. So, we have Axel and Jazz, no? Very lively ang kanilang pagpa-facilitate itong ating pinaka-iintay na moment at this point, ano? On this plenary session. So first and foremost, allow me to greet each and everyone. A pleasant morning, ladies and gentlemen. Isang magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. And I am truly pleased to welcome all of you, no, to our second to the last day. Tama, tomorrow yung ating closing of this very momentous, prestigious 11th IT Congress. And I would like to thank everyone for gracing this momentous event, no, as we become as one with the Society for the Welfare of Information Technology students in celebrating and taking advantage of this unstoppable, let me quote unquote, unstoppable progress of technology in our society at this point in time. Thank you for being with us at this last few days of our plenary webinar with the theme, the Quadrilateral Projection of Technology. I know that you have learned a lot from our previous speakers in the past. And that is why I would like to appreciate the presence of you guys here today. This simply shows that we are really hungry to move more new learnings at this point. By the way, Axel and Jazz, ilan na ba ang ang mga live viewers natin at this point? Nasa na ba tayo? 30,000? Ilan na ba ang live viewers natin?
More than 200 po.
Okay, so 200 and counting, no? Medyo mababa pa yung numbers natin, no? Because we're expecting thousands at this point, no? Kasi I think ang population natin nasa 3,000 na, si CIC, ang IT natin nasa 2,600. Siguro baka natutulog pa yung iba. So siguro I think kailangan gisingin natin sila at this point, no? Kasi napaka ganda nitong preparation na ginawa ng SWITS, ano? SWITS never fails us. Every year, ang dami nilang surprises in terms of this IT Congress, no? Because right now, it's going to be, as I mentioned during the opening last Monday, this will be a marvelous moment for each one of us as we hear and learn new insights and inspirations from our highly honored and respected speakers, no, this morning. But before all else, I would like to acknowledge, of course, the perseverance and effort of everyone who made this event possible and triumphant. And of course, our deepest gratitude, no, to all our stakeholders who never fail to be with us and support our events. And to our of course, to the parents, I hope there are also parents watching us here today, to all our academic partners, we invited our three major academic partners, Asia Pacific College, Holy Angel University, and the University of Assumption. And of course, to our faculty members, CICT faculty members, and to our beloved CICT students who are here with us today. I'm still hoping and I'm still expecting na mag-increase pa yung number natin as we progress in this webinar. And of course, we truly appreciate you guys for being part of this rich and meaningful 11th IT Congress. So I think everyone deserves a virtual round of applause. Pwede po ba tayong mag-virtual round of applause at this point in time? I would like to quote, President Lincoln, one of the most honorable and remarkable president of America. He was once he said that my best friend is a person who will give me a book I have never read. Let me repeat that. My best friend is a person who will give me a book that I have not read. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to be united in unveiling the unquestionable potential of our progressive technology and its embryonic stages. We are here to help and assist one another in projecting the four sides of technology and the mechanization of our cumulative community. Through knowing and cultivating the potential within us and the technology around us, there is nothing that can stop us from achieving the future that we always dream of. And of course, if we think we already knew enough, I'm here to remind each one of us, that we still have a lot of closed books to open and plenty of puzzles to solve and tons of riddles to unveil. The ambiguity of our technology is still a lot to conquer. That's why, my dear students, we are here to offer and grant you books, knowledge, inspiration, and insight, that you are still not able to perceive at this moment. But we must not stop learning. Yun naman po yung lagi kong sinasabi, dapat we have this lifelong learning, the continuous learning. Because if we are going to look back in our history and grasp the unforgettable effort of our ancestors who took a step of continuously to learn the mystery between our technology, we are going to appreciate the beauty of our cutting-edge technology and the advanced machinery. Who could have thought, nung araw, di ba, we have the ENIAC, EDBAC, yung mga computer before, kasing lalaki ng isang kwarto, But at this point, our computers at this point is just can be found where? Inside our pockets. Minsan nga, pag nagkakagalit kayo ng jowa mo, binabalibag mo na lang yung mga smartphones ninyo, di ba? So these are the technology who could imagine na from a big as a classroom now, nasa loob na lang ng bulsa natin, So that's how powerful technology. These are the cutting-edge technology, So we call this computing everywhere. One of the memorable words of I believe Mr. Martin Luther King Jr. That I will not forget is yung sinabi niya na out of the mountain of despair, a stone of hope, And our stone of hope in the present time is our technology. It is our confidence in the midst of uncertainty and our fortified armor in facing up the air in the future. So nowadays, it's not the common workplace that connects people, di ba? Hindi na kamukha nung araw. If you have the webinar, you have seminars, training, you go in a certain place, no? It's not the common workplace that connects us at this point. It's the technology, no? Through the power of internet, through the power of computer, through the power of the different platforms like currently we're using Zoom, for example. So this technology connects us, right? So at this present generation, your generation, no? Our generation, kasama tayo dyan, we are responsible for continuously disclosing new information that will advance, no, our technology and reach its fullness and will benefit us, the future young people of next generation. Ang pangarap ko po ay dumating ang panahon na makapag-produce tayo sa CICT ng next mark ng Facebook, no? Makapag-come up tayo ng possible na mga tanyag, no, ng mga IT enthusiasts or IT professionals, no, coming here in our college, no, in the CICT. Soon to be, magre-rebrand tayo ng college as we open new programs in the very near future, no? And from the bottom of my heart, I'd like this Congress to be meaningful to all of us, and as we get fueled with tons of new insights, no, I believe you are all excited to meet our speakers at this point, no? Let's get fueled with tons of insights and inspiration, and we are all here to work with ourselves, no, that will benefit our beloved community and of course our fellow citizens. Let us all be united in upholding the future, okay? So do not let our shortcomings limit us from bringing up the best in ourselves and of course to our community and through the use of this technology. And I hope that everyone will be wholeheartedly join us until the last minute of our event, no? Until tomorrow, our last day, no? For a purposeful webinar. And I'm really confident that each one of us will actively participate. Okay po ba yun? No? So I hope everyone, pwede bang mag-comment kayo dyan sa chat box? Naku, baka mamigay ako ngayon. Okay, sige nga, mag-comment kayo dyan sa chat box, no? Alright, so paki-comment, no? Paki-comment lang at this point in time. Alright, hashtag kung ano po, just hashtag your reaction, no? Specific to this IT Congress. Are you hashtag, you still excited? Are you hashtag, happy at this point in time? Hashtag glad. So whatever hashtag that you want to, what are you feeling at this point in time? Let's do some sentiment analysis here, no? So mamaya magse-sentiment mining tayo dito, no? Signan natin ano ba yung nararamdaman ng more than how many viewers na ba meron tayo? Meron na ba tayong 2,000 viewers at this point? Tumaas ba yung ating number of viewers? 254. Kanina, 253 yan. So, tumaas tayo ng isa. Alright? So medyo dramatic progress yung increase, no? Talagang kitang-kita natin. But at this point, no? Sige po, ayan, 264. Ayan. Nag-chat si Ms. Raim Cano. So, sige lang po, no? Hashtag, what are you feeling at this point in time? Later, marami pang pamimigay ang SWITS because we had a lot of sponsors who supported us in this event, no? Maraming pa, I think maraming pa raffle na ibibigay si SWITS para sa ating lahat. So, once again, I want you to brace yourselves, hold on tight, and of course, ito, naka-roll up na yung sleeves ko, no? As we begin to take off on this 11th Congress. Make yourself comfortable and enjoy the rest of the day. God bless everyone. Uprise, CICT, SOAR, Bulso, isang magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Thank you very much.
Yup, truly inspiring partner, no, di ba?
Yes.
I like to quote yung sinabi ni Din that we are united in unveiling the potentials within us. So we have so limitless possibilities that we can do, that we can contribute para sa ating beloved school, Bulso. Right, partner?
Yes, indeed, partner. Truly inspiring message coming from our Dean. Yes. All right. Thank you for the warm greetings of welcome to our students, Dean. As we delve in deeper to our quadrivial view towards technology, let us all glide to the message of support given by our one and only Governor of our province, the most respected, Mr. Daniel R. Fernando, for his inspirational message.
Isang malugod na pagbati po ang aking pinapaabot sa Society for the Welfare of Information Technology students from the College of Information and Communications Technology ng Bulacan State University o BULSU para sa matagumpay na paglulunsad ng 11th IT Congress na may temang Panorama, the Wide Projection of Technology. Bilang tinuturing na ama ng lalawigan, buong puso kong ipinagmamalaki ang inyong aktibong pakikibahagi at pagsusulong ng mataas na kalidad ng profesionalismo at kahusayan sa inyong larangan sa kabila ng pandemya. Lubos po ang aking paghanga sa inyo sapagkat sa kabila ng hirap ng pag-aaral sa new normal ay nananatili kayong matatag at matuloy na nagpupunyagi. Ang mga pagsubok na ito ay itinuring sa inyong dagdag na aral at inspirasyon para sa patuloy na pag-abot sa inyong pangarap. Well, ipagpatuloy nyo ang pagiging malikain at mapanuri sa mga kaganapan sa ating lipunan. Nang sa gayon, kayo ay maging instrumento sa paglalahad ng tamang impormasyon at katotohanan. Sa mabilis na pagdating ng modernisasyon, napakahalaga ng inyong gampanin para pangunahan ang ating lalawigan sa information technological advancement. Patuloy niyong linangin ang inyong kaalaman at hasain po ang inyong mga kakayahan para mas makasabay tayo sa mga pagbabago at pag-unlad sa teknolohiya at komunikasyon na magsisilbing pundasyon ng masagana at maayos na pamumuhay sa ating lipunan. Makakaasa po kayo na lagi akong nakasuporta sa inyong mga adikain at sa lahat ng mga layuning pang-edukasyon para sa mga estudyanteng Bulakenyo. Maraming salamat po at pagpalain tayo ng ating Panginoon Diyos. Mabuhay, Bulakenyo!
Indeed, one can feel the tenderness and greatness on the speech of our dear Governor. Thank you, Governor Fernando. British science fiction writer Arthur Clarke is sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. That said, let us listen of wise words of the gracious department head of the course Information Technology, Dr. Rosemary A. Bautista. A round of virtual applause, please.
To our ever-dynamic Dean of the College of Information and Communications Technology, Dr. Kino Piat, to the officers of the Society for the Welfare of Information Technology, students or the SWITS, who conceptualize and make this particular event a reality, to the SWITS dedicated President Rainier Janicio, to their advisors, Mr. J.M. Calizon and Mr. Sheldon Arenas, to the different faculty members who join us today, to the students, guests, a pleasant and wonderful morning to all. In the opening ceremony last Monday, our University President, Dr. Cecilia N. Gascon, challenged us to have a panoramic view of life where we can have an unobstructed and wide perspective of understanding things, solving problems, and recommending solutions the IT way. This year, the theme of the 11th IT Congress is Panorama, the Wide Projection of Technology. A panorama in general refers to a wide view of something, As IT persons, we should have a wide perspective in life and continuously look for ways to improve our skills and knowledge through the use of recent technologies, innovative and creative techniques, analytic tools, and ethical practices necessary for the IT profession. Thus, in today's session, I also want to acknowledge our esteemed guests who are very much willing to share their knowledge and expertise with us. Today with us are these very knowledgeable guests in the persons of Ms. Rachel Head, Mr. Jeremy Sandel, Mr. Joseph Tome, and Mr. Aris Dame Ganson. They will represent the fourfold noble ways to transcend from somewhere, crisscross, and form a wonderful projection of what an IT student ought to know to recent cognizance on technology. My dear students, manage your perspective. According to Chris Pine, and I quote, "The only thing you sometimes have control over is your perspective. You don't have control over your situation, but you have a choice about how you view it." End of quote. Let us look at this kind of event not as burden to us, but opportunity to learn more, to improve critical thinking, and to stimulate the creativity in us. Before I end my part, I want to commend the zealous dedication of the SWITS officers in relentlessly working to provide best IT students the opportunity to gain new knowledge. Ngayon pa lang, gusto ko na kayong i-congratulate for this particular event, for inspiring the members to embrace the diversity and advancement in IT. To all the participants, enjoy the whole morning as you acquire new skills and knowledge. All of us, let's all develop a passion for learning. Again, good morning to all, and God bless us all.
Yup, partner, that's another inspiring message from one of our facilitators for today. But like she said, that we need to acquire new skills and knowledge, and that can be applied here, only here at the 11th IT Congress Day, our Plenary Webinar.
Yes, indeed, partner. Our gratitude is truly yours, Mr. Dr. Bautista, for an insightful and truly inspiring message that you imparted to us today. Enter now our visual ambience and webinar proper for today's program. Are you urging to learn now, partner?
Yes, partner, but let's have first the raffles so that pwede natin mag-burn out sila.
Yes, truly indeed, yes.
So ano ba ang ating instructions for the ating raffle, partner?
So yun, ulitin lang natin, no? For those who are interested for being the victors of our rapper programs, what you only need to do are like and follow the SWITS page, share the live video in your social media accounts, and use our 11 IT Congress frame along with the unified caption and hashtags. Lastly, take a snap in our online photo booth accompanied by the unified caption and hashtags. Yon, partner. Can you tell us, pwede mo ulitin yung mga prizes natin dyan?
Sige, ulitin natin yung prizes ng medyo quicker lang para mas excited sila and mas enthusiastic sila. No? So we have Accenture gift voucher, MSI look box, cash prizes. Wow. VIC cash prizes.
Indeed.
Yep.
Yes.
And we have last, the Microsoft. It's the Microsoft merch prizes, partner.
Truly amazing, partner. And we hope all na that we can also get that. We also win, no? Sana all.
Yeah, hope all, no? So, yeah. Let's go to the G-word, partner.
Ayun. So, our G-word for another G-word nga pala, no?
Tayo, take two. Alright, take two.
Alright, take two. Are you good to go learn, partner? Are you good to go discover something new, Kaswits?
Yep, let's have them, partner. May we request na presence power Miss Lenny Pili, the SWITS Students Advisor, to elucidate to us her bulletin on the Global Student Hub, followed by her introduction on our first webinar speaker.
Hello, good morning everyone who is in our viewer in our Facebook live today. So today am I clear? Is my voice audible? Okay. So today I will be presenting to you the Global Student Hub, which we are going to use this later for our first speaker. So I know some of you, I know that some of the students are already know the Global Student Hub, but other students didn't. So today I will present to you how you will go to the Global Student Hub. So first, next slide. Okay. Okay, so what is Global Student Hub? Off ko na lang yung cam ko. Off ko na lang yung cam ko. Okay. So today, first, what is Global Student Hub? Global Student Hub is an online community hub for connecting with students who can share interests about technology, enterprise computing, and these skills. So in the IBM's Global Student Hub, we can expect to discover or build. We can work together, network, and share our knowledge about enterprise computing, digital skills, our soft skills, and tech for social good. Next slide, please. So, why join IBM Z Global Student Hub? So, in IBM Z Global Student Hub, we can learn new technical and professional skills. In the world of enterprise computing, we can earn digital badges to showcase our skills, and we can contribute to be in the future ready. We can also win monthly swaps by being an active member and share your technical experience with our community. And also, the most important in this community is we can attend virtual events customized to boost as student technical and soft skills, including webinars and workshops about personal branding, imposter syndrome, and these skills like data science, blockchains, and microservices essentials. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see, if you are going to go to the Global Student Hub, this is the user interface that you can see. Next slide, please. So this is in Global Student Hub, you can also share your blog about what you learned about webinars like this one. This is what I did last 2 months ago. In my experience, I attended one webinar which is Tech for Good, and this is the blog that I created last 2 months ago. Next slide, please. And in the Global Student Hub, you can also earn badges, yes, like this. Last time we are, as the ambassador, we are given opportunity to have an access in my inter skills learning. So in my first experience, I first took the cloud fundamentals and I earned this badge. And I also created a blog last 6 days ago about that. Yeah. Next slide, please. So, how to join IBMZ Global Student Hub? Dear student, you can follow me in my instruction on how you can join on Global Student Hub. Okay, next slide, please. So, just go to the ibm.biz/Zambazador16. I repeat, just go to ibm.biz/Zambazador16. Our moderator in the page will also comment this link for you to join. Will you guys comment this link to the comment section for the student will follow me on how they can join the Global Student Hub? Okay. Okay, so next slide, please. So after you click the link of the Global Student Hub, you will directly go to our page. So all you need to do is to click the login or register. And then next slide, please. And then you are being direct to our create your IBM account. You just need to put your email address, then the first name, last name, your password, and choose your country, which is the Philippines, and then click next. Okay, next slide, please. So after creating your IBM account, IBM will send a code to you, for example, just like this. And in the next bottom of your page, you may put the code in the box, like in the screen, and then click create account. Students here in Zoom can also follow me so that you can join for the later speaker. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, you after creating an account, you will directly to this page, and you can proceed. Next. So that's it. After creating that, you can see this page and you can join our group. And yeah, that's all. Yeah, once they registered, they can start commenting in this blog. What Rachel. So that's it. I think that's all. So if you have concern and queries, you can message me in my messenger and email address. So to introduce to you our speaker today, here she is. She works for Global Innovation and Impact Agency, where she takes various roles in different programs that focuses on reducing inequalities and helping business to rethink how they do things in order to become more global, disruptive, socially conscious. She is also working with youth globally. We can feel nothing but be inspired by how she helped share their stories together with their partners all over the world that making an impact in their fields. She is the current program lead and associate producer at Your Big Year, and also the current associate producer of International Connector. She is none other than Miss Rachel Head.
That was a way to... There I am. Woo! Hello, everyone. Lena, thank you very much for your warm welcome. It is a privilege to be here. I think you introduced the IBM Z Student Hub as well very well. I do have a blog that we are going to share to you that we want you, once you get registered on that hub, you can start talking about commenting and discussing on there with this global network. So am I able to share? I'm just going to share my screen. Amazing. So this is the blog that you guys are going to comment on. But I'm going to bring it over here. Thank you for my beautiful social image. So technology, right? It has so much power. We've all seen it be used positively. We've all seen it being used negatively, right? You've seen the effects of mental health, for instance, from cyberbullying or social media, but equally we've seen accessibility to online counseling, right? We've seen free accessible education online, but then we've also seen propaganda, when we're fed these same narratives that take us down these tracks. But first I'll introduce myself. So I'm Rachel Head. I'm based in New Zealand, and I work for Your Big Year, which is a leadership development and empowerment program headquartered in San Francisco. And the mission is to empower you guys to make an impact in your lives and in your world. For 15 years, we've there we go, nice little slide change. For 15 years, Your Big Year has empowered and skilled young people across 190 countries to make an impact in their life and in their world. And, everyone's coming from diverse backgrounds, experiences, and they all lead down these diverse and meaningful career paths unique to them. We at Your Big Year focus on United Nations SDG number 10, which is reducing inequalities, because we believe that anyone can make an impact, big or small. So, the Sustainable Development Goals, right? I can't assume that everyone knows about it. So if you do not know about it, they were developed in 2015 or adopted in 2015 from the United Nations, and there's a total of 17 that are integrated. They were a universal call to action, right? To end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030 that we can all live in peace and prosperity. Now, with that, just a bit more background information, like they recognize that action in one area will affect outcomes in others. So all goals, right, intersect in different ways. And that's why you find different companies focusing on various SDGs. The creativity, know-how, technology, and financial resources from all society is necessary, right, to achieve the SDGs in every context. We have so many countries have committed to these SDGs, and with that, the responsibility of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 rests in governments' hands, in companies' hands, in initiatives' hands, but equally it rests in every single one of you listening's hands as well. We all have a role to take, and together that's how we can make a collective effort, right, and really achieve it. So I have two questions for you, right? that we want to discuss today. And that's one, what companies or initiatives are there out there that you know of that are using technology for good today? And then two, how can you make an impact towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals utilizing technology, as it is a slight focus today? Click. Oh, there we go. So, you know, at Your Big Year, we envision a world where young people can reach their full capacity and apply the unique capabilities to solving the world's most pressing challenges. And we see that daily. We get to, you know, my favorite part of my job is working and talking to youth across the world from areas that I've never even knew about before meeting them. So a bit of like how we utilize technology. We have our Make an Impact course. So we bring people together online, and that's to provide them a space to learn how to take action for their own ideas. We have our Global Citizens Challenge, which we bring together hundreds of people online from different areas of the globe again to bridge gaps between cultures, right? To reduce inequality. It comes back to that reducing inequality, opening up that, opening mindsets, right? And learning from one another. And then we take it one step further, right? And that's through our professional projects, such as the Z Ambassador program, which Leonard has been a part of this year and has been doing incredible, might I add. Oh, there we go. Other examples of initiatives that have worked towards a sustainable work on sustainable development goals is this one here, Innovative Resilience. So created by International Connector, our parent company, they bring technology solutions to, and training to emerging markets and underserved communities. So what they've done is actually teamed up with a satellite company, right? And in Puerto Rico, and they allowed a rural community that had no connectivity to have free Wi-Fi in a hub. And they do workshops and events to help elevate the community, utilizing their own resources, providing a space for people to come do their homework, for people to apply for jobs, for people to start their own businesses. So as you see here, coming back to the SDGs, you're using technology, right, to focus on these 3 SDGs, poverty, decent work and economic growth, and industry, innovation and infrastructure. Future Women of Tech is another program who aims to reduce inequalities, but also gender equality specifically. So they bring together, I think they've done 5 physical events, they've done 2 virtual events, they've done a podcast series, and they've done a youth study, all to collectively come together to look at how we can level out the playing field in this regard. Other incredible companies include Smartfish. So I really like this one because one of my passion points, which we all have here, we have our different passion points and different things that we love, is animals and the environment. And so Smartfish actually has an awesome technology where they can basically stop from overfishing using a laser and sensor feed. So that is a really cool innovation on how technology is being utilized, right, to help the environment, to stop unnecessary fishing happening, which I love to see. And, you know, as I mentioned in the beginning, you've got BetterHelp, and I think we've all heard of BetterHelp here. They're very good at advertising. And that is an online space, right, where we learn from each other and, learn from each other from an online counseling space in case you can't access it. Maybe you can't drive or get there. So, okay, I added this in because we are representing IBMZ a little bit as well. And you've already gone over there. And I really we did a meme challenge. So I wanted to put the meme in there if you haven't seen that meme already. And then I would love you guys to just follow us on social because we always talk about incredible impacts that young people are making. And that is usually towards one of the SDGs. We have people that are, creating education workshops for women in Kenya to help them understand the kind of COVID-19 and stop myths, help educate them and stop, because there was a lot of myths going around. And so they solved that issue, is equally focusing on women and that gender equality there. But Lenneth, I wanted to bring you on, and I wanted to start a little conversation. If I can bring Lenneth back.
Hello, I'm still here.
Hi. I would love to ask you some of these questions that I asked the crowd before. So I wanted to know if you know of any initiatives or companies that are utilizing technology for good today.
Yeah. Do you know Bosch? It's an engineering company which is also helping I think they are helping to mitigate climate change. Like they are doing like carbon. I think those technology.
Amazing.
Do you know that Bosch?
Yeah, no, incredible.
They are helping the globe to mitigate climate change, and they are using technology to reduce global what do you call that? Sorry, I'm blocked. Global carbon, something like that. GHG emission, yeah, that's right. The GHG emission in the atmosphere. They are using technology to reduce that kind of to fight for the climate change. That's I think they are doing. They are automotive engineering company.
I love that. That's incredible. It's always awesome to see big companies making changes. And then I have another question for you. And then I know you have some questions for me as well. So I like to keep these sessions interactive and back and forth and conversational as much as possible. But the next question would be, how do you feel that you can make an impact towards the UN SDGs utilizing technology?
For me, as a youth, I think yeah, we can contribute to help the UN SDG by doing some research, like doing some research about that, and then help the global companies to innovate technology to think to
That's
innovate
awesome.
some technology to use in helping the UN SDG. That's I think a great thing.
I love that. No, that's incredible. And I would love whoever's looking at the Instagram to pass on any of the answers or the responses there. I hope you're all watching on Facebook Live or wherever you're watching live, you are answering these and you're thinking about these, because, come back to technology for good, right? But technology's a part of everything today. It is a part of everything we do. So if you think of it like that it doesn't matter if you are an expert in technology or if you're just learning. There are ways to utilize it for good, and being aware of that and talking to your peers about that can really help you establish kind of which direction you want to go. Lenneth, did you want to ask me some questions at all?
I think the people here in the Zoom will ask you a question too.
Amazing. You can either ask me in the Zoom chat or you can ask me here. I know one question that's come up is, what is the long-term impact that bringing technology to places can have?
Yeah.
And with that, if you've ever heard of this saying, give a man a fish and he'll eat for a day, teach a man to fish and he'll eat for a lifetime. May have got the words a little wrong, but that's kind of, the main point. Now, the same applies with technology. You can't just give technology and not teach them how to use it, right? and that lesson can really be taught across all fields. So it's A, the technology, but then B, how can you teach the community you're trying to impact, or the people that you're trying to impact, how to use that technology to make the biggest difference. Another question, and then please feel free to jump in. Another question we often get is, why do we think it's important to work with people from around the world? You know, we've already mentioned at, you know, You'll Be Gearing International Connector, which is our parent company, and we work with people from across 190 countries. And I think the easiest way to summarize that is that diversity sparks innovation, right? If we all thought the same and did the exact same, we would be very stuck, and we would be very, we wouldn't be moving forward. I can tell that everyone here is very creative, and I can see how the ideas would flow, and you guys would help each other build and expand your mindset and your ideas. Got a question here. I'm curious to know, what do you think is the best technological advancement that we have today? Like, as in, I think the internet is the, I know it's not an advancement maybe, but it's probably the most widespread. You know, it's like, it's something that we're so used to and that we've ingrained, and a lot of you probably were born with the internet. I wasn't born with the internet. It's what's connected us all, and it's what's going to drive the world. Is that what you kind of mean by that? Yeah, I'm glad we're on the same thought. For those listening in live, I'm looking at the Zoom chat. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I would love to, even in the Zoom chat too, like, what SDGs just among this group, so I can relay it back to, and what is the Facebook Live saying? Like, what SDGs do you guys want to focus on? Like, what is your passion point? You know, often we find ourselves wanting to achieve all goals at once, right? And what happens in that situation is that we can spread ourselves a little too thin. And if you remember in the beginning, I said how all the SDGs are intersect, and they all work together. So if you understand that, then you can understand that from focusing just on say you're passionate about health and well-being, and your and education. It's not saying you don't care about the other SDGs, but focusing on those few SDGs allows you to make a bigger impact and a bigger step forward in that, while someone else, right, will be concentrating on building housing for everyone, or peace and justice, right? So that is a question that we often get. It's kind of like, oh, like, I don't know which one to focus on, and that's okay. It's about you just kind of working through your own passion points and understanding where you want to make the impact. It doesn't mean you can't focus on, you can't then later change and focus somewhere else at the moment. But I think if we tried to do all 17 goals at once, we would not get that far. But if we all just really focused on different goals, and we all have different passions, then together we can really move forward towards that 2030 goal.
I have a question.
Amazing.
Yeah. Is it right? We have a 17 UN SDG. Is it right?
Yes, but with that, there's actually like sub goals in between. So, but there's the 17 main goals that way, and I can get an image up if you want.
Another question is, how will the progress of these global goals can be monitored? If it's 17, it's so many.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Actually, if you come to the United Nations, and I will get this up for you. If you go to the United Nations website, they actually constantly are updating the progress. So they're actually spoken about kind of what's happened since the pandemic and kind of which ones are kind of stagnant or which ones, yeah, a few have gone backwards in terms of our focus. So that's a great question, but you will find that that information is updated on the United Nations website. Do we have any other questions? So we'll show you this website. It's a really awesome, and I'm sure we've all seen it. Yeah, definitely. I've had an awesome comment saying, if goals and passions intertwine, it would really be a massive help in our use of technology for the betterment of our world. I think that's really well said, and I thank you for sharing that. That's awesome. So if you guys want to see more about the SDGs, I really think coming on here and doing your own research is super, super beneficial. You're not going to regret it. It's definitely common knowledge that we should all help spread into our own networks. Thank you, everyone. I'm here for any questions. And if people do have questions after this, and on Facebook Live, if you're listening in and you have a question, I really want to you to feel like you can reach out. You can either reach out on social in Your Big Year, and those actually get fed back to me if they are specifically for me, or you can actually reach out to me on info@Your Big Year, and this also gets fed back to me. So I do thank you for your time. It's using tech for good and towards the sustainable development goals is a huge passion of mine. Like, if we can make this world a better place with technology, and like, what a place we live in, right? You know, one of my favorite things too about how the internet, we're talking about biggest advancements, has helped Your Big Year, is the impact we can make with people that we may not have been able to reach before. You know, if you think about online and technology, it takes away the need for a visa, takes away the need for passports. There's no barriers to, where we're from anymore, or what our economical status is. It's our own will, and it's our own motivation that can help us collectively come together and achieve what we want to achieve. And what's really exciting with the Gen Z generation is that you guys are so passionate and you're so motivated, and you seem to want to work together more and more to achieve good. So just keep remembering that. Times it gets tough, but reflect and build on that reflection to come back stronger if you do ever need to. Thank you.
Thank you. And see, I think it's the end of racial discussion.
Thank you very much.
Yep, that's some good insights about their partner. Now, we have learned two things from this series. We have first the Global Student Hub, then first we have the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So it is a must that you must participate too in their said program. Since at Global Student Hub, you can enter their site by going to ibm.biz/theambassador16. You can find it in our comment section, and for our sustainable development goals, if you have inquiries, you can visit info or mail info@yourbigyear.com. So yeah, truly indeed, that technology is a great servant, but a bad master. We must take over it now, partner.
Yes, indeed, partner. The insight of our speaker are certainly a glowing glamour to treasure. Right, partner?
Yep, now that we've equipped ourselves with the knowledge of the interconnectedness of technology and SDG or Sustainable Development Goals, let us call once again Miss Lenit P. Pili for the awarding of the certificate.
So we are very honored that we have Rachel Head today. So for the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation, let me cite the site. Let me wait. Okay, sorry for the interruption. There's a technical problem in here. So again, it's our honor to have Miss Rachel Head in our session today. So for the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation, let me read the citation. This certificate is proudly presented to Miss Rachel Head for sharing their valuable knowledge and expertise during the 11th IT Congress entitled Panorama, the Wide Projection of Technology, the Quadrivial Projection of Technology with the 21st Century Expert, given this day, 2nd of December 2021. It is signed by our faculty advisor, Mr. John Michael Collison, also one of our faculty advisor, Mr. Sheldon B. Arenas, our president, Mr. Reniel Dionisio, and also our CICTP, Mr. Tino Cipian.
Thank you so much. This is incredible. You guys are awesome. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your year.
Thank you, Rachel.
Truly amazing partner, no?
Truly nga, partner. So let's proceed na, partner. Now it's time for what na ba, partner?
Yes, it's time to break the ice. Greet the gloomy glimmers as we proceed to our first SWITS raffle facilitated by our graceful ambassadress, Miss Eunice Santos, and our good-humored ABP for Strategic Communication, Miss Carla Hachero.
Okay, so thank you, no, Axel and Jazz. Good morning po sa ating mga viewers for today. I'm sure na excited na kayo para sa ating mga magiging prizes. Tama ba ako ron, Carla?
Yes, that's right, ate. And I'm sure na maraming nag-aabang sa ating mga prizes today.
Yes, dahil doon, hindi na namin patatagalin pa ang inyong mga excitement dahil meron tayong magiging winner ng 200 pesos sa GCash at isang Microsoft bundle. Kita mo naman na unang-una pa lang ng ating mga paraffle, talaga napaka-generous na.
Bigatin agad no?
Yes.
And sigurado ako na excited na kayo. And syempre kami na excited na rin kami na malaman kung sino nga ba ang mapipili sa ating raffle today. Kaya Kuya Jazzer, simulan na natin. Sa ating first winner ay makakatanggap ng 200 pesos. Sino kaya yon? Congratulations, Adrian James A. Lopez. Ikaw ang nanalo ng 200 pesos.
Naku, mukhang kailangan na natin ng mga prayer reveal ng mga winners natin, no? Kailangan natin malaman ano yung mga ginawa nila kasi gusto ko rin manalo.
Yes!
Okay, so para naman sa ating next winner, ikaw ay mananalo ng isang Microsoft bundle. Kuya Jazzer? Congratulations, Julius Alexis B. Gonzalvo. Yan, nanalo ka ng Microsoft bundle.
Yes, congratulations. Pero, bago
yes,
nyo
ano
i-claim,
kailangan nilang tandaan?
yes, bago nyo i-claim ang ating mga prizes, don't forget to follow these steps. First, like and follow the SWITS page. Second, share the live video in your social media accounts. Third, use our 11th IT Congress frame along with the unified caption and hashtags. And lastly, take a snap in our online photo booth accompanied by the unified captions and hashtags.
Yes, and para naman sa mga hindi mapalad na nabunot para sa ating first raffle, bibigyan namin kayo ng chance na hulaan at bigyan kami ng inyong mga thoughts and insights about sa ating mga magiging sa comment section natin sa FB Live para malaman namin kung ano sa tingin niyo mga gusto niyo mapanalunan, ganon. Tama ba, Carla?
Yes, super excited ako malaman yung mga grand prizes mamaya. And magbabalik tayo. Back to you, Axel and Kuya Jan.
Ayun, so thank you
Thank you,
doon,
Eunice and
Carla.
Carla. Yes,
No?
thank you.
So bago tayo mag-proceed muna sa ating second projection webinar, tayo muna ulit ay magpa-engage ng ating audience. Ayan. So
Yes,
let us all
tayo,
check
guys.
our comment section. So guys, feel free if you have greetings or want to shout out, wash out, shower out, lagay nyo
Shower
lang
outs.
yan.
Ilabas
sa
nyo na ang
ating
inyong mga shower
comment
outs,
section.
guys. Yes.
Yeah, labas na sa atin yan since ito na ang oras para magpakitang gila sa ating comment section.
Pero paunahan ko na, no? Shoutout sa mga nanonood sa BIS IT1E dyan. Yes.
Ayun.
Yan, guys.
Ay,
Hello.
shoutout daw. So,
Shoutout
syempre ako
sa
sunod
inyo.
ng 1E ay 1F. So, shoutout din sa ating mga taga 1F dyan. Hindi pa kabayas tayo sa ating
Nice.
section. No? Ayan, so,
Yan.
ayan,
Shoutout
shoutout
kay-
daw po kay Jazz. Omsin
Oh, ayan. Kim Flores. Sige. Grabe ka, idolo.
Sige,
Grabe
shoutout
naman
lang tayo
ang
mga
shoutout.
kapatid.
Kim pare. Yes.
Yes, crazy ba pare?
Crazy talaga yan. Grabe yan si pare.
Ano na tayo?
Ano na yan, tao.
Makapag-Tagalog na tayo.
Ayan, shoutout daw kay Alejandro Agpalsa.
Ayan, so,
Klase ko siya
sige
dati.
shoutout na kayo mga
Shoutout lang.
kapatid, mga ka-sweets. So, tingin-tingin lang tayo sa ating comment section, no?
Shout up daw pala sa Wanep. Grabe ka naman pala, Axel. Shout
Ayun,
up daw kay
bakit? Uy, shout out, hindi shout out. Kayo naman mga
Shout up
anak
pala.
kayo. Ayun, sabi ni Mark Basilio, woo!
Oo, feel ko rin Ate Maripe. Lootbox cutie talaga. Oo,
tama yan. Oo, yung mga price
rin
nila
ako.
kanina, no? Nawalakat.
Naway lahat. Hope all,
Oo.
yes.
Hope all. Ayun, pa-shoutout daw po. Sige, shoutout kay Abby Gallego. Ayan, shoutout sa'yo kapatid. Ayan, sa ating, meron pa tayo isang Japanese dito, oh. Si Kevin Saba. Send tayo shoutout po.
Grabe naman. Umaabot tayo sa Japan ng
Si Batas
gano'n.
ayan dito.
Grabe ang ating live stream.
Oo, tama yan. Sige, shoutout mo tayo mga kapatid before we proceed sa ating second projection webinar. Ayan. Ayun, so meron dito. So, shoutout daw sa BSIP1H. Kada live may nananalo sila. Prayer reveal naman po dyan.
Ayan,
Ano po
shoutout
ba ang
din daw po sa
dinadasal?
BSIT 3A. Yes.
Ayun. So, shoutout sa inyong
Shoutout sa
dalawang
inyo, guys.
section. Nawa ay magpatuloy kayo na manalo ng mga prizes natin. No?
So, shoutout din sa mga nanalo, no? Sana all
Totoo
talaga.
yan.
Sana all talaga pinalad, yes.
Oo. And then,
Prayer
ang
reveal
gagawin
naman.
natin,
Hashtag
tayo
prayer
na lang.
reveal naman, talaga.
Tayo na lang
Share nyo naman
magkatipid
sa amin ng
codes.
tips.
Lagyan natin
Share
pangalan
naman ng
natin
mga
doon.
cheat codes. Kung paano
Tayo na,
manalo.
no? Ayun, so Merry Christmas din po kay Junmer Menjola Nokila. Ayan.
Ayun.
Merry
Happy
Christmas
birthday din po
sa
kay
inyo.
Patricia Aliana.
Ayun. Happy birthday din po kay Caro Berwega. Happy birthday. Ayun.
Merry Christmas sa
So,
inyo.
tingin-tingin na tayo ng facts sa comment section. Tayo. Kaya na-shoutout ka na po namin, Ate Pat. Huwag ka na po magalit sa amin. Ba't ka po nagagalit sa amin?
Hindi pa mention ka pa sa GC eh. Akala mo eh.
Oo. Sige, sabihin natin. No?
Mention ka ba,
Ilabas
girl?
natin.
Sa comment section ka kaya mag-ano.
Oo, ilabas natin. Okay, sabi ni Adia Grace, censored to, partner. Parang ayaw ko sabihin.
Nako, delikado yan.
Sige,
Partner.
ang pogi mo rin,
Tigil
Adia
tayo.
Grace, ang pogi mo rin. Ginano. Ayan, so salamat sa iyo, kapatid Alia Grace. Ayun, shoutout daw kay Cedric S. Peronimo. Malamig daw. Malamig daw, partner. Pero parang sa atin, hindi kasi suot natin eh. Pang ano eh. Dikit na dikit sa naman natin suot natin. Ayun, shoutout daw po kay Ate Marifer Ramos. Ayan, shoutout po sa inyo, ate. Sana po mas maganda ang punda ng ulam niyo. Ayan,
Ayun,
sabi ni
sana
Junior
maganda ang gising mo,
Menjola.
ate.
Di pa almusal. Partner, ano masasabi mo to? Di pa daw siya nag-almusal.
Ay,
Sabi ni
nako,
Junior.
ako rin yata eh. Parang kami rin yata mga nanditong kanina pa eh. Hanggang mamaya
Sige.
pa yata kami di kakain.
Kain na ba tayo? Alis na ba tayo? Dito lang gumano.
Baka naman may papalit dyan. Kain na kami saglit.
Oo. Ayun,
Pasabot
sabi
naman
ulit
kahit,
ni-
kahit mga 30 minutes lang.
Oo. Mabilis kumikil lang.
Almusal
mabilisan
break lang naman.
Oo nga. So, shoutout na po kay Mima Rosel at kay Ninang Raim. Magkakapamilya
Yeah, shoutout
to,
sa'yo,
no?
mama.
Sana po makahanap na po sila ng hinahanap nila. Ganyan sila
Ayun.
eh.
Mahanap mo
Yung mga
sana
nanay
ang aming
natin, no?
daddy. Yes.
Hindi mo hinahanap eh.
Huwag mo kasing
Oo,
hanapin,
wala, no?
hintayin mo lang darating din yan. Cheers.
Ayun, shoutout daw po si kay Kuya Glenn, kay Kuya Alicia, kay Matthew at sa buong SWITS officers from your president, si Kuya Rains Junicio. Ayan.
Ayun, shoutout
Galing.
din kay,
Naglalat sa live.
kay
Naglalat
Matthew.
na tayo sa live.
Kay Matthew na sad boy, pare.
Di po
Sad
kami
boy pa yan,
naglalat.
simula
Kailangan natin
nung
mag-reveal.
nakaraan pa eh, grabe eh. Diba? Matthew, nang kalat mo kasi Matthew eh. Puro ka kasi
Ayan,
kalat sa
naglabas
Facebook
na ng
yan.
insight na lang. Hindi pa kami naglabas ng insight.
Nakita mo ba yung mga
Totoo
post
lang
ni
po
Matthew,
tayo.
pre?
Ay, grabe.
Siya daw si
Bigla
ano eh,
labas
si Bakal
dito.
man eh.
Dito naglabas ng
Manang
mga
Steve, pare.
Gamitin
Crazy
natin
boy.
sa platform para maglabas. O sige na nga, pare. Pare.
Ito, may ulit tayo sa shoutout eh. Shoutout daw kay Cloud Kilantang, yes. Ayan, baka magalit ka idol. Grabe ka eh.
I mean, may pinapasabi rin sa akin kanina. Shoutout daw po kay John Red Damotan and his mother. O, ayan. Na-shoutout ko na.
Oo, delikado yan. Oo.
Ayan. Sige, so proceed na nga tayo, partner. So mamaya ulit,
Yes.
meron ulit tayong channel for
Oo,
shoutouts.
kalma lang tayo guys. Ang tabay lang. Meron pa, meron pa. Chill, chill.
Mga ka-sweets. Okay. So, ayan, alam mo, partner, meron pa ako isang amazing G-word for our next
Yes, partner. Drop it.
Ayun. Alam mo ba, ito yung word na grabe. This is a
Grabe nga
Filipino
talaga
word
yan.
denoting a feeling of amazement and awe. Kasi partner, itong speaker natin ngayon, alam mo ba, napakarami niyang credentials. He is so amazing and has, napakarami credentials. Being first, a UI and UX visual designer. Yeah. So, visual designer. So, bago yun maano pala, partner. So, bago pala sa ating next speaker, parang may naghahabol pa sa ating shoutout kasi marami na rin
Ayan.
nag-chat sa akin.
Oo, yan. Dami gusto humabol. Kaya talagang kailangan ng
kalimutan.
shoutout yan bago man. Ano.
Sige, sige ulit natin ang mga nasa shoutout natin. Sige nga,
Gawin
partner,
natin
sige
ito.
nga ulit tayo. Sana ba ang ating host?
Ayun, sabi ni Cedric Geronimo, eat well po sa mga kumakain habang nanonood ng live. Yes, sana all kumakain. Yes.
Sana lahat. Sana lahat may
Sana
taga-eat well.
lahat. Baka naman, i-share nyo sa amin ng inyong ulam for today.
Ayun. Frederick Burgos
Ulam
daw,
reveal.
pa-wash out. Pa-wash out. Pa-wash out. Sige, Frederick
Pa-wash out na lang,
Burgos.
guys.
Yes. Sige, tuloy natin yan. So, sige, sinahanap pa tayo. No? So, hintayin natin sila. Ayun na po, so, sabi ni Ate Pat, no? Shoutout na po sa crush ni Ate Pat. So, ano ba? Reveal ba natin to? Gusto ko
Reveal ba natin yan, partner? Baka nagkakalabas na tayo ng baho dito. Baka mabatas tayo dyan, idol.
Ayan.
Grabe naman si Jerome Atayaw, nagsisend pa ng 100 stars. Kala mo naman.
Ayun,
maraming salamat sa
nagsabi
100
dito
stars
si
mo,
Junior,
idol.
when I grow up, I want to be an army brave. Brave tayo dyan, partner ka SWITS. So sige, proceed pa lang ulit tayo sa paghahanap natin ng ating sa comment section. Proceed na tayo. So hanap pa tayo partners. So pili ko marami pang nag-urge dyan eh.
Marami naman
Pa-shoutout daw po. Okay. So shoutout daw pa partners at BSIT 3A. Tapos meron daw sa BSIT 1 din.
Yeah, shoutout po sa inyo.
Sana tayo ay alive pa rin sa ating live
sana
ngayon.
tayo makaraos ang araw na ito, no?
Yes, tama yan.
Sana pati bukas ay nandito pa rin kayo kasama namin.
Ayun,
Hindi
so,
pala kami kasama nyo, pero nandun lang kami sa Gedli.
Oo. Nasa Gedli-Gedli lang kami.
Yes, Gedli-Gedli lang.
Inobserbahan namin kayo. Ayun, so sabi ni Ate Nora Nino. So shoutout daw po si Anton Obispo, kanina pa po nangungulit. Si Anton John Obispo, shoutout daw sa'yo. Ito daw nangungulit. Please lang.
Yan. Tigil-tigil naman na daw yan.
Yes, so
grabe naman si Ate Carla,
natin.
may pa-shoutout sa ex. Grabe.
Uy,
Sino ba
grabe naman
yan?
siya.
Ex-reveal ba to? Ex-reveal nga,
Okay, ang dami
Ate
natin
Carla.
kailangan reveal ngayon, partner. No?
Ang daming revelation, ha?
So, dapat, ang daming kalat na pwedeng i-ano dito, no? Pero syempre tayo ay
makalat ang ating live ngayong araw nga to.
Ayun, so sabi ni Ate Rain, no? So shoutout daw po sa mga CICT students. Shoutout sa inyo mga kapatid. And profs po natin, nga po pala kay na ma'am at sir, sa iba't iba natin prof. Sana po kayo ito ang nagiging source nyo ng pahinga ng entertainment and learning.
Sana po
for this
nakapagpahinga rin po kayo sa linggong ito.
Yes.
Kagaya ng mga nagpapahinga ating
Kayo po ang
estudyante.
ating heroes din
Yes.
for this setup. Totoo yun, partner. Ayan.
Ayan, shoutout daw sa'yo,
So,
partner.
sige,
Sabi ni Liana Villanueva, pa-share na lang daw ng brain shells.
Ang sabi, partner, yung ako sa akin, ikaw na ka magbasa. Parang wala akong masishare sa'yo, Diana, kapatid. Parang ubus na rin yung sa akin eh.
Medyo lutang na rin kami, pasensya na.
Shoutout daw po.
Wala ka na makukuha.
Okay, shoutout daw sa SWITS. Kaya mo nag-shoutout daw sa SWITS. O sige, shoutout sa
Hindi natin makakalimutan yan. Pa-shoutout. Grabe, yung mismo page na yung nagpa-shoutout sa akin. Desperado yan.
Yung admin natin. Yan, masaya yan. Shoutout na po kay Adrian Jan Galang. Gusto niya daw po maging pilot. Brave.
Yes. Great. That's great. I die for Pakistanu.
Brave. Yun na. So, sige, abang-abang pa tayo. Sige, partner, hanap pa tayo.
Shoutout daw sa Estes Ban ni Kuya Kim. Yan, pa-shoutout daw. Yung palagi nating binaban na Estes kay Kuya Rains. Shoutout daw kay AC Aguilar, sabi ni Patricia, crush ka daw niya. Ay, sorry. Nadulas partner.
Yeah. Okay, next shoutout na po tayo kay Lori Perez. Ayun, so shoutout na tayo kay Noreen Morales.
Ayun, shoutout daw kay Mark Basinillo from BSIT 1E. Yes. Grabe yan, Mayor.
Wow.
Ay, sana all naman may top.
Sige, partner, tingin pa tayo.
Sana all naman, no, Kuya Kim. Sana all talaga. Shoutout natin yan. Sana
Yung di ba meron tayo sa comments, meron tayo sa mga members natin ng pag-meet up fan badge, parang isang karanghalan na yung sa SWITS page natin.
Ako yata meron eh. Meron ba ako nun? Check nga natin.
Diba? Parang I established dominance dito sa comment section. Ako yung top fan nyo, SWITS. Parang ganun. Stig ng meron pa ganun sa FB.
Ay, wala pala akong badge. Joke lang. Ay, meron ba?
Wala.
Ay, meron yata akong badge, idol.
Siya
Meron
naman.
yata ako, 3 yung badge ko, idol.
Saan yan? Sa SWITS, top fan?
Ay,
Top fan yan.
dalawa lang pala yung badge ko. Ano ba yan? Sana all 3 yung badge.
Parang ako nga wala
Hindi
pa.
kayo na. Wala ka bang badge,
pa,
idol?
ako nga
Mag-comment
wala.
ka nga, try mo.
Ako isa
Tingnan
Sokme,
natin
pero
kung
ako
may
wala.
badge ka.
Kaya ng ano.
Badge reveal tayo
Magko-comment
dito.
na kung ano pa comment. Basta lang tayo, tapos tayo magko-comment na.
Oo, Eunice. Sana
Kasi
masaya ka sa
baka meron
3
pa
badge mo,
tayo
ano?
dito.
Sana masaya ka. Sige. Ikaw rin, Jiro. Sana masaya ka sa badge mo. Sige, tag-3 kayo.
Sana masasaya kayong lahat.
Wala
sa
eh.
mga
Dalawa lang yung
pinagawa niyo.
kinakayana namin ni, parang Axel eh.
Ayan nga. Ayan, so shoutout daw sabi ni Ate Rosel. Shoutout sa tatay at kuya daw niya. Di sila no. Gusto ko lang daw. Sige,
Ayun.
feel lang. This is a free country po, ate.
Ayun. Kaya Ate
Wala
Carla
yan.
Achero, looking for kalaro daw.
O, ano
1v1
pa to?
sa
Ba't may
bounce.
sweets na
So,
naman?
ano pang
Sabi ng
hinihintay nyo?
sweets, so,
I-PM nyo
partner,
na si Ate
tingnan mo,
Carla
may
para sa
sweets.
1v1 bounce.
Ang sabi ng sweets pa shoutout mo sa crush ko na mas babae pa sa akin.
Ano ba?
Ano ba yan,
Situation
sweets?
na ba? Nagkakalat ka dito
Ayusin
eh. Kung sino man na nag-organize ng nasa
So,
situation
shoutout
yan.
daw po sa 4G. 4G, sabi ni Carlo Luis Ignacio. So, puna tayo shoutout dito. Ano,
Yeah, shoutout kay Kuya
Sige,
Glenn. Happy
tuloy lang
birthday
natin
sa'yo.
yan.
Sana masaya ka sa araw
Nakikita
mo.
natin
Sige.
nagising sila.
Oo, sana nagising kayo kasi kami medyo antok pa eh.
Oo.
Kasi naman.
Binabati ni Kuya Glenn yung sarili niya. Happy birthday, Kuya Glenn.
Happy birthday sa'yo.
Sana masaya ka sa
Parang medyo
ginagawa mo.
sad boy yun eh. No?
Ano ba to yung Swiss na naman? Grabe na grabe.
Eunice, ano ba? Nakakailang shoutout ka na sa badge mo. Sige na.
Nag-shampoo ba ang kalbo?
Tama na, Eunice. Ikalma mo. Masyado ka ng maraming badge.
Shoutout daw kay Cholo na di nanonood. Sana all top fan. Totoo yan.
Grabe, si Cholo
Ayun,
siguro
yun.
na natutulog pa. Nagigilig pa si Cholo Gads.
No? So, meron tayo din dito na dalawang BSIP1 each. So, shoutout tayo kay Kim Humphrey and sa next niya ay si Karen Jones.
Ayan. Sige lang.
Ayan. So, sige, tingin pa tayo ng dalawang shoutout na partner. Tapos sa ating ano ba gusto mo?
Mga advertisements, partner. Medyo
So,
standby lang tayo at the
para
moment.
O, mga ano natin. Yes. Ayun, so sabi ni Alia Grace, shoutout daw sa gumamit ng sweets account sa pag-comment. Oo nga, namumpot namin kayo. Kitang-kita kayo dyan. At saka,
Sabi
ito
ni
na.
Karen Joyce Johnson, shoutout mo sa BSIT1. Grabe naman yan. Shoutout na lang.
O, meron pa dito, happy birthday po kay Fred Rick Burgos. Malapit na birthday mo.
Nako, doon ka sa
Yung
mga
handa.
nagpaparapol humingi ng panghanda, wag sa amin. Hindi kami yung nagpaparapol. Eunice, baka naman daw. Sa kanyang birthday. Bigyan mo ng jacket to.
O, pa-shoutout daw sa from Mexico, Pampanga.
Grabe ang layo mo, idol ha.
Okay na eh. For an foreigner, pero Filipino.
Ito na nga, shoutout na natin si Patricia, friend. Kanina pa nagagalit eh.
Maka-hyper na to. Huwag na kaya natin
galit.
papansinin.
Ayan, shoutout sa'yo, Patricia Alcano. Sana masaya ka. Sige.
Parang spam na to eh.
Oo, medyo ano ka na eh. Medyo bias ka na eh. Kanina ka pa eh.
Sige, partner, it's time to thank our sponsors, no? So, ayan.
Sige, partner.
So, let us thank our sponsors po muna, no, for making this event one step closer to its success. So, yeah, let's play the VTR.
Ladies and gentlemen, this majestic event at the palace is now finally at birth.
Technology is reshaping our lives. It dramatically changed the way we live, the way we learn, the way we work, and the way we communicate. Technology has tremendous potential to connect us with one another. But there are still people who remain unreached, disconnected, and deprived of digital opportunities. In 2017, only 67 million Filipinos are online. 41% of people in urban areas are connected, and only 22% in rural areas have access to ICT services. That is why the Department of Information and Communications Technology aims to narrow down the digital divide in the country through the technology empowerment for education, employment, entrepreneurs, and economic development, or Tech for Ed project. Tech for Ed aims to establish centers that cater to areas with minimal or no access to ICT, providing them with services and contents on education, skills training, and various government services. These centers have access to the Tech for Ed platform, offering content such as e-EduSkills, delivers e-learning on demand. E-Assist provides modules for skills development. E-Marketplace allows greater market reach for businesses. E-GovServe provides direct government services to rural areas. E-Agri offers contents on agriculture technologies. E-Health gives access to basic health information. Rural Impact Sourcing provides learning materials to acquire knowledge and skills for online jobs. And Gender and Development offers modules for women empowerment. Tech for Ed centers serve as hubs that enable skills training and job opportunities.
This program helped me by finding a job and, of course, gaining more confidence as well. I was able to gain knowledge about the BPOs, on how does the environment work.
As of now, as I would the call center agent, so I see that difference because as of now I'm earning more than I have earned before as a tricycle driver.
Tech for Ed empowers overseas Filipino workers to explore online jobs to support their family.
With the emergence of the Tech for Ed centers here in the Philippines, we were the very first to have the Tech for Ed centers here.
Bali, ang pinakamalaking impact po ng Tech for Ed sa buhay ko ay yung time para sa aking family. Ngayon, ang time ko sa kanila is buong-buo na. Hindi na siya yung typical na 21 days in a year lang, na mas marami pa yung oras ko sa abroad na hindi kasama sila.
Tech for Ed helps transform the lives of the marginalized sectors.
Siguro, iisipin na lang nila parang training na din sa kanila, additional skills po sa kanila. So, para paglabas po nila, magagamit din po nila sa pagbabagong buhay po nila.
Para sa akin, ang Tech for Ed ay maiignite ko sa isang salitang pag-asa. Pag-asa para sa aking sarili, pag-asa na makapanibagong buhay, pag-asa na mabigyan ako ng pagkakataong mabago ang pananaw ko sa aking sarili, pag-asa upang makatagpo po ng trabaho, pag-asa na makapagbigay karunungan sa aking mga kapwa PDLs po dito po.
DICT will uphold its mandates to develop plans and programs that ensure universal access to ICT services, infrastructure, and spearhead initiatives for countryside development. Through the Tech for Ed project that strives to nurture the welfare of the people and to enable, empower, and transform the quality of life of the Filipinos.
How do we empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more?
It starts with one.
One employee.
One developer.
One organization.
From one employee to a team collaborating with another team.
From one organization to their customers, to their customers' customers.
Helping local communities, creating jobs, increasing productivity for the global economy.
Our society.
Our world.
That's the impact.
That's the impact.
That's the impact each of us can have.
That's our opportunity.
100,000 plus employees.
75 million organizations.
7 billion people on the planet.
100 to 75 to 7.
To make every small business more productive.
To make every large business more competitive.
To make nonprofits more effective.
To make government institutions more responsive.
To expand access to education.
To improve healthcare outcomes. And to amplify human ingenuity.
When we empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more, we empower the world.
Looking for an internship program that has plenty of opportunities, accommodating members that will enhance your knowledge and skills? Join us at NVN Photo Studio events and workshops. Here at NVN Photo Studio, we not only accommodate students but a wide range of ages where your time is in your hands. Seems too good to be true? Hear it from our recent intern graduates.
It's one of the best experiences that I had.
Yes, it's absolutely the best for me.
They give me hope and warm welcome before I enter their company.
Enable me to utilize my skills, knowledge, and experiences
in terms of to enhance my confidence to communicate to others.
And at the same time, I was able also to learn new skills and things such as SEO and website development.
Because they consider the suggestions and opinions of their interns, which is for me is one of the best things that the organization is doing.
Do you recommend MVNODT?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
I would recommend this.
Yes, because I learned a lot. I learned how to communicate properly. I learned how to work as a team, as a leader, and also I learned how to work as one.
Create a shareable experience with us. NVN Photo Studio offers services such as on-site photo booth, virtual photo booth, web development, Zoom for rent, events and workshops. We currently have an opening for Google Search Engine Optimization or SEO, copywriters, WordPress developers, management trainees, web designers, and creatives. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to https://mvnphotostudio.com/apply-as-intern to open a new world of possibilities. See you there!
Yan. So, alam mo ba, partner, speaking of kanina, nabatin yun. So, meron ulit akong G-word for our next speaker.
Yes, drop it, partner. Let's go.
Ito yung word na, yung word na grabe. Kasi grabe is a Filipino word. Oo, denoting a feeling of amazement and awe. Because you see, partner, our speaker has an amazing and inspiring credentials. Being isa-isahin natin. Una, isa siyang UI and UX visual designer. Pangalawa, having a 3-year experience in the local post-production industry as 3D and visual artist.
Wow, wow.
And designing experiences, totoo yan. From projects such as corporate portals to e-commerce sites. And he finished his bachelor's degree in illustration and animation at Ateneo de Naga University.
Truly inspiring, partner. Indeed, grabe. Let us come to know him, partner.
So, wala na, ito na. This golden person is none other than the User Experience and Analyst at Accenture Philippines, Mr. Josel Tome. All virtual claps be present here.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So, welcome to UX in Motion, a fundamental guide to UX motion design. So, hindi na ako mag-introduce ng sarili ko kasi I think na-mention na ng host natin kanina. So, yeah, about this session's topic, I've always been fascinated with motion. So, probably influenced by my previous work. That is why even now as a UI UX designer, I'm still drawn to exploring and learning motion and hearing UX through UX motion design. So today I'll be sharing with you the essential information that we have so far because this area is still young and still evolving. Things that you will need to understand UX motion design, its different application, its importance in today's digital products. So things that we will cover for today. First, we'll define what is UX motion design and a bit of its history. Then we'll identify the common types of motion found in UX. We'll also look in the types of interaction in user interface. Then we'll talk about the value of motion design and its impact to UX. Then we'll look at each of the 12 principles of motion design in UX. And lastly, some practical guidelines to get started in learning motion in UX. Yeah, so let's start. So what is motion design in UX? So have you noticed that elastic bounces on your phone when you finish scrolling things? Or how does the heart react animates on your favorite social media apps when you like a post? Or maybe that loading animation on your favorite food app while waiting for a meal recommendation. So apparently, small details like this play a big part in forming the personality of these digital products. And as human beings, we are used to seeing the world moving around us. And if any software or application exhibits consistent animation while you're using it, doesn't it feel alive and more natural? Nowadays, tech leaders in the industry are pushing their digital products towards being more natural. Many terms are now emerging like motion design, UX motion design, or even UX choreography is now gaining popularity. So let's define UX motion design. It is the application of motion design principles to the user experience. It creates a more natural feel for the user when interacting with a digital product. It is a marriage of two different disciplines. One is the user experience and the motion design. So to give you a bit of a context, user experience, or simply we call it UX, it refers to the overall experience of a user while interacting with a digital product, ensuring that the visuals and interactions contributes to helping the users complete their goal and not to cause further confusion. It is based on the human-centered design principles that prioritizes usability of a digital product. While motion design is a discipline that applies movement to static graphic design. We can see here from logo animation to text animation to motion graphics. These are what we usually see on video productions. So, where do you usually see motions in digital products? Motion in digital products is often used in transitions, micro interactions, and graphical animations to provide subtle feedback whenever the user interacts with your product. So first we have is transition. Transition helps guide the user to the next step of interaction, and it helps them to understand how things work in the interface. And as the term suggests, these are what we see when we are moving from one screen to another. So these are common on mobile applications, for example, on your favorite social media apps. When moving from one tab to another, you will notice that subtle sliding effect, left or right, depending on which tab you are coming from. Second is micro interaction. Micro interaction provides immediate feedback to every user's action as it happens. So still on social media app, these are commonly found on the react buttons. So before, I remember when they started with the react buttons, they are just static, but eventually they added animation to add some delight to the interaction of the users. And the third, the animated graphics we see often while waiting for the application to provide feedback for an action is called graphical animation. This type of motion can help provide the users with context on what is happening behind the interface. For example, when you are using your favorite food delivery app, some food delivery app are included animation, like for example, when your order is already in the kitchen, they provided an animation where a chef is cooking, and then eventually kapag ready na siya for delivery, an animation of a rider on his motorcycle is appearing on your screen. So that's a good example of graphical animation. Okay, now that we are aware on the common places where we encounter motion in UI, it's also helpful to be familiar with the two fundamental interactions that motion design is concerned about: the real-time and non-real-time interactions. For real-time interactions, these are the type of interactions that provide immediate feedback when users interact with a UI element on screen. So in other words, motion behaviors respond instantly to user input, or that the behavior of the interface is happening as the user is using it. So we can see here in this example, the user's horizontal scroll causes this line of blocks to move sideways, parallel to the direction of the user scroll. On the other hand, non-real-time interactions are the type of interactions that occur after a user input, meaning that users must briefly pause and watch the resulting motion behavior before continuing. Here in this example, we can see that the card flips only after the user taps on it. Then the user waits for it to finish its animation before moving on. Okay, so now, remember I mentioned a while ago that in UX, it is always important to keep in mind usability when designing a digital product. So when animation is used in a proper way meaning it is subtle and non-obtrusive to the experience of the user, it can help build the thought process of users on how the system of an application works when they interact with the user interface. Because animation do not contribute much to the user experience when they are only included as a time-filling visual stimulus or just to add delight alone. Instead, animations or motions can be leveraged to support the usability of the UI. So here are the 4 ways that motion supports usability of a digital product. First is through expectation. So when users interact with a UI element, what motion behaviors do they expect to see? Does motion meet the expectation or cause confusion? Expectation falls into 2 areas: how users perceive what an object is and how it behaves. So when applying motion in the design, the goal is to help minimize the gap between what the user expects and what they experience. So motion should align how the object behaves in the interface to how the users will expect them to react based on their preconceived notion. Second way is through continuity. Do the interactions produce consistent motion behaviors throughout the user experience? So continuity can be thought of as intra-continuity, or the continuity within a scene, and intercontinuity, which is the continuity within a series of scenes that make up the total user experience. If motion is applied consistently, it can create seamless transitions between between interface objects or pages. And then third, we have narrative. Narrative, here we ask the questions like, are interactions and the motion behaviors they trigger tied to a logical progression of events that satisfies the user intent? This can be thought of as the series of discrete moments and events that connect throughout the user experience. Here, similar to continuity, motion can create seamless progression of the user's journey in the interface. And last on the list is relationship. How does the various attributes of every UI element relate to each other and influence user decision-making? Or how does the motion impact the various element relationships that exist? Here, motion can help communicate UI elements' spatial, aesthetic, and hierarchical attributes that in turn will make it easier for the users to identify each UI element's purpose and functions, or whether those elements are related or not. So these are the 4 ways in which motion can be utilized effectively in UX. Now, however, motion design as part of the user experience is still considered relatively new. So let's do a quick history of motion in UX by looking back on the animation as popularized by Disney. As the domain of UI animation emerged, the only tools available to describe how the user interface behaves in time were these 12 animation principles. So much like how early photographers attempted to understand photography through the rules of painting, early designers tried to understand UI animation through the rules of Disney animation. The Disney principles distills the essential laws of physical motion for the sake of animated storytelling. These principles solve the problem of creating realistic motion that occurs when organic bodies move and interact in a physical space. However, they don't adequately address the interactive motion needs of modern user interfaces. So contemporary designers have attempted to bridge this gap by adapting those Disney principles of animation to introduce these principles of motion design. These principles are applied to what we can normally see on animated films, video productions, animated text, web-based apps, among others. However, just like the Disney's principles of animation, these 10 principles of motion design still call for translation if they are to be applied holistically to digital product design. So with that, Isara Willens-Commerce, in his work UX in Motion Manifesto, provides the 12 principles of UX in motion. This is by far the most ambitious attempt to reorient motion design principles around interactive UI elements and their UX significance. These principles dictates how motion is applied in digital products. So in his manifesto, the 12 principles of UX in motion are grouped into these 5 categories. So easing and offset and delay relate to timing. Parenting falls under object relationship. Transformation, value change, masking, overlay, and cloning all relate to object continuity, while parallax relate to temporal hierarchy, and obscuration, dimensionality, and dolly and zoom all relate to spatial continuity. Let's take a look at them one by one. First principle is easing. It is said that whether real-time or non-real-time, all moving objects in the interface should ease. It creates and reinforces the naturalism feel that adds seamlessness to the user experience. It also creates a sense of continuity when objects behave as users expect them to. Because again, in the physical environment, easing is always present. Now, the opposite of easing is called linear motion. UI elements displaying linear motion go from stationary to full speed and then full speed to stationary instantaneously. But such behavior does not exist in the physical world and will appear halting to users. Now, this third example, however, is an exaggerated version of easing. the motion here isn't seamless. In fact, it has a design feel to it. So we notice how the object lands, it feels different, yet it feels more correct than the second example. Now, can you incorporate easing in your animation and compromise usability? The answer is yes. One good example is through timing. If your timing is too slow or too fast, you can break expectation and distract user attention. Similarly, if your easing is misaligned with the brand or overall experience, this can also negatively impact expectation and seamlessness of the experience. There are literally an infinite number of easings that designers can create and implement in every project. But all of these easing have their own expectation response that they trigger from the users. And to summarize it all, when it is best to use easing, the answer is always. So here in this example, it's a mock-up of an online furniture store. We can see how easing, when applied properly, helps with the overall look and feel. When swiping on the screen, the UI cards and their corresponding chairs move quickly, but they come to a smooth stop and a controlled stop. It also helps in communicating the branding of the application. Because of the timing of its easing, we can say that perhaps the brand speaks of, well, class and sophistication. Now, imagine if instead of this approach in easing, the designer applied the third example of easing that we saw in the previous slide. That would create a different tone for the branding of this online shop. Second principle is offset and delay. When several UI elements move at the same time and speed, users tend to group them together and overlook the possibility that each element may have its own functionality. So applying offset and delay in the animation creates hierarchy between UI elements that are moving at the same time and communicates that they are related, but yet distinct. So in this example, we can see here that the design tells us that there are icons over a background. The presumption here is that the icons are all separate from each other and should do different things. So may makita tayo merong icon ng phone, messages, and email. However, the motion is showing us the opposite. As we can see, the icons are grouped into rows and behave like a single object as they appear on the screen. Their titles are also grouped into rows and also behave like a single object when appearing. So the motion is telling the user or telling us something other than what our eyes can see. While on the other hand, this cryptocurrency app introduces several UI elements at once. Their arrival is slightly staggered to inform users that the elements are related, but still distinct. So for the first image, we can say that the way the objects are grouped and move in the interface are not supporting usability because they are not helping to communicate to the users what the objects are and what are their purpose as compared to the second image. So third principle is parenting. Parenting links the properties of one UI element to the properties of others. So when a property in the parent element changes, the link properties of child element also change. For instance, the position of a parent element here, which is the bottom object, can be tied to the scale of its child element, which is the top object. So when the parent element moves, the child element increases or decreases its size. Properties that you can animate in an object is scale, opacity, position, rotation, shape, color, value, to name a few. So here on this image, we can see that the blue slider's position controls the opacity of the background, which created the illusion of the spread of the glow effect around the light bulb. The numerical value of the light intensity also scales. In the second image, parenting works both ways. Background images scrolls along with the scrolling of the avatar, and at the same time, avatars also scrolls when background images are scrolling. So fourth principle is called transformation. Here, this principle refers to the changing of the form of a UI element to another form, but are still related. Transformation creates a continuous state of narrative flow when object utility changes. So in this first image, we can see a static download button at first, and then once the user interacts on it and it was triggered, it transforms to show the progress of the download. And then eventually, once done, it transforms into a completed icon. Or it can be as simple as the second image, which shows the different states of a hamburger menu icon. So for context, a hamburger menu icon is that 3 lines that you can usually see on your mobile or web app that is positioned on the upper left or upper right corner of the application. It usually stores those additional menus that won't fit in the view, especially in a mobile application. Fifth principle is called value change. So representations of value, whether numerical, text-based, or graphic, are abundant in digital interfaces, appearing in product ranging from banking apps to personal calendars to e-commerce sites. Because these representations are tied to data sets that exist in actuality, they are subject to change. So what is the user experiencing when value change? In user experiences, the 12 UX in motion principles are opportunities to support usability. The 3 opportunities here are to connect the user to the reality behind the data, the concept of agency, and to the dynamic nature of the value themselves. Here. So in this first example, in this fitness app, we can see that the values are introduced with motion as they appear on screen to show users that they have the ability to impact the data. While on this second example, in this coffee app, moving the slider shows how the value of milk balance and also the foam amount changes. This is also a good example showing a combination of multiple motion principles that we've covered so far. So we can see here that there is the element of easing when objects appear on the view. Then we can see the principle of parenting, that is, while moving the slider, the values also scale. And then the principle of value, where we can see the changes in the numeric displays based on the user input. The numbers and values are representations of things that are happening in reality. And that reality would be time, income, gain scores, business metrics, fitness tracking, etc. What we are distinguishing here through motion is that value subject is dynamic, and the values are reflecting something from the dynamic value set. So when value-based interface objects load with no value change, what this conveys to the user is that the numbers are only static objects, and they are like just painted signs displaying a speed limit on the road. So the value change principle can occur both in real-time and non-real-time events. In real-time events, the user is interacting with the objects to change values, such as the second example that we have here. And in non-real-time events, such as loaders and transitions, the values change without user input to reflect a dynamic narrative. Sixth principle is masking. Well, here I'm sure most of you have done this if you are using Photoshop, Illustrator, or After Effects. Masking creates continuity in an interface object or object group when utility is determined by which part of the object or group is revealed or concealed. It is by altering the shape and scale of an element's perimeter, masking signals a change in utility while allowing the element itself to remain identifiable. So from a usability perspective, designers can implement masking to show users that they are progressing through a series of interactions. So in this example, masking is used to transition from image capture to upload to in an online storefront. It creates that illusion that the image is being transported from the user's device to being put inside the app's library. Seventh principle is overlay. So we all know that in 2D space, there is no depth, and UI element may only move along the X or Y axis. However, overlay creates the illusion of foreground or background distinction in the 2D space of a UI interface, of an interface. Overlay further communicates hierarchy in the UI by showing what the users need to see first, then revealing secondary layers or options as users interact with the interface. So in this example, here, the foreground object slides to the right to reveal the location of additional background objects. And then on this example on the right, the entire scene slides down to reveal additional content and options, while also using the principle of offset and delay to communicate the individuality of the photo objects as they appear on the screen. Now, the overlay principle allows designers to communicate relationship between the z-axis positioned layers, and in so doing, promotes spatial orientation to the users. Eighth principle is cloning. Cloning creates continuity, relationship, and narrative when new UI elements appears in the interface, originating from another UI element. So when UI elements materializes within an interface, they need a clear point of origin that links to an element that is already available on the screen. It is said that if elements simply burst or fade into existence out of nowhere, users lack the context needed for confident interactions. So in these two examples, we can see that new objects are created from an existing object. How the new object sprouts from the original object directs user attention, and then leading them to the creation of cloned new objects. This effect has the strong impact of communicating a clear and unambiguous chain of events, that a certain action will result in the creation of new child objects. It can be as sophisticated as the first image on the left with the sticky effect when new objects are separated, or as simple as floating up from the parent object, as you can see on the second example. Ninth principle is obscuration. Obscuration allows users to partially orient themselves in relationship to objects or scenes that are not in the primary visual hierarchy. Obscuration allows designers to compensate for a single unified field of view or objective view in user experiences. So picture a frosted glass door. It requires interaction to open, but it is also possible to get an idea to some extent on what awaits behind the frosted glass door. Here in this example, we can see two distinctions of UI elements. There is the interactive element and an interactive element. So for the interactive elements, they move faster and appear in the foreground, while non-interactive elements move slower and recede to the background. Here, parallax steers users toward interactive UI elements while allowing non-interactive elements to stay on screen and preserve design unity. 11th principle is called dimensionality. So critical to user experience is the phenomenon of continuity as well as the sense of location. Dimensionality mimics how a real-life object behaves in the physical environment while making elements appear as if they are foldable, flippable, floating, or bestowed with realistic depth properties. Humans are remarkably adept at using spatial frameworks to navigate both in the real world and in digital experiences. Providing spatial origin and departure references will help reinforce mental models of where users are in the user experience. Additionally, the dimensionality principle overcomes the layering paradox in visual flatland, wherein objects lacking depth exist on the same plane, but occur as either in front or behind other objects. So in this first example, it is similar to an IG story. So either the story transitioned manually or automatically. They added a dimension to the flat images or videos by making it appear like a cube that is rotating. And in this second example, dimensionality is achieved through the use of 3D cards. This provides a strong narrative framework that supports the visual design. The narrative here is extended by flipping the cards to access additional content and interactivity. Dimensionality can be a powerful way to introduce new elements in ways that minimize abruptness. And last but not the least, the 12th principle is dolly and zoom. Dolly and zoom preserves continuity and spatial narrative when navigating interface objects and spaces. Dolly and zoom are filmic concepts referring to the movement of objects relevant to the camera and the size of the image itself in the frame smoothly changing from a long shot to a close-up shot. or vice versa. In certain contexts, it is impossible to tell if an object is zooming, if it is moving towards the camera in 3D space, or if the camera is moving towards the object in 3D space. So to help us understand them better, dolly occurs when user's point of view gets closer to or further from a UI element. Imagine a person with a camera walking up to an object to get a closer shot. While zoom, it is when the user's point of view and the UI element remain fixed, but the element increases or decreases in size within the user's screen. Now imagine that same person stays put and uses the camera's zoom feature to make the object appear larger. As such, it is appropriate to treat the instances of dollying and zooming as separate but similar in that they involve continuous element and scenic transformations and meet the requirements of the UX in motion principles that they should support usability through motion. So let's look at some example for dolly. The user's point of view appears to get closer in proximity to the background image, moving inside an imaginary space in UX. This motion could refer either to a change in the viewer's perspective or to the perspective remaining static while the object changes position. In this first example, we can see that after clicking on this add note button there, the view of the paper comes closer towards the user's view. While on the second example, it's like mimicking a scenario wherein the user is in an actual showroom of a home appliance store, and the user goes near the sink to take a closer look of its details. Here, dolly principle supports usability through continuity and narrative, seamlessly transitioning between interface objects and destinations. Dolly can also incorporate the dimensionality principle, resulting in a more spatial experience, more depth, and communicating to the user additional areas or content that is in front or behind the current view. While for zoom, the user's point of view doesn't get closer to the image. Rather, the image scale increases. This communicates to the viewer that additional interface objects are inside other objects or scenes. So with that, why is it important to be familiar with these principles of motion design when it comes to UX? Some would ask that if I create a cool and astounding animation, wouldn't that be enough? Well, in theory, animating UI elements is supposed to be easy. One would just need to set points on a predetermined path, and the user and the software will do the rest in animating the in-betweens. But in reality, it doesn't work that way. Yes, tools and techniques are important, but if interface elements fail to exhibit motion design principles, the results are jarring and usability is undermined. So as Tyler Weiss said, principles are underlying premises and rules of function, giving rise to any number of techniques, and these elements will remain consistent no matter what is happening. Furthermore, it is worth noting that principles are agnostic to any design tool or application. Motion isn't ornamentation, it is behavior, and behaviors can only help or hinder the user experience. So in UX, motion can be really helpful and communicative. It impacts usability and create more compelling and effective user experiences if used with restraint. The most significant strength, and probably it's also its weakness, is that UI animation attracts attention. That's why motion in user interfaces can easily become annoying, especially if it is already appearing repeatedly on the screen. And if it is not relevant to the user's goal, it can impact the user experience negatively. That's why it's important to uphold the principles of motion design, because if done properly, even the simplest and basic UI elements can become sophisticated tool for human communication. On the other hand, when principles are ignored, motion will appear clumsy because it will deviate from what the user sees or experiences in the natural world. So I put together here on the following slides some guidelines on how you can start your journey if you want to explore UX motion design on yourself. First is start observing. Develop an eye for motion. Observe how things move or interact in the physical space. Observe how things in your screen moves while you are using your favorite apps. Observe everything that is exhibiting motion, whether it is a change in shape, size, position, color, tiny or huge. What is important is that you are noticing those details. Then record everything that catches your attention for your future reference. Then explore tools. Put your learning into practice. Apply those principles to learn and develop technique and learn things like duration, curve, animation paths, values, and so on. These parameters technically form your animation piece. Play around with them and get a hang of these controls. Some of the tools here that you can start are Adobe Animate and After Effects. These are one of the popular tools in creating motion designs and character animation, just like this cool guy doing a walk cycle. And then Sketch, Figma, InVision Studio. These are some of the tools that we use often in creating prototypes for mobile app and websites, but they also have features where you can create simple animation and interactions. While Lottie, this is a third-party plugin for After Effects, is good for creating simple animations. And the best part of this plugin is that you can export your animation to a JSON file for an easier integration to the app codes. And then we have Framer and Origami. These are more focused on creating interactive prototypes and feature a more complex animation for prototypes compared to Sketch and Figma. While Animatic app, this is a cool app that is, I think, available only for tablets where you can sketch your animations, just like doing a traditional process of 2D animation. And last but not the least, practice. As cliche as it may sound, focus on making progress in getting better rather than perfecting it right away. Well, I'm a bit guilty about this part also, but just practice, and because practice makes progress. So that's all, and thank you for listening for the UX in motion.
Yes, ayon. Thank you for such a remarkable feat, Mr. Tom. Grabe in the 99 power, partner. This was not merely learning motion designs in user experience, but learning its essence for a brand new experience.
Certainly right, partner. No? Di ba parang nalaman natin may ng motion, tapos nalaman natin yung iba't ibang principles ng creative designs natin, yung kahalagahan tayo, motion design enthusiast, yung mga may hilig sa atin sa IT, sa physics, sa user experience, ayan, parang malaking information talaga itong part.
Truly insightful, partner, indeed, yes. And now for the awarding of the certificate, let us call on our another Grabe senior. Because of her guidance on the SWITS organization, we are what we are today. Enter the senior student advisor of SWITS, Miss Paloma Lynn Alvarez.
So, hello. For the awarding for our speaker, let me read the citation first. Bulacan State University, College of Information and Communication Technology, Society for the Welfare of Information Technology students. Certificate of Appreciation. The certificate is proudly presented to Mr. Josel Tom for sharing his valuable knowledge and expertise during the 11th IT Congress, entitled Panorama, the Wide Projection of Technology, with the theme of the Quadrivial Projection of Technology, talks with the 21st century experts, given this second day of December 2021. Signed by our faculty advisor, Mr. John Michael D. Calizon, Mr. Sheldon V. Arenas, also signed by yours truly, SWITS President Rainiel Genicio, and our CICT Dean, Dr. Kino C. Pian. Just any message? Thank you.
Sorry, di ako prepared. Pero yeah, thank you for the certificate and thank you for having me here. Actually, it's my first time giving a talk about motion design in UX, so it's a very different experience for me. And yeah, yun lang. Thank you again for having me here.
Thank you po, sir. At this juncture, partner, we are now facing the future. Gusto mo pa na isang G-word, partner?
Ayun, partner, ilabas mo.
O, sige. So, for this speaker, the G-word natin is galing. Kasi ang galing nga naman talaga because of his grand name that speaks a multitude of good reputation and honorable achievements.
That's right. Yun, sige.
So ayun, that's right, no? Ngayon, bago tayo pala mag-proceed sa ating next speaker, why don't we have
another shout-outs? Yes.
Yeah, yun na parang doon tayo pupunta ngayon. So sige.
Yes. So yun guys, no? Yung nihintay nating shout-outs baka naman. Labas na ulit.
Baka may mag-chat na ulit sa atin. Sana kami, ba't hindi kami nabanggit?
Ang daming nag-message na napapa-shoutout. PM pa eh.
Yes.
So, sige, mga...
Piliin tayo sa ating comment section.
Okay, ilapag nyo.
Partner. Yeah, so tingin na.
Wait lang natin sila mag-comment. Ayan, may...
Okay, so ayun, sa shoutout daw kay Pat, parang di natin pwedeng anuhin yun.
Di daw siya nagtututbrush. Grabe yan.
Grabe naman.
Pero yan, sabi ni Alia Grace, shoutout daw kay Kurt Cyrus. Kain ka na daw, be. Sige. Sana masarap ang almusal mo.
Uy, tanghalian na tayo.
Ay, tanghalian na ba?
Brunch.
Mag-11 pa lang. Brunch. Sige.
Brunch.
Sabi mo eh. Di pa tayo nag-aagahan. Gusto mo na brunch agad. Oo ba?
Ay, di pa pala
nag-aagahan. Kain muna tayo, babe. Ayun, update daw kay Patricia. Tututbrush naman daw siya kaso once a week lang daw po.
Ayan. So shoutout lang tayo dito mga ka-SWITS. Hintayin namin kayo sa comment section. No? So while we're on it, lagay na rin kayo ng attendance nyo by inputting it in our comment section.
Yes, don't forget.
And
lalo na yung raffle mechanics natin, guys. Huwag natin kakalimutan.
Ayun, so yung mga raffle mechanics daw. So ano daw ba yung mga raffle mechanics natin, partner? Sige nga, ano nga ulit yun?
So yun yan, no? Yung raffle mechanics natin ay like and follow the SWITS page, share the live video in your social media accounts, use our 11th IT Congress frame along with the unified caption and hashtags. Lastly, take a snap in our online photo booth accompanied by the unified caption and hashtags. Yan, partner, pakisabi naman ulit yung mga prizes natin dyan, yung mga natitira pa nating premyo para mamaya.
So, ito yung mga list of prizes natin for today. No? So, ito na, delivering Accenture get ng voucher. Tapos,
truly crazy.
Yes. Truly crazy. Meron tayong
talaga tayo dyan, partner. Baka naman matawag yung pangalan ko dyan. No. Kahit dyan man lang. Kahit dyan man lang ma-expose.
Oo. And last, meron tayong DICT cash prize and Microsoft merch.
Nako, yan talaga yan. Yun talaga yung mga gusto nating makuha.
Pakihanda
na ang ating mga prayers para dyan.
Parang gusto ko na lang din hablutin mamaya yung ano.
Parang ayoko na lang magpamigay eh. Parang gusto ko na lang din kunin for myself. Joke lang.
Ay, ako parang gusto ko sa akin na din.
Siyempre, para sa ating lahat yun. Lalo na sa mga...
Para sa inyo yan, mga SWITS. Yes. Dahil malakas kayo sa SWITS. O sige na, partner, proceed na tayo sa credentials ng ating speaker.
Ayon. For the speaker, yes. That's right. Our penultimate speaker is a current senior data scientist at Globe Telecom, Go Wi-Fi and G-Movies partner. A data scientist at Accenture. A cum laude graduate of Bachelor of Science in Information Technology at STI College Ortigas, and had various engagements as resource speaker and mentor with UP Diliman, DLSU Manila, PUP, STI, and many more. He is without a doubt a man of galing. Let us all give a warm round of virtual applause to the co-founder and data science lead of Exceed Philippines, Mr. Aris J.B. Ganson.
All right. So hi everyone. Thank you for having me here. So it's actually a privilege to speak and share what I know, especially in this field of this particular topic, generative AI. And yeah, so just a heads up, I'm not sure with my current status right now when it comes to my internet connection. So I hope that one of the organizers will reach me out just in case that I'll be disconnected later. Yeah, so allow me to just pull out my screen. Hold on a second. Where is my screen? Okay. Just hold on a second. I need to see this one if I'll be disconnected in front of me. All right. So yeah, so the topic that was asked for our organization to share to you guys is about generative AI. So that's for generative artificial intelligence. To give you how or an overview on how I actually prepared for this particular topic, I actually asked one of the organizers about the current curriculum of the students and as well as your background when it comes to programming and at least fundamentals or insights regarding this particular field. So I actually made this presentation as simple as possible. I demystified the terms so that you will have an appreciation of this particular trend or talk, which is about the generative AI. Okay. Yeah. So I actually divided here the discussion into two major topics. The first one is the components of artificial intelligence. So I want the participants, so as I imagine it, you guys are still beginners, or probably for those people who don't have background yet when it comes to this particular topic. And it's important for us to be familiarized first with the components and have at least a basic understanding in order for us to most likely more appreciate this trend right now specific to artificial intelligence. So I guess we can start. So let's start first with the components of artificial intelligence. So just an illustration. Have you actually imagined, let's say for instance, this picture, a machine at least capable of, let's say, organizing your clothes? Or let's say a device that's capable of, let's say, predicting and actually satisfying you based on your preference. Have you imagined a machine or a device capable of mixing a flavor of coffee automatically? Well, these are actually some of the byproducts of artificial intelligence. We also have here, let's say, when you actually use your phone, probably you have encountered some applications that has, let's say, automation with it, that has already recommendations or suggestions from time to time. We also have here this picture, let's say smart cars. These are actually cars that's programmed and developed to drive on its own. And this is actually part of what we call Internet of Things product. If you don't know Internet of Things, for some it's called as Internet of Everything, and it is abbreviated as IoT. And also, we now have intelligent social media platforms. If you could imagine, if you guys can still remember Friendster, Friendster is not intelligent yet before if you will compare it. But today, let's say we have Facebook that has now recommendations based on how you actually interact with its social media platform. We also have Twitter, we have IG or Instagram, wherein you could actually see, let's say in IG, most photos that you are usually viewing. So if you're fond of viewing anime, probably most of the photos that you will be seeing in IG are also kinda related to anime or also with fictions. So also, if you could imagine, we also now have banks that has what we call anomaly detection, wherein it will detect probably frauds, or from the term itself, anomalies based on the purchasing behavior of the user. So that's the reason why from if you will be hearing it, there are some accounts of probably your friends or colleagues, or let's say your family members who have actually encountered with their account that's locked. That's because it's actually a security mechanism for the banking right now. So these are some of the byproducts of AI that we are seeing today. And for us to be formally introduced, let's first talk about AI itself. So from this site, it's actually defined as the ability of a digital computer or computer-controlled robot to perform tasks commonly associated with intelligent beings. So this is about the characteristics of humans, wherein we know that in humans we have the ability to reason, we can actually discover meaning, we can make sense out of the generalized environment that we are encountering, and we can actually learn from our past experience. So for us to appreciate this one, let's answer this question. So here's a question that we will be um, encountering and as well as discussing for the succeeding slide. So what's the core of artificial intelligence? So it's a question of what makes an AI artificially intelligent. Now, for this illustration, I actually used here, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Dora the Explorer, but yeah, so I'll use this illustration. So I'll call this one Dora Bot for our robot right now. Okay? So imagine Dora Bot, our robot, has to actually undergo a journey, and Dorabot needs to go to this destination. Now, along his way, or along Dorabot's way, so I'm not going to be gender specific because it's a robot, imagine. Along Dorabot's way, Dorabot actually encountered different, let's say, animals, different friends, and imagine Dorabot and interacting with the environment. So this ability of Dorabot to actually react and respond to situation is called as the generalized learning. And after quite some time, imagine Dorabot encountered this multiple roads that Dorabot needs to select a particular way or area that Dorabot needs to actually undergo for Dorabot to actually finish Dorabot's journey. So in this case, Dorabot actually saw these shapes, one leading to, let's say, a thunder shape. The other one is leading to a star shape, and then the other one is a rainbow shape. Now, for Dorabot to get to the finish line, for instance, our Dorabot should identify the star shape based on this given scenario. Now, this one actually portrays the robot's capability in terms of reasoning. Okay? Now, for the last part, imagine after a short while, Dorabot encountered a stream where it cannot cross into. So, upon looking at this one, Dorabot actually saw a boat nearby, and actually Dorabot used that one and was able to cross the stream. Now, in this case, our robot uses in terms of AI concept, this one, our robot actually uses the given input, which is the boat, and finds a solution to the given scenario or to the given problem. In this case, we can actually see that our Dorabot has the capability of problem solving. Now, to sum up the three, okay, so using Dorabot as our example, we have generalized learning, reasoning, and then problem solving. So this three makes our robot artificially intelligent. In short, AI actually provides us machines that has the capability, let's say, to adapt, to reason out, and of course, to provide solutions. Now, also part of the components of AI, we need to also understand the difference between these two, which is about the categories of AI. So you will be hearing this from time to time if you will undergo this trend or if you will explore more about AI itself. So we have here what we call the weak AI. The second one is called as the strong AI. So for weak AI, it's actually an AI right now, today, wherein it has only a specific capability where it is actually programmed to do so. So one of the best examples of weak AI right now is Alexa. If you don't know Alexa, it's a virtual agent right now. So imagine, for example, Alexa, you instruct Alexa, for example, okay, Alexa, I want you to play Despacito. So meaning if Alexa doesn't have the learned data from it, it cannot provide responses that's not trained into. So today, we can also see weak AI as our applications. For example, I don't know what ISP you have right now, if it's Globe, if it's Converge, if it's Sky Fiber, I don't know, but for sure, for some of you, if you will try to reach them out, for example, you don't have an internet connection, you reach them out through Facebook, from time to time, you will encounter that there's no customer representative, but instead, there's actually now a chatbot that will reach you out and that will interact with you based on whatever situations that you will want to share to the ISP itself. So that one is actually an example or an application of what we call weak AI today. Now, strong AI, these are typically, just imagine, these are the robots that you might be seeing in fictions, meaning these are typically seen in movies, in anime, in cartoons, in different, I don't know, American or K-drama series that you have watched probably. So strong AI is actually self-aware. It means that It doesn't need a human intervention, but it actually already learned from its own. And strong AI, today, we're really far from it. And there was actually a research. It's called as, if I'm not mistaken, it's called as point of singularity, wherein we will have robots by year 2045 roughly as smart as humans. So that's actually the research conducted for the strong AI. And also, if you know Elon Musk, he mentioned that AI will actually improve our human body, wherein we can actually integrate, for example, implants, which, if you will imagine it, it's like we're partly cyborgs. If we have those mechanical arms, for instance, or we have those implants that would help us to function in our human body. So those are some of the strong AI that we should be at least seeing right now at this moment. But again, we're still far from the strong AI that we are seeing from fictions. Now, I have here, again, this is part of the components of AI that you should need to be familiarized as well. So I have here three terms that you might be encountering from time to time. First is that we have the term artificial intelligence. We also have the machine learning, and we have the data science. So what's the difference between these three terms? So data science, which is actually my field right now, is about the investigation and then the exploration of data. It's more of, we could say, looking for patterns, looking for metrics. It's about making sense out of the data that we have. Now, data science has a machine learning. And also, AI has a machine learning for its core component. Now, the difference between these two is that AI is more of mimicking human-like intelligence. It's like copying the human characteristics that we have right now. And as I said, it's also empowered by machine learning. But today, it's usually used for redundant process and for specific use cases. As I illustrated earlier, artificial intelligence today can be seen in chatbots. And to actually sum it up, just imagine data science is like, let's say, experimental physics. It's more of discovery, it's more of experiments from the term itself. Now we also have AI. If you apply it, it means that it's now, for example, an applied physics. Again, data science is like more of experimental physics, where AI is like more of an applied physics. Now, the machine learning here, which is the core of this two, is just imagine it is simply a statistical method. So I hope you still remember in your senior high school or probably in your second year, if I'm not mistaken, you have probability and statistics. So imagine statistics being programmed. That's what we call the machine learning today. And later on, I'll share to you a demonstration for machine learning. Okay? Yeah, so what's machine learning? So I actually have here an illustration about machine learning. And I actually had this reference from a K-drama called as Startup. So it's played by those actors, if you know Kim Sun Ho, Bae Suzy. Yeah, so it's actually the reference that I have for the succeeding slides to talk about what's machine learning. So for this illustration, I actually used here what you call this one, Pokemon. So if you don't know Pokemon, it's actually a turn-based game, meaning that you will have your chance to actually move or act based on whatever scenarios. So in this case, imagine that we're going to use this one to understand machine learning. So right here, let's read some of the dialogues. Okay, so a while Jane appeared. So imagine Jane right here as an illustration is represented as data. And then we also have opening our computer. So for our computer, it is actually represented as Tarzan. Okay, again, Jane is represented as data, whereas Tarzan is represented as a computer. Now, imagine Tarzan. He actually grew in, let's say, in a deserted place, in a jungle, where he actually never saw a woman in his entire life, or actually he never saw a human before. But one day, as our story presented here, Jane actually arrives on the island. And please take note that Tarzan never dated anyone, and he doesn't know what woman would like. So in this particular turn-based game illustration, Tarzan needs to win Jane's heart, and he needs machine learning to do it. So let's see the interaction. So what will Tarzan do? So in this scenario, so in the first phase, it's about an object. I want Tarzan to give objects to Jane. So in this case, let's try first the first one. Okay, Tarzan, I want you to give a rock to Jane. So let's see. Tarzan, which is our computer, gives her a rock. Let's see Jane's reaction. Ayan, umiling si Jane. Di ko alam kung nakita niyo. Isa pa. Umiling si Jane. Okay? So what happened then? That made our Jane angry, and Jane doesn't like that. And that made our Tarzan cry. Now, since rock is not a good object to give to Jane or as a gift, let's try to use a flower. Okay, Tarzan, I want you to give a flower to Jane. So what happened? Ayan, tumambling si Pok Mary Jane natin. Isa pa, tumambling ulit si Pok Mary Jane natin, kinilig. And Jane likes it. What happened to our Tarzan? Our Tarzan was then fall in love more and more again to Jane. So that's for the first phase. Now let's use this second phase. It's about giving a, let's say, a pet to our Jane. So first, let's try this one. Okay, Tarzan, which is our computer. Remember, Tarzan is a computer. I want you, Tarzan, to catch a snake for Jane. So let's see what will happen. Tarzan catches a snake for Jane, and umiling si Jane. Jane doesn't like that. What happened to Tarzan? It made our Tarzan cried again. But again, this is just an illustration. Computers never cry at this moment, but let's see in the future. Now, since Tarzan, our computer, saw that snake is not appropriate for our data, which is Jane, let's try the second one. Okay, Tarzan, I want you to give a cute rabbit to Jane. Let's see. Okay, Tarzan gives her a cute rabbit. And what happened? Tumambling na naman si Pok Mary Jane natin. And what happened? Jane likes it, and Tarzan was then fall in love again. Okay? Now, for the last phase, or for the last scenario, so we're going to use, let's say, emotions, or let's say an interaction emotionally with our data, which is Jane. So at first, let's try. Tarzan, I want you to yell at Jane. Okay, let's click. And Tarzan, our computer, yells at Jane. What happened to Jane? Okay, Jane doesn't like that again. So what happened to Tarzan? Our Tarzan was then disappointed. Now, let's try the second one. Since yell is not appropriate, let's try to use smile. Okay, Tarzan, I want you to smile at Jane. What happened? Ayan, tumambling ulit. And Jane likes it. What happened to Tarzan? Our Tarzan was then fall in love again and again to Jane. So in this scenario, Tarzan actually learns how to win Jane's heart. So while building such experiences, just like in the given illustration earlier with Tarzan and Jane, we actually taught our Tarzan, which is our computer, to learn. Now, Tarzan, for our computer, we actually give data to it, to our machine, and it's actually based on various experiences. It's about learning from the data and using it to actually respond. And also for machine learning, it helps us in creating predictions. It helps us to have those output that's not yet seen currently but will occur in the future. So that's about machine learning for you. Now, there are actually terms that I want you to be familiarized with the core of the AI, which is machine learning, which is this one, the types of machine learning. So I actually used here just the common two types. So we still have others, but for now, I want you to focus on this illustration. So first is that we have what we call the supervised learning. So from the term itself, supervised, as you can see here, we have a target. So this is called as labels. And it means that the data are actually labeled. We have the X and then the Y's. So imagine if for some of you who are already have a background with SQL, just imagine it's like a column or field name only. Again, it's like a column name only and a field name when we talk about labels in supervised learning. Whereas unsupervised learning, from the term itself, no target, it means that doesn't have any labels, doesn't have columns, doesn't have fields. It means that you're actually using unsupervised for you to cluster, to group data that are similar to each other. So one good illustration of unsupervised learning will be market basket analysis. So when talk about market basket, it's typically useful. For example, if napunta na kayo sa grocery stores, sa mga marketplace, for example, SM na lang to be specific, you will imagine na naka-strategize kung paano pinaposition yung mga products nila into their respective areas. So imagine using unsupervised, they group together. For example, if bibili ka ng tinapay, for sure bibili ka rin ng palaman, for example. So that's the reason why these products that are grouped together are actually products of what we call market basket analysis and can be applied or one of the illustrations of unsupervised machine learning. Okay, so later we're going to have a demonstration for us to appreciate supervised first at the moment so that you will also be familiarized and appreciate more of how to do machine learning itself. But for a high level process, so this is just a high level. It's only an overview for how machine learning is actually applied right now in different platforms. So imagine you have a data source. Imagine it's like Excel file. It's like a CSV file. It's like, let's say, MySQL. I think you guys know that. And just imagine you have that SQL database table. And then you're going to use that table to be fed on machine learning. And then the machine learning based on a certain use case, you will use that to provide, let's say, a scoring system, let's say a probability, let's say a correlation score, something like that. So it's like just adding one column, but it's based on a machine learning or a statistical model approach. Whereas, whatever is the approach of that machine learning will be consummated by a front end or user interface. So meaning, if, for example, you have an SQL table, it will be consummated in a website front end. It can also be consummated in applications. So typically, these are the things that's seen by your end users. And for us to illustrate this high-level process, let's use Netflix. So for those of you who don't know Netflix, Netflix is actually a site wherein you can watch your favorite series or movie from time to time. So imagine in Netflix, using the illustration earlier, we have a data source. Just imagine it's like a tabular format. It means we can use SQL, we can use CSV file, let's say flat files as well, if it's stored as a log, and so on and so forth. So as I said earlier, these are just the fields. Remember, these are the labels. These are the columns that you might be seeing from time to time. So for Netflix, they have your viewing history. They know your ratings for a particular movie or let's say for a particular series. It's also going to store the title that you've watched, your genre, categories, and so on and so forth. Now, this table, for instance, as what we said earlier, is going to be applied in machine learning. So what Netflix actually had for their machine learning is called as collaborative filtering and called as content-based filtering. So whatever the result of this two machine learning will be consummated, will be placed and rendered in a user interface, or as if we visit the Netflix website or if we visit the Netflix app, we will see that the let's say the movies or the series is not really in alphabetical order. It's more of how you actually interact with it. It's because it's actually scored based on a certain criteria. So this is what a high-level process of a machine learning looks like. And remember, once machine learning is applied, it's called now as artificial intelligence. But first, let's appreciate the machine learning concept for a while. So first is that we have what we call collaborative filtering for this illustration. So imagine we have here a user named Mark, and Mark actually watched Startup K-drama and then another series, Umbrella Academy. And then we have another user, let's say her name is Kate, and she also watched Startup K-drama. So in collaborative filtering, this actually uses the algorithm to filter out data based on the reviews to make it personalized on the user perspective. And it will recommend based on similar users who also watch similar contents with you. So in this case, we have Mark and Kate watching the same series, which is a startup K-drama. So in this case, since they have a common ground, it means that for Kate, she will have a recommendation of Umbrella Academy from Mark's historical or let's say recently watched series. So this is about the collaborative filtering approach, and it's a statistical model, but in terms of programming, these are like libraries only. But later on, we'll see more about it. And by the way, I got this from this site. So if you want to explore more about the machine learning of Netflix, you can search it more here in techtarget.com. Now for content-based filtering, so again, imagine Kate as our user. She actually watched Startup as what we mentioned. And right here, using content-based filtering, it's about item features. If it's about item features, recommendation will be based on the similar genres or similar contents based on the given item. So in this case, we have startup K-drama, or which is a K-drama, and then we have here Extraordinary You, which is also a K-drama. So what will happen as part of the recommendation engine, the Extraordinary You will be recommended to Kate's user interface or to Kate's Netflix account. Okay? So that's about the machine learning for collaborative filtering and content-based filtering. But again, it's only a high-level process, but in terms of the things that you need to be familiarized, there's more of it. But again, this is just stopping what machine learning can do. Now, to understand this better, I'm going to demonstrate diabetes, sorry for the spelling, diabetes detection using Jupyter Notebook. So for those of you who don't have Jupyter Notebook yet, you can install Anaconda environment. You can also use VS Code if you will want to. Text editor such as Sublime, Notepad++, and just save it in Python script. But for now, I'm going to use Jupyter Notebook because we can actually see it directly based on cells on how we're going to use this one. Okay, so allow me to just pull out that one, Jupyter Notebook. Just hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, medyo nalilito na ako sa aking share screen. Yeah, so for this one, again, as I said, we're going to use Jupyter Notebook. And for Jupyter Notebook, you will be needing, let's say, Anaconda. So you can just search it in Google, anaconda.com. Yeah, so under that, you can just install. You don't need to install Python environment anymore because Anaconda environment already has the Python 3 or the most updated Python environment. So in that case, since I have already it in my local machine, I'll just start running it. Okay? But first, hold on a second. Ang gulo ng aking share screen. Let me just reshare. Nalito ako sa aking point of view. Okay, so allow me to reshare my screen. I guess screen 1. All right. So again, we're going to use Jupyter Notebook. So it means that my machine, my laptop right now will act as a server. So this is what the local server looks like. And based on that, I can now interact with my Jupyter Notebook. So I will not let you see the exploration of Jupyter Notebook. So I'll just create new, let's say new Python 3, which is a new Python script. Okay? So hold on a second. So from here, we're going to have some libraries that you might be using from time to time. So I don't know whatever programming background that you have. So for example, you've used Java. Hold on, walang aking screen. Ayan, that one. So for example, let's import libraries. So if your background is Java, in Python, we also have libraries. In Java, it's called as packages. So probably you might be importing java.io. Let me just zoom in so that you could see it. Java.io. For those of you who know C++, it's probably include IO stream, or it also has using namespace for C sharp. So just imagine these programming languages. And Python also utilizes those libraries or called as namespace or packages in different programming languages. So what we will do here is that we're going to use this one from time to time in order to illustrate an example of diabetes detector. So we're going to now demonstrate a machine learning for diabetes illustration. Now using pandas, imagine it's only a library. It's only a function. It's like, if you know, I don't know with your Java, what class are you using? But if it's data input stream, diba? In Java, we have a data input stream, ds equals new data input stream, something like that. You have in your, let's say, scanner, in Java as well, you have something like that, right? System.in. Sorry for, it's actually the argument. And don't forget semicolon for Java. Now, for Python, we don't use semicolon. So for a quick demonstration, I'm going to use CSV or read CSV as my function. It's like scan next line, scan next in your different programming, or let's say in Java. Okay? Or in C++, like C in, C out, if I'm not mistaken. So anyway, so for this one, we're going to read a data source. As I said, we can have SQL, we can have Excel, we can have CSV file, wherever it is, as long as you can call it, as long as it has a data inside that file. So in this case, I'm going to locate my read CSV. Where is my read CSV? Sorry, you're not seeing it. So here's my read CSV. So I'm going to copy the absolute path for that one. Okay. Then I'm going to copy the name of the file. So this is the CSV file. And don't forget extension name. Okay. So whatever is the result of this reading, I hope you still know your programming 101. I'm going to call on an object called as df, or I'm going to name it as df variable or df object. So I know you know the equal symbol. It means an assignment operator. Whatever is on the right operand, right here on the right, will be stored or will be transferred on the left operand. So once we run this code, this cell, it's now okay. It means we have here a number. It's process completed. And you can actually see the result of the df as your object. So this is the view of your X or your CSV file. So if you want to see it, you can still open it under Microsoft Excel. So it's the same, right? So from here, imagine you have 3 columns here. We have glucose, blood pressure, and diabetes. Now, in terms of data science or AI, you need to understand that these are called as, let's say, fields for now, but it's called as variables or components that you need to actually slice, you need to divide, you need to understand for you to train your machine learning. Okay, so we're going to divide this into X and Y's. So for X, I'm going to call on diabetes and blood pressure. So for example, I'll just drop diabetes. I know you're not yet familiar with this one, but in essence, let me just run the script. Column, sorry for the spelling. Yeah. So if you are going to divide it, for example, as I said, X will be the glucose and blood pressure. So in machine learning, this will be called as our features. It means this is going to be useful in training our machine learning. And then the letter Y, what I'm going to select is the diabetes. So once you run the letter Y, let's see the V of the Y. So we have 0 and 1. As what we can see in the file, diabetes is the Y, and then glucose and blood pressure is the X. So if it's about the Y, it means that this is going to be your predictor value. This is going to be the column that you will want to predict. So it means that given this X features, given a glucose and blood pressure, you can actually detect now if that person, if a particular person is going to be diabetic or not. Okay? And by the way, looking at the data, we have 995 rows. It means that we're going to use 995 patients' data to be trained in our machine learning model so that we could actually forecast and predict if a person will also be diabetic or not based on this 995 patients. Okay? So now, given the X and Y, we're now going to use the second function called as train, test, and split. Now, in practice, let's get back to the slide. Okay? For machine learning, sorry for this one, for this tab. Let me just move it here. So for machine learning, for you to train, there's actually a practice. For some, it's 70-30, but I'm going to use here 80-20. Now, what does it mean? It means that if you're going to make a training for the 995 patients' data, 80% of that will be only used for training. Whereas the remaining 20% will be used for testing. So what does it mean to have a testing? Testing is typically used for you to check the accuracy of the machine learning or your AI itself. It means that for us to not be biased about our training, if you can still remember your statistics, you should not be biased when it comes to your stats data. And it's also the same thing with machine learning. You're only just getting a sample size, but in this case, it's not a sample size, but it's a training size for the machine learning. So we have here 80% for the training, which is 796, and then 20% for the training, which is 199. Now, to get back to the coding, hold on a second. Yan. So we're going to use the function train, test, and split. So if you still remember your object-oriented programming, you know that we have here arguments for our function. So we're going to use the X and Y, X being the glucose and blood pressure, and Y being the diabetes. And then we're going to call on the argument test size. Remember, the test size is 20%. So we're going to put here 0.2 because that's 20% for the test size. Now, whatever is the result of this function, again, this is more of object-oriented programming. We're going to transfer it into 4 objects because the function returns 4 objects. We have here, for example, I'll name this one X train, then X test, Y train, Y test. Okay, so these are the 4 objects. Now, once we run this cell, so it means we have here a number, which is 9. The 9th run for this full notebook, it means that it's okay. There's no error. Now, once we look back to the X train, remember, train and test is just dividing your data. It's more of splitting the data into X and Y's and as well as splitting it into training and testing. Remember, X train has 80% of the data. So once we run this cell, let's look the data or the value of the X train, we could see that it has 796 rows. And remember, if you get back to 995 times 0.8, which is 80%, it means that you will get 796, which is the same here above, which is 796 rows, which will be used for training our machine learning later. And then we also have, let's say, X test. So in X test, let's display the value. So again, testing will be used to check the accuracy later of the machine learning. So in this case, we have 199 rows. If you multiply this 995 by 20%, we will get the same value. Okay, I hope you get that point, the training and then the testing. Now that we're done with splitting the data for training it later in machine learning, let's now call the machine learning itself. So again, machine learning right now is like libraries. It's like packages in Java. And it's not the typical system development. It's not the system that out at print line, I don't know, message box that show, or JOption pane show message dialog in Java. I don't know if you have already experienced coding with that, but in data science or AI, these are simply libraries. So you don't need to be overwhelmed about the concept of AI. For starters, again, for starters, is just imagine for programmers like us in the field of IT, computer science, or computer engineering, these are just libraries. Now, this is a class, so it means that we're going to transfer it into our object. So our object here is model. Let's see if we can call the function. So it means we have 14 here. It means it's working perfectly fine. Now, for model, it's an object wherein we're going to call on the function for that object. So in this case, we're going to use the training, which is the X train. We're going to train our model. Then we're going to get the Y train. Now, once we run this cell, so once it outputs something like this, it means that your machine learning model is now complete in terms of training. So this two line of codes is actually the machine learning itself. Again, this is the machine learning use. So we have Gaussian naive Bayes. Now, Gaussian naive Bayes, the reason why I use that, so for you guys, you need to have also an understanding in statistics. So Gaussian naive Bayes assumes that the X variables, which are the glucose and blood pressure, is independently working from each other. It means that once we get back to this cell or to this sheet, it means that glucose is not related to blood pressure and blood pressure is not related to glucose. It means that if you have a glucose of 40, it doesn't necessarily mean that you will have a high glucose or have high blood pressure or a low blood pressure. It's not actually dependent from each other. That's why we use Gaussian naive Bayes, because we assume that the variables that we have, glucose and blood pressure, are working independently from each other in terms of prediction. Okay? And that's how we train our machine learning. Now, let's use the model.predict function. So this is the prediction for the machine learning. We're going to use the X test to predict the values of it in terms of Y, in terms of our predictor. Now, for us to illustrate it better in terms of accuracy, let's say we have, let's transfer this predicted test. And then now we're going to call on the fourth function at the top, which is the accuracy score. And then we're going to get the this one, predicted test, and then compare it to the testing of the Y. So again, that's the reason why we divide our data into training and testing for us to check the accuracy score of our model. So if we talk about accuracy score, as you can see here on our output, it means that you have at least 96% accurate. Your AI is 96% correct most of the time. So that's what it says. Again, this is just a demonstration only using glucose and blood pressure. It's not just this two that makes up that what makes a person diabetic or not. It's only an illustration. Okay. Now, if you want to have it in our let's say in program, so I think we don't have time anymore. Let me just summarize. So right here, I use data frame. Just imagine that this is just a space, a memory allocation. It means that you can store values with it. Now, I actually called here the input function, wherein I can actually input glucose, then I can actually input blood pressure as well. Now, once we run this code, for example, I'm going to have a glucose of 40, then a blood pressure of, let's say, 70. Now, based on this two input, it will be stored here in DF sample. So once we run DF sample, we can see here that based on your input, we have glucose of 40, and then we have a blood pressure of 70. Now, we're going to use the trained model or machine learning earlier, which has an accuracy score of 96. So for us to use that, we need to call on the object, which is model. And we need to call on the function predict. And then we're going to have the DF sample, which is our object, to be predicted by our model. So in this case, it will predict if it's ones and zeros. Remember the Excel file. So 0, by the way, means that the person is not diabetic. Whereas if it's 1, it means that the person is diabetic. Okay? So once you run this cell, it will have this output of 1. Now, for us to programmatically design this one, I hope you know your typical if-else statement. For example, I'm going to predict, or I'm going to store it in a object, predicted sample. Okay? Now, I'm going to use if-else. For example, we have if, okay, then if it's 0, we're going to print not diabetic. Then if it's 1 or else, we're going to print diabetic. Okay? So once we run this cell, oops, I forgot the colon, it will display diabetic. Now for us to actually check it better, let's try this row. So we have a glucose of 45 and then a blood pressure of 63. Okay? So let's rerun this cell at the top. So we're going to have a glucose of 45 and we have a blood pressure of 63. Now, once we have these values and rerun this cell, let's see. So this person is diabetic. So the prediction is that, remember, 1 means that a person is diabetic based on this glucose. And 0, which means that based on this data, if ever, this person is not diabetic. Okay, now in this given example, our machine learning model predicted it accurately, just like in this example. So that's the illustration of machine learning in a nutshell. But again, this is not the only steps for machine learning. We still have more to tackle. But in terms of life cycle, it's only just a part of what an AI could actually do in your projects. Okay, and that's for an illustration of machine learning. Okay, let me just close this tab by the way. Let's get back to our topic. So in summary, what we had as our process are actually the following. First is that we actually imported the libraries. Remember, libraries are just like your typical import java.io, or these are just like typical namespace, IO stream. In C++, it's like in C# namespace, as I said. And then what we did is that we actually read the data source. So in our example, we have a CSV file that we've read. We actually check the variables, which is the X and Y, where X represents the glucose and blood pressure, which are independently working from each other, and that it will predict the value of Y, which is if a person is diabetic or not. And then we slice the data for training. Remember the 80% for the training and 20% for the testing. And then for model training, we use naive Bayes because we assume that, as I said, the variables are not dependent from each other. And then later, once we're done with training our machine learning, we can now use it to predict values based on the given input from your X features. Okay, so that's only an overview or a high-level process. And actually, that's only for an overview of the components of artificial intelligence. Now, I hope that the components of AI will help us to be introduced in this particular topic or trend that we have, which is our main topic today, which is about the generative AI. Okay? Now, let me just sum up because I think we don't have time anymore. So, imagine this one. What do you think? Is this picture real or is this picture fake? What do you guys think? You can just type it there anywhere in comment section or just think of it right now. But actually, upon looking at this picture, the answer is it's actually fake. These images that's presented right now on our slide are actually produced by AI itself. And to be specific, this is called as the generative AI. Now, to have a formal definition from this site, let's have it. So generative AI means that it's actually the technology to create new content by utilizing existing text, audio files, or images. With generative AI, computers detect the underlying pattern related to the input and produce similar content. So this means that it will now leverage what we discussed earlier in terms of AI, and it actually uses the machine learning algorithms, just like what we illustrated or what I demonstrated earlier. which would enable platforms, let's say computers, your devices or machines to generate artificial contents, which are based on this three. We have the text, audio files, or images. So it's actually based on the training data, just like earlier, in a manner which tricks or which lies on the user believing that the contents are real. So it means that this AI is actually creating new contents. So for us to appreciate this more, let's use this one as an illustration. So we have here a picture of Mona Lisa on the left, or it's not a picture, but a picture of the painting of Mona Lisa on the left. And we use that one for training our AI or our model. And then from it, the output of the AI is something like this. So imagine Mona Lisa is like speaking to you. It's like the painting or the picture is talking already. So in short, if we talk about generative AI, it's an AI that can generate, in this scenario, videos or images on its own. Okay? Again, these are just like the illustration I shared earlier. But this time, the data that we are actually encountering with are not values anymore. But the values that we have is actually stored as a multimedia file. So for example, in pictures, yeah, if you encountered using it in SQL, we have blob files. With talk about blob, it means that it's a binary value of ones and zeros. And just for us to quickly illustrate, imagine a picture. A picture is actually composed of pixels. And you know that a pixel is actually equivalent to a dot or just a color dot in the picture itself. And if we know the color dot in HTML, you know the RGB format, the RGB, so it means it will have 3 arguments from 0 and then to 255. Now, if that pixel is represented by RGB, if we actually read the picture itself, it will be now transformed into what we call arrays. If you don't know array, it's like it's the typical variable, but it's only used for storing multiple values. So we have single array, multidimensional, and so on and so forth. But I will not go dig deeper on that. But again, just imagine pictures are still data. And same goes with videos and other multimedia files. And once you use that one for training, generative AI will allow us to have a trained model capable of teaching these media files to actually do something like you want the picture to move, you want the picture to have, let's say if it has 2 people, they will have a swapped face and so on and so forth based on the dimensionality that you will be providing on the AI or machine learning itself. Okay? Now, for us to understand this better, for some research, if you will explore generative AI, you will be seeing this term generative adversarial networks, or also known as GAN. And GAN were actually, I think, were actually introduced in the market and was actually researched and when was then completed roughly around 2015 only. So generative AI is about mimicking the distribution of data. It's like copying how the data is actually distributed in terms of probability. So it means that using GAN, you're actually training your model to create worlds that's very similar to our real world, which is our current world, the real life that we have. And this is actually about a model that touches not just a specific part of our lives, but in any domain of our lives. So it can be on images, as what I said. We can also have writings, we can have music, we can have speech, and so on and so forth. So those things are actually just an examples of GAN. And imagine GAN as an AI. They're like robotic artists because they're actually copying whatever is in with our current world that we are living in. But now, they're just creating it in a digital format. Now, GANs out here are considered as generative algorithm. Later on the succeeding slides, we're going to differentiate 2 algorithms at the moment for us to understand generative AI more in a nutshell. Then the other one, the other algorithm, if this one is a generative approach, the other one is called as discriminative algorithm. So what's the difference between generative algo and the discriminative algo. So right here, using this example, so again, earlier we discussed about the diabetes detector, which has the CSV file of X features, which is the glucose and blood pressure, and then the Y predictor, which is called as the diabetes, or also known as labels in some terms or in some concepts. Now, right here, this is actually a discriminative algorithm. And we talk about discriminative algorithm, it's actually trying to classify any given input, which is glucose and blood pressure, into a label, which is in this case, we're going to predict the value of diabetes. We're going to predict if a person will be diabetic or not, given some set of features, which are glucose and then the blood pressure. Now, if we have these two, as I said, we can now detect if a person is diabetic, which is 1, non-diabetic, which is 0. Now, features actually constitute what makes the input data. And this is what this discriminative algo actually looks like. Okay? Now, to illustrate it in a probability concept, it means that if we're going to, let's say, express this mathematically, this label is called as Y, and the features are called as X, just like what we mentioned earlier. So it's about the formulation probability of Y given X translates to if a person is diabetic or non-diabetic given its glucose and blood pressure earlier, which is the X, and then the Y will now then be predicted, which is our diabetes column. And this means that the discriminative algorithm maps features to labels X and then Y, and it's only concerned with correlations. Okay, so that's how we're going to define it in terms of mathematical approach. Now, in terms of generative algo, so going back to this illustration, it's actually the complete opposite of the discriminative algo. So instead of predicting this label, given some features, in terms of generative, this model actually predict features. So again, in discriminative, it will predict the diabetes. But in generative, it will predict glucose and blood pressure instead of diabetes. So it's the complete opposite as what I mentioned. So in our illustration right here, assuming that the person is diabetic, this one, what are its features? And actually, to give you a good illustration, this is how the current vaccines right now for our COVID-19 were actually formulated. So given, for example, given the COVID-19, what are the features that makes COVID-19? But in terms of treatment, they actually tried to research this one. I think one of the companies that actually utilizes the generative AI is the IBM in terms of healthcare. And they actually use this one to create drugs to battle the COVID-19 that we are experiencing today at the moment. Okay? So that's the quick illustration. Now, for mathematical approach, generative algo cares about how you get the X features. So again, it's not about the diabetes anymore, but it's about what makes a person diabetic. And it allows us to get the probability of X given Y. Then it learns from the distribution of individual classes. Okay? Now, for us to appreciate generative AI, so GAN actually uses two neural networks. As what we said, we have the generator, and then we have the discriminator. Okay? Now, a generator right here generates new data instances. So in this particular scenario, just hold on a second. Okay? So in this particular scenario, a discriminator is the one responsible for evaluating data based on its authenticity. So it means that if we're going to check if a Pokemon picture is fake or not, we're going to have a discriminator for this model. Okay? Now, let's say we're trying to generate new Pokemon, which is our generator here. This one, the training set, the one at the top, and then it undergoes generator. So we have here another breed of Pokemon right now, which is the fake image. Now, the goal of the discriminator out of the generator is actually to determine whether the picture presented here, this one in the middle, is actually fake or real. Now, the generator takes real and fake Pokemons and returns probabilities a number of zeros and one, with 1 representing the picture as real and 0 representing the picture as fake. Okay? So it's just like the diabetes detector that we had so far, but in this case, it's more of generative AI approach. Okay? Now, just think of it like a counterfeiter and then a cop. Okay? We know that a counterfeiter, for example, this is the generator representation. This will try to, let's say, generate a fake money, while the cop, being the discriminator, is trying to detect if the money is real or fake. Now, a discriminator is actually the one that can classify these images, this money that's fed to the machine learning, which is our discriminator. It's essentially, in terms of mathematical approach, is a binomial classifier, which means that the labels or the Ys are divided into real or fake, or into ones and zeros. Now, the generator right here on the left is the inverse version of the said network here in our discriminator. Okay? So it's like just play a counterfeiter and then a cop. Okay, so we also have here a quick demo of generative algo projects. So I'll try to be fast as I could. So where is that? So hold on a second. I think I need to stop sharing my screen for a while again. Where is my cursor? Let's see. Okay, stop sharing. Just hold on. Let me just share it again. Where's the tab? And let's see the tab. I think I need to open it first. Yeah, it's open. Okay. Not sure if you guys can now see my screen. I'm not seeing if you guys can now see my screen. Can someone please confirm if you guys can now see my screen? Sorry. Here in the mid. Okay, thank you for that. So this is an example of generative algo project. So it's called as Quick Draw. So if you don't know Quick Draw, it's like you're just playing with an AI model. So I will not discuss it any longer. Let's just play. Just click Let's Draw. Again, it's called as Quick Draw, which is under google.com. Okay. So in this one, we're going to draw lightning. And then the generative AI will guess if it's lighting or not. So we only have 20 seconds to do it. So let's try. So lightning pala yung nasa isip ko.
I
Lighting.
see lawn. For moon. For garden hose. For helmet. I see rhinoceros. For light bulb.
Lightning
For
pala,
flashlight.
sorry.
I see nose. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
It's light.
I thought it's lighting. I misread the term. So that's how generative AI works. So in this case, it's only a demonstration. So let's try the other one, lighthouse. And which one, lighthouse?
I see bun. For hockey puck. For hat. For bucket. For candle. I see lantern. Oh, I know. It's lighthouse.
Okay. So another example, let's say calendar. How should I draw
I
a
see diving
calendar?
board. For square. For postcard. Oh, I know. It's calendar.
Okay, and many more. Now, the other one that I want you to see, so you can try playing with this later on your own. It's called as, again, Quick Draw with that, or with google.com. The other one is called as the image to image demo. Can you see the image to image demo? I'm not sure if you guys can see that tab. I guess you can see it. So, okay, thank you for that. So an image to image demo means that it's more of an image to image approach from the term itself. Now we have here some samples. For example, this is a trained model here in the middle. And then our input will be based on the edges or or sketch. So in this case, we have here a sketch of a cat. So let's try to do it on our own. So baka creepy yung kalabasan ng pusa. Pero let's just try drawing it. Okay. For example, this is a cat. Not sure with my drawing. Ayan, tinatamad na ako. Ayan. So, again, since this is a generative, based on the edges, based on how I drew it, let's see its process. I hope it will load. There are some times that the model is quite too long to load. Yeah, so it's loading. Let's see the illustration of the cat. I hope it will be look like a cat. Baka ano yung lumabas dito. Oops, it's running. Okay. Yeah, so that's the output of my cat. So again, generative AI will try to create new contents by definition earlier, and that basing it from that, it will try to illustrate its own cat based on what you've given it as an input. Now we also have other examples like this one, looking at facades. We also have shoes, if you will want to, handbags, and many more. Actually, this is just an illustration of image-to-image projects available for generative AI. Okay? Now let's get back to our, not sure how, let's get back to the slides. Okay. Yeah, so that's about some of the projects of generative AI. Now, we also have here the benefits of generative AI. So I think no more time anymore, but let me just sum it up. So the benefits of generative AI is that first, it ensures the generation of higher quality outputs by self-learning from every set of data. So using generative AI, we can have projects that has simulations already instead of a person doing it or instead of human intervention. So in terms of model, it means that it will generate faster than having human intervention. One good illustration will be, as I said, vaccines available to battle COVID-19. So if we're going to use it, let's say manually, you're going to test many drugs as much as possible, it will have probably a lesser quality output. But in terms of AI, since it's a generative approach, it will not need any longer when it comes to human intervention because it can simulate on its own. The second one, lowering the risk associated with the project, same goes with the first one. It means that you will have a higher and better output than having with human intervention. The third is training reinforced machine learning models to be less biased. Because I'm seeing request timed out here. Okay. So fourth one is that enabling depth prediction without sensors. So instead of relying on multiple devices, generative AI can create a device on its own. Okay. And localization. So this is for deepfake. So instead of you tracing it manually, you can have deepfakes already with generative AI. And allowing robots to comprehend more abstract concept both in simulation and the real world. Okay, I think I have my connection back. Yeah, so instead of robots trying to have it on the physical environment, generative can generate its own environment. Okay, so that's the summary and purposes of generative AI in summary as well. Identity protection. So one good illustration of identity protection using generative AI is that it's been used to protect the identity, for example, of interviewees in a given news. So there was actually a news way back solution. So in this case, if we have so much noise with your pictures, the image processing under generative AI as a purpose helps in rescaling that one into a better pixel format or in terms of a higher scaled approach. Now we also have here film restoration. So for film restoration, just like here in the example, this technique will help in enhancing movies or pictures by upscaling them, for example, up to 4K or more. So that's the scale that's available right now in different libraries, which can generate 60 FPS or frames per second instead of the typical low version of, let's say, 23 or less, and it will also remove the noises available. Okay? And yeah, so we also have audio synthesis. So generative AI can render any computer generated voice into one that truly sounds like a human. So if you don't know text to audio, you can just search it in Google. You can now have your text to be converted right away into virtual agents, or like someone speaking like a normal person. So that's audio synthesis. And also we have healthcare, the one I said earlier. It can now employ, for example, different solutions, different drugs, battling different diseases that we have so far. So instead of human intervention, it can generate, as I said, its own environment, its own simulation inside based on how you will train it. Okay? And yeah, so for the last part, we have the limitations of generative AI. In summary, again, it's hard to control. Why is it's hard to control? It's because some models of the generative AI today are very unstable. It means that they sometimes have generated an unexpected outputs. Earlier, we have an unexpected cat. Just imagine the cats that we have, or just imagine the cat that we had earlier. Pseudo imagination. So this is about the computing power. So generative AI still needs a last, or at least a vast amount of training data. And imagine this is in a multimedia format. So which means that for you to perform a task, you need to train lots of data and you need to train lots of multimedia files. Now, also in essence, in terms of imagination, GANs or the generative AI is not just about, it's not really about creating new things. It's about combining what the model knows in new ways. Okay? It means that it's not about critical thinking, but it's about the training. Now, also the last part, which is the most important part of the AI itself, is about the security. Now, there are some instances that probably malicious programmers or developers created a malicious virtual agent or actors, which are produced by generative AI for deceitful purposes like scamming people, fraudulent activities, for instance, and let's say creating fake messages or fake news. So that's how generative AI works. Now, one good example of fake news could be seen in social media or in different websites, as if a person is the one posting it, but it's not really a person. It's a product of generative AI. Okay? There's some, for example, they will comment negative things about, let's say right now, today in politics, someone will create lots of accounts in Facebook, and then they will use those accounts to dislike, to angry, or to react a post related to a politician. So these are products of generative AI and can be created, that can be created to deceive people, and that's why security is one of the challenges and limitations under this AI approach. Okay? Yeah, so there's so many things about generative AI, but I have tried to summarize everything because of the time constraint. But if you still have questions, you can just message me, or I don't know if you still have question and answer after this one. So yeah, so that's it for generative AI. Again, generative AI itself is now actually the future. And if you want to explore more, you're in the right field. If you're in IT, computer science, or computer engineering, you're in the right track. And the future belongs to those people who are also studying about the future. And generative AI, although it has limitations, it it touches different aspects of our lives. Not just different aspects, but all the aspects of our lives. It can help in predicting. It can help in generating. It has lots of possibilities. And it will be, once you put it in the equation of a solution, you put it in your case study, in your thesis right now, you will have, a major benefit. It's like really an innovation once you implement your own machine learning solution, or let's say use the generative AI using different multimedia files. And I hope you learned something from today's webinar. Good afternoon.
Yon, partner. Welcome back.
Napakagaling talaga ng speaker for today. Ay natin ngayon. There are no shades of doubt of galing within our speakers today. Thank you, Mr. Ganzon, for the new dip on AI. Appreciating these fruits of the present will certainly bestow us with the right judgment on how to progress in tomorrow, in future, and our faith. Di ba, partner, nakaka-inspire yung detail talaga na function teachings. Di ba, partner?
Yes, indeed, partner. Grabe mag-coach si sir. Talagang exemplary siya ng galing talaga naman. Grabe yung mga AI na sinabi ni sir kanina.
Oo, tapos meron tayong pop culture reference din, kaya nakakatuwa rin talaga
talagang
like meron tayong
magandang
Pokemon.
balik-balikan siya, lalo kapag natakil na natin siya sa mga studies natin. Thank you, Sir Ganzon. Grabe yan.
Diba? Our SWITS president, the epitome rin to ng galing partner. He is, of course, our very...
Grabe yan. Magaling talaga.
Natin to. Yes. Si Mr. Rainier A. Janisha. Okay, so let us repeat again. Once again, let us welcome the epitome of in our organization. That other issue.
Thank you again to our very energetic MCs. And to award the Certificate of Appreciation, let me read the citation first. Bulacan State University, College of Information and Communications Technology, Society for the Welfare of Information Technology Students, Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is proudly presented to Mr. Aris J.V. Ganzon for sharing his valuable knowledge and expertise during the 11th IT Congress entitled Panorama, the Wide Projection of Technology, with the theme of the Quadrivial Projection of Technology, Talks with the 21st Century Experts, given this second day of December 2021, signed by our very own faculty advisors, Mr. John Michael D. Calizon and Mr. Sheldon V. Arenas, to be followed by yours truly, the President of SWITS, Rainiel A. Janisha, and our CICT Dean, Dr. Kino C. Piad. Once again, thank you, our third speaker, Mr. Aris J.V. Ganzon. Any words, sir?
Yeah, hi everyone. So, Yeah, so as I said earlier, AI is the future. So it's actually the hottest trend right now. We have lots of research to do, and there's really a need for lots of people who will go into this field. And if you're overwhelmed by programming, this is more for me. It's more of a critical thinking. It's more of having a mindset of innovation. And it's not the hardcore type. It's not creating buttons, creating functionality.
On. Thank you, sir. Now, partner.
Oh, ano na naman yan, partner?
Don't you think it's about time to spice things up a bit, you know?
Pero ano muna yung G-word natin, partner?
Yes, generation. For another icebreaker, let us have our endeared CICT Firefox as they exhibit to us an intermission number that will certainly be remembered by this generation.
Hey, when it come to you, pistol like buzz, issue with trust. Won't let no one get a piece of your love. Yeah, base it on loyalty, base it on us. I ain't the picture perfect type, but I'm making it up. You say you want a bad, flip it, I can't get enough. I'm rich alone, but when I'm with you, I'm bitter as fuck. Forbidden fruit on apple juice, can I sip on the cup? Mix it with some 1942 and I'm hitting you up. Girl, you chosen, fuck it up when you bust wide open. It's the ocean, I'm just imposing that you give it to me and just me only. Yeah, girl, you chosen. Fuck it up when you bust wide open. It's the ocean. I'm just imposing that you give it to me and just me only.
Check the money making bank account number. That's that shit that's never getting bounced on your bitch. I do the money dance. I just made 100 bands. When the stars say sign for it, I'ma leave my autograph. Dollar bills, watch it falling for me. I love the way that feels. Dollar bills, keep on falling for me. I love the way it feels. I came here to drop some money, dropping all my money. Drop some money, all this stuff so yummy, yeah. Twerking, when I buy the things I like. Dollars dropping on my ass tonight. Everyone silent, listen to my money talk. Spend how I like it.
Ayun, partner, grabe yung mga
Grabe naman
sayaw.
talaga mga dance moves ng ating mga
Parang ano
kababayan
player
sa
review
CRT.
nila, parang
Firefox, no?
napaka-useful nun sa PE.
Mag-share naman
Gusto
kayo
ko
ng mga
yun.
unang grades sa amin sa PE, guys.
Kailangan natin maano yan. Kailangan ibahagi sa
Kailangan
amin
natin
yan.
ipaano yan.
Mga CICT Firefox natin, parang festive dance.
Mga exemplary ng galing din yan, guys.
Pero yan.
Yung mga mag-galing.
Yung mga
Sana all.
matitibay nating Firefox. Okay, so for this time,
Matitibay
mga
ba?
kasweets,
Malalambot yung buto nila para hindi sila matibay.
oo nga eh. Flexible.
Flexible sila, idol.
Ganun sila.
Flexible, yes.
Sobrang flexible. Totoo yan. Sige, partner, ngayon, if you have special greetings ulit, mga kapatid, mga kasweets, feel free lang po to comment ulit. So, ayan, pagandahin ulit natin yung comment section. We'll try to accommodate the best we can para ma-shoutout po kayo.
Comment down below.
Yep. Here in our live. Ayan. So, yung mga nag-attendance pa rin, magandang tanghali sa inyo. No?
Pero paunahan ko na, no?
May nag-shoutout na naman sa SWITS. Ka-sweets
Ano ba? Sweets page? Tama na.
Putang-putan
Hindi mo na
tayo,
yan.
mga ka-sweets.
Bingo ka na eh.
Ayan, pa-shoutout daw po kay Alicia John. Happy birthday daw po, sabi ni Kuya Glenn.
Ayun. Pangunahan ko na rin. No? May nag-birthday kasi sa mga classmate ko eh.
O, sige lang.
Nabati ko daw po ng happy birthday si Jean Benaventura. Ayun. Sana naman ay mapasatin ng inyong pansit at Shanghai. Padala ko na lang ang aming address. Ayun. Thank you po.
Ayan, shoutout
na rin talaga sa BSIT1E. No? Ayun.
Yung mga nasa Zoom daw po, shoutout daw po natin. Ayun pa, shoutout daw si Adrian Apariado Rosario. Paisko daw po. O sino ba yung mga dito
ay, grabe. Sino ba yung mga nag-aaksa dyan? Paisko naman daw. Grabe yun.
Ayan, so,
ayun, shoutout daw si Kuya James kasing na daw po siya. No? Kanina kasi tulog na tulog tong batang to eh. Masarap-sarap ang tulog ni Kuya James kanina.
Kaya nga. Sana lahat enjoy. O, ito daw, pasigaw daw si Harold Mark Vesca. Paano ko makakasigaw?
Ayun. Example nga ng sigaw dyan, partner. Bigyan mo naman kami.
Kailangan tayo digdinan tayo.
May tayo na tayo dyan. Shoutout daw sa Cursor Publication. Shoutout sabi ni Samuel Ogaya.
Yun, shoutout po. Shoutout sa inyo. Ayun, meron na rin tayo sa Bliss 2B. Bliss 2B. Ayan. So,
shoutout daw kay Kuya Matt na friendzone kagabi. Kawawa ka naman, idolo.
Aray ko naman daw.
Sana
okay ka na ngayon. Grabe. Naging itong dalawang ito.
Grabe. Shoutout daw sa nanay ni Patricia. No? Nasa Baguio daw po siya ngayon. Wag na daw po siyang hanapin.
Happy birthday din daw po ulit kay Ate Rosel. Sabi ni Glenn pa lang po. Ang dami naman may birthday sa atin. Hindi mo alam kung kanina
parang ngayong araw, ang dami nagkaka-birthday. Ano ba yan?
Ayan. O shoutout daw sa monitor natin na si Kuya Jazzer.
May pa-Shanghai, di ba?
Oo. Kailangan lahat meron. O meron pa ulit isa si Ate Raim Cano daw. Birthday daw niya.
Iyo, grabe.
Takas niya mong Pa-shoutout daw po sa mga crazy. Partner ko nga magsabi nitong kay James.
Crazy ka talaga, Kuya James. Siyempre naman. Lalo naman yung naalala ko ba yung pag-shoutcast ni Kuya James nung nakaraan? Grabe kaya mong shoutcast to si Boss James. Grabe yun.
Maka-wild. O, ito na shoutout daw kay Arlene Vita from Cristal Vargas. Shoutout daw po kay Hardy. Sheesh. Ganun may pa-sheesh. Shoutout daw po sa Night Changes ni Matt. Ano Night Changes?
Yung pa Night Changes na kanta, grabe naman. Example nga dyan, Matt. Kantaan mo naman kami, idolo.
Biglang naganit. O, shoutout daw po sa mga na-lose tricks sa AXI.
Ay, ako yata yan.
Ako yata kami sa inyo.
Oo, Jericho Santiago. Tamang-tama yan. Shoutout sa atin lahat. Pambihira eh.
Mga isko nating nabibigo.
Bigong-bigo talaga ako kanina pa. Isko.
Ayun, shoutout daw. Ayun, kuya, partner, may sinasabi yung mami mong si Rosel.
Ayun, shoutout daw sa buong SWITS Creatives. Ayun, salamat mama. Grabe talaga yung mga outputs ng creatives natin dyan eh. Talaga namang pang world class.
Shining, shimmering, splendid.
Splendid, yes.
Diba? Ganun yung mga rin nila. Mga pang malakasang gawa.
Malakasang outputs,
ayun. Yes. So sige pa, drop lang kayong mga ka-sweets habang tayo ay nagpapachill-chill lang sa ating susunod pang events at may abangan kayong magandang
abangan nyo yung susunod na raffle next susunod lang dito.
Oo.
Ayun, shoutout daw sa monitor ni Kuya Jazzer. Malakas-lakas ba yan, idol? Siyempre.
Shoutout daw sa araw, napakainit. O nga, partner.
Ay, dito malamig-lamig eh. Pawa naman kayo dyan.
Sa akin kasi mainit.
Mainit ba? Hindi malamig dito, idol. Maliwanag nga eh.
Ayun. So, pasmano na daw si Carla.
Ay, naku, pares tayo. Ako rin. Yung kamay ko, talagang naglalawa na siya.
Shoutout daw po kay Kuya Glenn. Si Kuya Glenn daw yung mag-host ng ating IT night. Ayan.
Oo nga naman, Kuya Glenn. See you, Kuya Glenn.
See you, Kuya Glenn.
Yung pag-host mo nun. Yes.
Maraming salamat po sa pag-consider.
Sino ba si Jasperon? Hindi naman kaya ng spelling ko eh. Uy, Kuya Glenn, ang libre daw ng McDo. Grabe ka, sana all.
Ulit daw, shoutout daw ulit kay Crystal Vargas from Apple Villanueva. Shoutout sa'yo.
Shoutout sa'yo, idol.
Ayan. Okay, so ayun ang partner, no? So the icebreaker does not stop there, ka-sweets. This is for those who have kept their eyes on the prize. Those who want to live to luck they're bringing home of the bacon. Let us call a new Miss Eunice Santos and Carla Hatchero for our
Ayun, sana matawag na kami dyan, partner. Sana matawag na tayo.
Mega Rockall. Roll it.
Sana
mga
matawag na
ka-sweets.
tayo dyan, partner. Gusto ko na
Yes.
ng, gusto ko na ng
Prayers
award.
lang. Wala lang, prayers lang.
Ayan. Prayers lang, guys.
Yes. Comment tayo.
You, Axel and Kuya Jazz. So, as I and Ate Eunice promised, nagbabalik kami para ibigay sa inyo ang ating grand prizes.
So, eto na nga yung mga iniintay kong prizes. Kanina pa talaga ako na-excited kasi ang grand prizes ay talaga namang grand. Gusto mo na bang malaman kung ano ang mga magiging prizes natin, Carla?
Bago muna yan ate, gusto ko munang tanongin yung mga ating mga viewers na out of 1,400 na nag-register, bakit nga ba dapat mapasa inyo ang prizes? Let me know sa comment section.
Yes, ikwento nyo na sa amin kung bakit kayo ang nararapat na makakuha ng ating mga premyo. Pero ngayon, babanggitin ko na kung ano ang ating mga grand prizes. Meron lang naman tayong magiging 1 winner ng loot box at 1 winner ng Android phone. Grabe, ganun kayaman.
Grabe.
May pa-Android phone.
Sana all Android phone.
Oo. So, wag na nating patagalin pa at simulan na natin ang raffle.
Yes, let's start the raffle.
Okay, Jazzer.
Para po sa loot box, sino kaya ang mananalo? Let's start. Yes! Gumising ka na! Carlet Geronimo, nanalo ka ng loot box.
Congrats,
Grabe.
classmate! Gising-gising ka dyan, classmate.
Mag-comment ka na dyan.
At mukhang di lang si Carl Lester ang swerte para today. Para sa ating second winner ng ating grand prize, please, maglupasay ka na. Okay, sinong ating winner? Maglupasay ka na, promise. Bongga to. Okay, Jazzer. Congratulations kay Aliana B. Verdillo. Oy, grabe, maglupasay ka na. Nanalo ka ng Android phone.
Umiyak ka na dyan.
I'm sure na magiging very useful to, no, sa mga winners natin. And
Yes.
syempre, like paalala namin sa inyo ni Carla simula kanina, huwag nating kalimutang sundin ang mga 4 steps para ma-enjoy natin ang ating mga bonggang prizes.
Ano nga ba ulit yung 4 steps na yon? Una, like and follow the SWITS page. Pangalawa, share the live video in your social media accounts. Pangatlo, use our 11th IT Congress frame along with the unified caption and hashtags. And lastly, take a snap on our online photo booth accompanied by the unified captions and hashtags.
Yes, and again, we would like to congratulate lang po ulit yung mga naging winners ng ating raffle for today.
Yes, biruin mo yung ate, napaka-beneficial ng ating ngayong araw.
Yes, for sure magagamit nila yan. Kaya talagang deserve, no?
Yes.
Prayer reveal na lang po ulit sa comment
Kaya
section
nga.
para kami naman ang manalo sa susunod.
Pero sa mga hindi na naman nabunot dyan, kagaya namin, huwag kayo. Akala nyo lasa to. Hindi, nagkakamali kayo dahil bukas meron pa po raffle. So, congratulations sa mga nanalo and balik ulit tayo kay Kuya Jazz and Axel.
Partner, nakamute ka, partner.
Ay, nakamute pala ako, Diyos mio. Ayun, sana all nga naman din talaga. Pinalad na makakuha ng mga prizes natin. Nabangan ko yung pangalan ko, partner eh. Kaso wala talaga eh.
Grabe, imagine. Android phone na yun. Ay, ano ba? Ako, Android phone. Sa ating kinabukasan.
Pero kidding aside, no? Thank you, Eunice and Carla. Grabe naman. Grabe naman ang mga raffle natin today.
Oo, grabe. May bukas pa tayo ng pangmalakasan din talaga. Ayan.
Pangmalakasan.
So,
siyempre, abangan natin yun.
Oo naman.
Wala mo naman, may chance pa tayo
webinar, right? for the series today, partner, no? Nasa last webinar na tayo, grabe.
Yun, grabe. Matatapos na tayo. Fine. But this is affirmatively not the least, syempre. At this moment, let us give the virtual floor to our next speaker. Give us the G word, partner.
Ayan na, so ang G-word natin for this speaker is gilas. Kasi ang final speaker natin is quintessential perspective in photography here at our very own Bulacan. Gallantry, variance, and brilliance, lahat to nakaka-present sa kanyang mga obra
Grabe
maestra.
naman
No?
talaga
Because
yan,
he
Sir
had,
Jel.
totoo yan. Yes. At the 16 classes of photography, grabe, 16 classes, napakatibay ni Sir.
Grabe,
16
sir.
classes of
Talagang
photography training
niya yung mga klase
since
na yun.
2008. Totoo yan. Tapos meron pa siyang 8 photography awards from being the grand winner of Malolos Fiesta Republica 2018 photo competition to being the Photo World Cup Photographer of the Year. Tapos he is also a administrative manager and general manager at Jella Furniture Manufacturing at Pandi, Bulacan. And
alam ko yan eh.
graduating
Alam ko yan.
Yes, Bachelor of Arts in Public Administration in UP Diliman, Quezon City. This person of Gilas is none other than our Grand Master of Photography for this program, co-founder and social media manager of Focus Bulacan, Mr. Jeremy Sander.
Hello, yeah. Good afternoon. Parang delayed pa yata ako.
Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po.
Yeah, hello. Yes.
Hello?
Okay naman. Okay yung audio ko.
Po, sir.
Sorry, medyo...
Yes po, sir.
Okay, so, yeah. So, naka-mobile data lang ako right now. So, pag medyo choppy, let me know. Give me a shout out or chat nyo ako para malaman ko na choppy and hindi nyo masyadong naintindihan yung sinasabi ko. Okay?
Sure po, sir.
Alright. Parang meron lang akong nanonotice na lag doon sa pagsasalita ko and the audio. Alright. Anyway, good afternoon po. I am Zer Sandel and I'll be speaking today about photography in the social media era. Okay? Mag-screen share po ako para sa material ko. Okay? Saan ba yan? All right. All right. So, are you all seeing this?
Yes po.
Yes. Wait lang ha. Ayan. Okay. Yeah, so our topic right now is ito yung sinuggest sa akin ni Rainiel. By the way, hindi ko pa nakikita si Rainiel. Nasaan ba siya? Is he here? Online ba si Rainiel?
Yes, sir. I'm here po.
Hello. Hello to you. Nice to finally meet you kahit online lang. Alright, so yeah, ito yung sinuggest sa akin and nag-recommend din naman ako na let's talk about, photography and the social media era. Okay? Kasi dito merong malaking shift in terms of photography. I mean, yung una kasi niyang sinuggest was photography in the new normal. Okay? So, meron changes but mas malaki yung naging shift sa social media era. And I will be discussing that with you right now. Okay? Now, I'm Jer Sandel. Na-introduce na rin ako kanina. And siguro pang pang-apat or pang-limang beses ko na yata itong mag-talk sa SWITS. SWITS. Sa, anong tawag nitong ano niya? IT week ba to or something? Parang gano'n. So this is my 4th or 5th time talking sa ganitong event. Salamat po at nai-invite nyo ako lagi. Oh, IT Congress. All right. Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Rain. Right? So I'm Jersandel. First things first. Okay, now this was a meme. Okay, are you seeing this right now? This was a meme na kumalat sa Facebook years back. Siguro mga 2 or 3 years ago. Okay, and I used this dito sa talk call because this represents the shift that I'm talking about. And isang factor na to kasi if you could see, okay, if you could, tingnan niyo yung meme and what does it mean to you, diba? Merong isang new photographer and Kim Flores. So meron isang new photographer, okay? Bagong photographer and as we go upstairs, diba? We do it step by step. Okay, but this particular new photographer wants to skip the lower steps and go straight directly to the 4th or 5th step na. Okay. Now, what does it mean exactly? Although alam ko naman gets yun na rin dahil matatalino naman kayo. Okay. So, this just represents how photography has shifted in the social media era. How it's consumed, how it's practiced, and how it's learned. Okay? And I will go over that later on. Okay? Kita nyo naman. Gets nyo na, di ba? Okay, so now, hindi ko na, in-skip ko na yung part na yung basics ng photography because I am assuming na alam nyo na yun. Okay? Alam nyo na yung basics. The core concepts, yung mga aperture, shutter speed, ISO na yan, alam nyo na yun. Siguro. Dapat, alam nyo na yun. Okay? So, what I'm going to talk about is how we are all adapting as photographers in the social media era and how you could maximize social media for your brand or your style of photography. Okay? Now, photography is an evolving medium. It still is evolving. Okay? Balikan natin yung mga significant eras of photography. Okay, nandiyan yung heliograph, yung sobrang iyan yung unang-unang print ng photography na direct exposure to the sun yung nakakagawa ng print. Okay, yung collodion print, yan dyan naman gumamit na ng ibang chemicals, tapos nag-develop na yung film. Okay, dati black and white pa lang syempre or a little sepia. Tapos na-develop na rin yung color film. Okay, nagkaroon na ng kulay yung mga litrato, yung mga prints. Okay. Tapos dumating na tayo sa instant na hindi mo na kailangang ipa-print sa laboratory. Okay? Instantly napiprint na yung photo. And a good example of this is yung mga Polaroid. Okay? And then dumating tayo sa digital. Yung hindi na necessarily print out yung output ng photos, kundi files na lang siya. Okay? Na gumagamit ng memory cards. Okay? And then, nandito na tayo ngayon sa social media. And I do know na alam nyo na to. We all are living in the social media era. And alam nyo na how photography is shared or how it's consumed. Diba? We all view photographs in our digital devices nowadays. Okay, so social media. All right, so nandoon na tayo ngayon. Photography has evolved for 200 years na. Okay? And hindi natin alam. Down the road, siguro maybe 5 years from now or 10 years from now, baka meron ng panibagong medium na doon ang pag-share ng photos. Okay? So let's watch out for that. Now, I think most of you, I would say mga 80% of you, hindi na inabot itong film era. Okay? So just for those who are uninitiated, ito po yung film. Okay? Na pag kumukuha tayo ng photos, nag-i-imprint sa negative yung images, and then we take the film to a laboratory or a print lab. Sila yung magde-develop at magpiprint ng photos natin. Okay, so this is how it looked like. Okay, for those of you na hindi na inabutan to. Okay. Yan. Ito yung tinatawag na Lightroom. Okay? Or negative room. Okay? Yan. Yung mga chemicals na ginagamit just to expose the photos and then ipiprint nila yan. Okay? It was a tedious process. You certainly have to have know-how kung paano gawin yan. You have to know kung ano yung mix ng chemicals. Right? Now, when we shifted to the digital era, okay, pwede nang i-store yung photos, yung images sa memory card. Okay? So, whether we print the photos or not, meron tayong copy. Right? So, since the dawn of the digital era, nabawasan na rin yung printouts. Okay? So, siguro, wala na very rare these days na nagpapaprint na kayo ng photos, di ba? Siguro, when you take photos, you share it online or you send the digital files to your relatives or friends or loved ones, di ba? Hindi na, bihirang-bihira na tayo magpa-print ngayon ng photos. Pwera na lang siguro kung may exhibit or you need specific purposes for that, for the printouts. Okay, so very rare. Okay, now the medium has evolved. The function of photography has also evolved. Okay, it's still evolving. Okay, it used to be na photography was used for documentation processes. Okay, kung meron tayong kinakailangang i-preserve or i-prove na mga situations, okay, we take photos. Okay, then photography was also used for commercial. Ganun pa rin naman, ginagamit pa rin siya for commercial purposes. And then ngayon, more and more, photography is being used for artistic or creative purposes. Okay. Now, we are in the social media era. Okay, wait lang ha. We are now in the social media era, and paano nga ba naapektuhan or nag-shift ang photography sa social media era? Okay? Now, ano bang social media? Okay. So, website or application or any online space na yung mga users ay nag-share ng content. Okay? Maraming platforms on social media. Okay? But the most widely used right now is Facebook, Instagram, sa TikTok meron din, syempre. And mga websites, email, yeah. Okay? Right, so how exactly did we get here? Okay? Sige, syempre, nagsisimula ang social media era sa invention or sa development ng internet. Okay, that was in the 1990s nung talagang na-develop siya. Although the technology was as early as the 1960s sa pagkakaalala ko. Okay, but the yung na-finalize yung technology ng internet was in the 1990s. Okay? Now, ang significant development na nakakontribute sa social media era natin was in 1997 and no early 2000s. Nung na-develop yung mga social networking sites. Okay? And I vividly remember the first social networking site that I joined was Friendster. Okay? Now, hindi ko kayo sisisihin kung hindi nyo alam yung Friendster dahil talagang matagal na yon. But it was the precursor of Facebook. Okay? Meron pa ba ditong umabot sa Friendster? But I don't think so. Siguro si Sir John Michael Calizo na lang. Kami na lang siguro umabot doon because mukhang kami lang yung old enough para sa Friendster. Okay? So, yeah, Friendster was developed around 2002 or 2003 kasabay ng MySpace. Okay? And just like Facebook, okay, you could add friends, you could discover yung mga friends ng iba, okay, and you could create connections, you could message each other, you could share photos. I think you could also tag them back then, and yeah, you could exchange, share content sa Friendster, sa platform na yon. And ang nakakalungkot lang noon, siguro after mga 7 or 8 years, nag-shut down yung Friendster because I think it was more of a case of failing to adapt or adjust to the environment. Unlike Facebook na alam naman natin ang daming bagong pakulo ng Facebook. They continuously develop the platform, the app. And that's why ang dami-dami nang naka-link sa Facebook. Okay? Meron lang. Dati Facebook was just a simple social networking site. Like, hahanapin mo yung friends mo and you could update each other kung anong bago sa inyo, di ba? Tapos nagkaroon na rin ng gaming. I think the first game was, anong pangalan na yun? Farmville. Yeah, Farmville. Okay, nagkaroon ng gaming, di ba? And then, ngayon, ang dami ng makapakulo sa Facebook. Meron pa nga silang gustong i-integrate lately na the metaverse. Okay, so medyo nakakatakot na pag sobrang kumbaga parang totality na ng ng life natin, parang gusto na lang maging involved. But that's technology, and you always strive to achieve something better or greater. Okay, so yun nga, sa Facebook na, and then na-develop tong Flickr. Flickr was the first popular website or social networking site specifically or exclusively for photographers or for sharing photos. Flickr. I think it's still around, Flickr. Pero hindi na siya ganun kasikat ngayon. But the dawn of Flickr, dito na start yung you could share photos in high resolution, okay, para ma-appreciate talaga ng viewers or ng audience kung gaano kaganda yung photos mo. Okay? Now, let me go fast forward to the Apple iPhone. The iPhone was developed or was introduced to the market in 2007. And what was the defining contribution of the iPhone to how photography is consumed nowadays? Simple lang. The iPhone had a built-in camera, and of course, you could use Facebook with the iPhone. Okay, so ang nangyari, just with a single device, meron kang pang picture, okay, and then using that same device, you could instantly share your photos na kakakuha mo lang. So, it became instant. Sharing the photos became instant. Hindi mo na kailangan i-transfer sa computer, hindi mo na kailangan i-kopya or tapos saka mo i-share sa social media mo. Diba? It became instant because of smartphones, and that revolution was led by the iPhone. Okay? Now, in 2010, hindi ko lang sure to kung 2010 nga ba yung Instagram, but it was around this time na nag-boom yung Instagram. And eventually, it was bought out by Facebook. Naging integrated na siya sa Facebook. And Instagram provided us a social media platform na photos only, di ba, sa Instagram. Although ngayon may videos na rin. But it started off as a photo sharing social media site. Okay, so doon din nagkaroon ng shift kasi nga talagang more and more millions of users were sharing their photos instantly. All right? So that's how we got to the social media era. Right from the moment the internet was developed up until today na we are all sharing our photos sa internet. Okay? Now, I think some of you are familiar with this photo, okay? This historical photo, okay? It may not jump at you much, okay? Pero this has historical significance. Okay, this was the very first photo na na-upload sa internet. Okay, these four ladies are forever etched in history dahil sila yung unang na-upload, yung picture nila ang unang na-upload sa internet, and it was their co-worker na si Tim Berners-Lee, one of the developers of the internet. Siya yung nag-upload nito. Tinesting lang niya kung pwede bang mag-post ng pictures sa internet, and he was successful at doing so. So yeah, this was the very first photo na na-upload sa internet. This was, I think, 1993 or 1994. All right? So this was the first of probably trillions of photographs in the internet right now. All right? So siguro kung gaano karami yung bituin sa universe, ganoon na rin karami yung upload na photos sa internet. Okay? I think hindi na pwedeng bilangin. Okay? All right. So now this one also has its share of historical significance dahil ito yung first photo na na-upload sa Instagram. Okay? And just like the trend, kung sino yung nag-develop or sino yung nag-launch or nag-invent ng platform na yon, they get the first crack at uploading a photo doon sa site. And this was an upload of the original owner of Instagram. Nakalimutan ko na yung pangalan niya, but yeah, he did this. Okay, ito yung unang-unang uploaded photo sa Instagram. Right? So, social media has revolutionized photography. It's a strong word. To use the term revolutionize is a strong word, okay? Pero totoo yon. Social media has really revolutionized photography, okay? We are now, lahat po tayo ngayon ay photographers na. Okay? Why? Because we all have cameras and we all use our cameras. Okay, ano yung camera na yon? Because we are all using smartphones na merong camera, lahat tayo ngayon photographers na. And I am a photographer, of course. I take pride in being a photographer, but I am the kind of photographer na hindi discriminatory. I don't discriminate kung ano man ang gamit mong camera. Okay, for me, basta may camera ka, if you shoot with that camera, to me, I consider you a photographer. Okay, I won't use that against you na ang gamit mong camera ay phone camera lang or simpleng camera lang. No. Basta may camera ka, ginagamit mo yung pang-take ng pictures, you are a photographer. And since we are all using smartphones with cameras right now, then we are all photographers in this world, in this social media world, right? And come to think of it, okay? Come to think of it, bakit naging interesado na mag-take ng pictures ang mga tao? Because they see it on social media. Okay? They see the possibility. Oy, picture pwede sa social. Uy, kung meron kang smartphone, may camera ka, pwede mong see? Nakita nila yon, you could take pictures and instantly share on social media. Kaya, kumbaga, it led them to also do that. Okay, so social media played a big part in making all of us photographers nowadays. Right? Dati kasi, may I just explain din, ano? Dati kasi, iba ang photography. Okay, number one, mahal ang camera dati. Okay? Mahal talaga. Okay, siguro an entry-level DSLR back in 2006 or 2005. Entry-level lang, ibig sabihin, pinakamura. It would cost you around 40,000 pesos. Okay, and a 512 megabyte. I'm not talking about gigabyte. 512 MB memory card would cost around 10,000 pesos. That's how expensive it was. Okay, 512 MB. Wala man lang 1 gig yun, pero 10,000 pesos. Back in those days. Okay. Now, right now, you could shoot with your smartphone camera na maganda naman ang quality. Okay. You could instantly share your photos. Unlike before na, yeah, you have to buy an expensive camera, which is bulky. Okay. Mind you, it was bulky. It was heavy. It was complicated to use. Okay. And then, of course, you didn't have it anytime with you because it was bulky. Okay, but right now, today, we all have a camera in our pocket, di ba? Dahil sa phone natin. Okay? So, nasa bulsa natin, lagi nakadikit sa atin, siguro 50% of the time, hawak natin yung phone natin kung hindi naman tayo busy, di ba? So, we always have a camera with us. And social media has an impact kung bakit tayo dumating dito sa stage na to. Okay? Now, social media, nasabi ko na kanina to, it has changed how photography is practiced, how it is learned, okay, how it is consumed, and how photography is regarded. All right? Now, this was a point of contention among photographers early on. Siguro nung outset ng social media era, ang daming nag-uusap dito or ang daming nag-argument dito. Is social media bad for photography? Okay. I would say the conventional approach to photography suffered negatively, suffered a lot dun sa pagpasok ng social media. For one, dahil nga mas marami nang tumitingin sa photos on their devices, nabawasan na yung mga nagpapaprint. So sa business pa lang, business-wise, naapektuhan talaga ang photography. Alright? Pangalawa, how you share or you transfer your shots or your photos, it was also affected, of course. Dahil naging instant na, di ba? Dumali na rin yung process ng photography. And if you're in the business, if you are a professional photographer catering to clients who pay for your services, di ba? dumali yung buhay mo. So clients would tend to lowball you or humirit or tumawad na, teka lang, ganun lang naman, ipapasa mo lang naman ng ganun. Wag mo nang ipaprint, wag mo na akong bigyan ng album, i-send mo na lang yung files. Those kind of things, okay? The process became easier and more instant. And the cost of doing photography and rendering your services also were reduced. And of course, yung magiging charge mo for rendering such services also decreased. Okay? So, is social media bad for photography? You would like to think, especially if you're a long-time or veteran photographer. You know, number one, there's always resistance to change. Lahat naman talaga nagbabago. And that's the way with technology, di ba? Kahit matagal ng medium yan, talagang magkakaroon siya ng change because it's evolving. And every time we go through changes, merong resistance yan. Okay? Siguro, let's compare photography to how movies are consumed nowadays, di ba? Dati, when we want to watch a movie, it's either we go to the cinema or in the movie house, or we buy a copy of the movie either sa VHS tape or DVD or Blu-ray, di ba? But now, we don't need those anymore. Nasa Netflix, nasa streaming sites, di ba? If you have an OctaStream box, nandoon lahat. Okay, so there's always something better that comes along that is developed, and it changes the way people consume or people use a certain medium. Okay, and that's also the case with photography. And ito nga, social media yung latest era natin. All right. Now, what are the cons of photography being more of a social media medium today? Okay. Number one, napakadami ng na-violate na intellectual property rights. Okay. Ito yung mga shots ng photographers na sinishare without proper credit or walang consent or walang authorization gagamitin ng iba, di ba? Hindi nila alam na dapat may IP rights yun, di ba? Because sa photographer yon, okay? Gagamitin, i-grab ng iba, tapos yung ibang businesses, ganun din ang ginagawa. They use it as material to promote their businesses, di ba? So, yung mga ganong sample, napakadami. It's very prevalent nowadays na i-share yung photo, tatanggalin, hindi man lang i-credit or i-attribute doon sa photographer or kung sino may-ari ng photo, di ba? Or gagamiting meme, i-grab, i-alter, dami, sobra. So, intellectual property has greatly suffered from social media. Okay? Parang ngayon ang attitude ng karamihan ng social media users, basta ilagay nila CTTO, okay na yon. Lagyan mo na ng CTTO, sige, okay na yan. Absuelto na tayo sa intellectual property violation. Diba? So yun ang problema. One of the cons of social media. Number two, yun nga, na-discuss ko na kanina, viability of prints, photo prints. Talagang bagsak na yung business na yun. I know a lot of shops have closed. And konti na lang yung natitira. I think sa Malolos, mga 2 printers na lang yung natitira. Because konti na lang talaga yung nagpapaprint. Okay? Ang nagpapaprint na lang ngayon, mga photographers din, who have to give albums sa mga weddings, or sa mga clients nila. Okay? Yun na lang yung mga nagpapaprint ngayon. But In case of personal prints, kunyari, ikaw, nagpicture ka sa birthday party ng relative mo, hindi ka na nagpapaprint eh. Okay na yun na i-share mo sa Facebook or i-send mo sa kanila, di ba? Pero yung ipapaprint mo pa, very rare. Okay? Number 3, it's more difficult to stand out sa social media na. Because back then, siyempre, dahil konti pa lang yung photographers, di ba? And sabihin, yung ratio ng photographers sa population is mababa pa lang. Siyempre, mas makikilala ka or mas malalaman ng tao, mas ma-determine or ma-distinguish ka as photographer. Okay, but nowadays, dahil nga ang dami ng photographers, the medium and the craft of photography has become more accessible and more affordable. Okay, so ang dami na nagpo-photography. Sabi ko nga, lahat tayo ngayon photographers na. We could take photos. So yung kung lahat nagte-take ng photos, lahat photographers, it's very difficult to stand out dahil nga ang dami-dami nyo na. You really have to be excellent. You have to be consistent. You have to be different for you to stand out. Okay, so if you are considering a career in photography and you want to be well known for it, diba? You really have to work hard and wish for luck din. Kasi ang dami mo nang kasabay and ang dami-dami ng photos sa internet and dapat talaga sobrang ganda ng shots mo para mag-stand out ka. Okay? And then the next one is this one. This is the sad one. And but again, iba na kasi ang purpose. May iba ng purpose ng photography nowadays. Now, the last one that I'm going to discuss, the con, disadvantage of photography in the social media era, yung fine line between real photography and fake photography, manipulated, of those photos na obviously manipulated, yung peke, okay? The fine line between real and fake photography has been blurred. Okay, hindi na malinaw yon. Parang ang dami-dami ko nang nakikitang photos sa Facebook especially na obviously manipulated, but it's being shared by many people as if it's true or as if it represents reality. Okay, so that's dangerous. That's a slippery slope that we are going through right now. Kasi nga, wala parang everyone's free to do their own kind of photography or photos. And yung iba, hindi naman talaga, basta magandahan lang, hindi na mag-iisip ka, or share ko na. And, pag sinabing, yung iba talagang, konting-konti lang yung nag-fact check or nag-double check kung totoo ba yung photo or nagiging misrepresentation ba siya ng actual situation na photograph. Okay. So yon, those are the cons of social media and photography. Okay. Now, ano naman yung advantages or ano naman yung mga naging positive effects ng social media sa photography? Okay, meron din naman. Marami din naman. Okay, number 1, with social media, photographers have a bigger audience. Okay? Mas maraming tao, di hamak na mas maraming tao yung nakakakita sa shots or sa gawa nila. Okay? And that's a plus. Okay? Diba? Because you want your work, you want your photographs to be seen by many people. Diba? You express yourself, diba? Or you want to show the world what's going on out there or kung ano nakikita mo or kung ano yung creativity mo. Diba? So with social media, mas malaki yung audience ng photographers. Diba? So masaya. Diba? Example, ako personally, siguro, I have around 3,000 friends on Facebook. Although yung iba doon, hindi ko naman talaga kilala. Okay? Pero I have a policy na pag talagang hindi ko kilala, hindi ko ma-link sa contact ko, sa friend ko, hindi ko talaga ina-accept yung friend request. But imagine, ako, may 3,000 personal account friends ako. Okay? And then, siguro sa personal na buhay, hindi ko rin mabilang, pero siguro it's around that figure also. Diba? Okay, so let's say mga 6,000 friends, okay, in real life and on social media. Okay, yun talagang kilala ko. But with social media, sa Facebook page ko, yung as a photographer, kasi meron akong separate page na mini-maintain, and that's strictly for my photography. I have around 30,000 followers. Okay? Hindi ko makikilala yon personally, di ba? But they follow my page, my content. Okay? So, doon pa lang sa page na yon, and of course, pag nag-share sila, so nag-expand din yung reach nung content, di ba? So, I get a bigger audience for whenever I post my shots or when I want to say something, di ba? So the reach of the content is multiplied. Okay, so that's one positive impact of social media. Okay, number 2 is dahil mas malaki yung audience mo, mas lumalaki rin yung network mo if you want to do business. Okay, so when you promote or when you post your shots out there, mas marami nakakita. So whenever they need a photographer to cover their wedding or to cover their event or to do food shots for them or to take corporate headshots or portraits, di ba? Sa iba, kung ano-ano pa, kung ano mang kailangan nila. And then they see your shots on social media, di ba? So meron ka ng yun na yung business card mo. Nakikita na nila kung ano yung shots mo. And then, it's very easy to hook up. Diba? Madali ka lang kontakin. They just send a message to your page or your personal account. Diba? So, na-magnify din yung business promotion mo. Okay? So, that's another advantage. And connected to that is yung din. Hindi lang sa business, but yung network mo. Yung mga connections nag-i-expand din. Okay? And yes, this helps in business, but also for personal gains, 'di ba? Kunyari, photographer ka, you need access to shoot, let's say, a high-rise building or kailangan mo ng access sa rooftop ng building na 'yon. Gusto mong kunan yung Metro Manila na overlooking Metro Manila. Okay, so diba? So dahil sa social media, you could easily look for contacts na pwede kang i-endorse doon sa building na yon. Sino ba yung admin doon? Baka pwedeng bigyan ka ng access. Ganun. So those kind of connections that are useful, makikita mo rin yun sa social media. Alright? And then another one is there is greater or more inspiration and motivation. And what do I mean by this? Okay. Nung wala pang social media or hindi pa ganun kalaki or extensive ang paggamit ng mga tao sa social media. Right? Photographers would seek or would find inspiration from a very limited gallery or limited pool of artists. Okay, saan ka ba kukuha ng inspiration to give you ideas or to open your eyes para ma-improve yung photography mo, diba? So, ang hahanapan mo lang yan, mga gallery, mga exhibits, mga personal na kilala mong photographers, diba? Or mga magazines or newspapers. minsan sa TV, di ba? Iyon lang yung pinagkukunan mo and it's very limited. Okay, so ngayon, sa social media, ang dami-daming magagaling na photographers. Dami talaga. Mag-search ka lang sa Facebook, ang dami mo nang makikita. And pati sa mga websites, sa Instagram, di ba? Mag-follow ka lang ng mga photographers na magagaling. So, malaki na rin yung pwede nating pagkuhanan ng inspiration. And instruction na rin, di ba? Kasi social media ngayon, pwede ka nang matuto ng photography, di ba? I remember nung nag-basic photography workshop ako, it was 4 sessions na ang schedule ay gabi. Okay? And I'm from Bulacan. Okay? Lumuluwas pa ako papuntang Green Hills kasi doon yung workshop. And those are 4 night sessions. 4 na gabi na it was 3 hours each. Okay? And that was just to learn basic photography from 2007 ba yun or 2008. Okay? Nowadays, you could go to YouTube or even Facebook and search for basic photography tutorial. And instantly, you could watch and learn. Okay? That's how easy it is nowadays. Okay, so in a sense, social media has made it easier for us to learn photography, also practice photography, and enjoy photography. So one more advantage is, we find greater inspiration and motivation on social media. And mas maganda yon, mas nagle-level up lahat ng photographers because of that inspiration. Okay? So with the pros, you got fame, you got fortune, you got friends, and you have that fuel of inspiration and motivation. Na pag may nakita kang magandang shots or magaling na photographer, you are encouraged by it. Sasabihin mo sa sarili mo, I want to learn how to shoot like that or how to create photos like that. And you level up. Okay, that will serve as your fuel. Okay? Now, these are the tips. I still have 20 minutes to go base sa time, sa schedule na binigay sa akin, right? Okay, wait lang ha. Check ko lang baka may mga chat kayo hindi ko napapansin. Are you all good naman? Okay naman kayo? All right.
Yes po.
Now, yeah, yun. So, salamat sa feedback. Yeah, salamat sa feedback po. Okay. Minsan kasi tinotopak yung internet ko kaya yun pala putol na hindi na ako naiintindihan tapos tuloy-tuloy pa ako. So salamat po sa feedback. Okay. All right. So how do we maximize social media for our photography? I'm not talking just about my photography, your photography as well. Okay. Now, these are some tips. Okay. Based on personal experience. Okay. Number 1, embrace it. Okay. Embrace yun na yung social media. Okay. If you're a photographer, if you're a budding photographer, or you're just learning the craft, or pwede na rin experience na kayo, ilang years nyo nang ginagawa yung photography. The sooner that you dip yourself in social media, the better. Because that's where the action is, social media. Doon kayo gagawa ng marka. Okay, and then from there, makakakuha kayo ng clients, makakakuha kayo ng network nyo, and then the work that you do off social media is most of the time started by the spark that you create on social media. Okay, so the sooner that you go on social media and you make your mark on social media, the better. Okay, so this is a small regret on my part because nag-Facebook page lang ako ng photography ko siguro mga 4 years ago pala. And looking back, sabi ko sa sarili ko, I should have started earlier. Siguro dapat mga 2013, 2012 pa lang dapat nag-create na ako ng photography page, ng Facebook page for my photography. Because siguro by now, mas malaki yung reach ko, mas maraming followers, so mas malaki yung impact ng content ko. Okay, but you know, that's a very small regret dahil back then, kaya naman hindi ko nagawa, I was busy with Focus Bulacan. Kasi ang ginawa namin sa Focus Bulacan when we founded the club, when we established the club, I immediately created a Facebook page for it. Okay, so doon ako tumutok sa Facebook page ng Focus Bulacan because we were a new club. Kumbaga, huli na kami. We were young. Okay, baby pa lang kami noon. And I just thought social media or Facebook would be a great equalizer for us para mas madali kaming makilala as a group, di ba? Whenever we needed access to shoot or permission, di ba? Yung mga organizations na iba, sasabihin lang namin yung Facebook page namin, check niyo po kami sa Facebook, we are legit, we are passionate, di ba? Talagang seryoso kami sa photography. So, yun, doon ako nakatutok 2013 onwards. So, 2017 ko lang nagawa yung sa page ko personally, but I should have done that sooner, way earlier. Okay, so advice ko sa inyo, if you're going to make photography your career, you dabble in social media na. Ano nyo na, itodo nyo na yung social media nyo. Karirin nyo na. Okay? Now, next is make your presence felt online by creating social media pages or accounts. But if you could notice, meron akong ginawang bold text dito, bold font. When you create your social media accounts or pages, you maintain it, guys. Right? Huwag yung makikreate kayo ng page, tapos 2 months after, wala na, tapos na. You have to maintain your accounts. Kasi, what would your account look like kung may magsa-search sa inyo, tapos, kunyari, interesadong kunin kayong photographer, di ba? Or interesadong makipag-collaboration sa inyo, di ba? Tapos, check yung page nyo, okay, or ito yung photographer na pwedeng mag-cover ng event ko, di ba? So, check nila yung page mo. Tapos makikita nila yung content mo, your most recent content was 2 years ago. Ibig sabihin, hindi na na-maintain. Di ba? Do you think the prospective client would still get your service? Di ba? So, ano may isip nun pag nakitang your most recent content was 2 years ago? It's either, siguro wala na siyang time for photography for this service. Or, hindi na siya, he has stopped. Diba? Hindi na siya siguro nag-photography. Or, baka patay na to. Diba? With the COVID pandemic, diba? It's not impossible to think that, diba? Wala na. Hindi na to, hindi na siya active sa page niya. Baka hindi na siya nag-photography or baka patay na siya. Pwede yun, diba? Or kung hindi man, it would reflect parang you're irresponsible or medyo napabayaan mo yung photography mo or yung page mo or tamad ka. Parang ganun, di ba? So you have to maintain your accounts. If you are going to create an account or a page, you have to exert an even better effort in maintaining it. And mahirap talaga. Okay, mahirap talaga. Ako, I would share my experience kasi I post personally sa account ko, I post every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, MWF. And then sa weekends, dahil nagbabike ako, I also post bike content on weekends. Sa Focus page naman, sa Focus Bulacan page, I post every day. Okay, and every Monday, photo of the week yan. We feature one photo from a member every week. And that falls on Mondays. And ako rin, sa Monday, may regular content ako. It's either motivational quote or sa Mobile Monday content. Okay. Minsan ako, kunyari, Saturday, Sunday, enjoy lang. Tapos Sunday na, iniisip ko, oh my God, Monday na nga pala bukas, wala pa akong naka-ready na post for the Focus Bulacan page and for my page. So minsan nakaka-stress din. You have to think about that. But it shows na I really have to spend time na may effort ka in maintaining your account. Kasi nga, ano yan eh, I get a sense of responsibility na may nagfa-follow sa page mo. Okay. So, I mean, you give them something. Okay. Hindi naman, there must be a reason why they follow you. Diba? And sana, maging worth it naman yung pag-follow sa'yo. Okay. So, yun. So, for me, minsan, Sunday night, mapapahinga na lang ako, tapos maalala ko na, uy, wala pa akong naiisip na post for tomorrow, for Monday. So, yan. Mag-check muna ako kung anong isipin ko muna, anong pwede kong i-share. So, it requires effort. Okay? It requires a little time and some effort. Okay? And then, how to maximize social media? You build your brand. Branding. Okay? Branding is very important in business and for your personal promotion na rin. Diba? I don't know what kind of branding would suit you. Okay? Dahil iba-iba tayo ng personality, iba-iba rin tayo ng target audience, diba? But you have to think about your branding. Hindi pwedeng bara-bara lang. Okay? Yeah. Sometimes just being yourself works. Okay? But you also have to be mindful of what kind of market or audience would you like to connect with. Okay? So, it's up to you. It's up to you. Iba-iba tayo. But think about your brand. Okay? And you project that. You use that when you go on social media. Okay? Now, more tips. Okay? Siyempre, pumunta ka doon sa pinakamaraming tao. Okay? Huwag ka na mag-Twitter. Konti na lang ang tao sa Twitter ngayon. Okay? Dati maraming tao sa Twitter. But nowadays, more than half of all internet users are on Facebook. And then marami din sa Instagram. And since last year, talagang nag-boom yung TikTok. Although, ano naman ng TikTok videos, di ba? So, if you're a photographer, go where the most people are. Okay? And that's on Facebook and Instagram. Alright? So, doon kayo mag-focus. Alright? Photographers. Now, kung ikaw naman ay vlogger, of course, saan ka pupunta? Facebook or YouTube or TikTok. Diba? So, isipin mo kung sino yung audience mo and what kind of content you are offering. So, photographers, Facebook and Instagram. Okay? Now, ito lang, isa pa. When you create a page, when you create a Facebook page or an Instagram account or kung ano man yan, you keep it separate from your personal posts. Huwag niyong haluin. Okay, for example, ako, meron akong Facebook page for my photography. I post strictly about photography. And yun nga, sometimes on weekends, about bikes. Kasi pag nagbabike ako, nagpipicture ako. So parang connected naman sila. Okay? So yun lang ang sinishare ko doon. It's about photography. I don't post my personal sentiments. Okay, I don't post my rants on my Facebook page. I don't post about my personal life. Okay, very seldom or wala. Yeah, it's very rare na nag-post ako about my personal life, like my family or personal occasions or event or gatherings. No, I keep it like talagang naka-separate yun. That's what my personal Facebook account is for. Okay? Pero about photography, yun lang yung for my page. Okay? So, Don't use your page to post stuff or content na hindi naman related doon sa content talaga ninyo. Okay? Para hindi rin na-confuse yung audience nyo or yung followers nyo. Okay, so when they think of you, ito ang content yan about ganito. Except na lang kung ang page nyo is you're being a public figure na anything you want to post or talk about, pwede. Pwede yun, yeah. But when you categorize your page or your brand or you brand yourself as photographer, keep your content about photography. Okay? So huwag niyong haluan ng iba or ng kalokohan or rant or huwag niyong haluan ng politika, yung ganun. Okay? So keep it strictly about your content. Right? Next tip is, you have to maintain. And how do you maintain your account? You post regularly. Okay? You strive to keep up. Pag-effortan ninyo. Now, I'm not saying na you should post every day. Mahirap. Okay? Mahirap talaga. It's up to you. But hindi naman kinakailangan every day. But make it regular. Okay? At least once a week. Diba? Huwag naman yung magpo-post kayo ngayong linggo, tapos ang susunod yung post next month na, or susunod yung post 2 months from now or 3 months. Yun. So parang inactive na kayo pagka ganun. Okay? So you post regularly, you create a schedule. Okay? Maganda rin yun na may schedule kayo na, okay, ganitong days ako magpo-post, ganitong time. Okay? Para ma-program nyo rin yung sarili nyo na when you should come up with content. Okay, kailan kayo mag-iisip or kailan nyo i-schedule yung posts nyo sa Facebook page. Alright? Next is engage your followers. Okay, now, how do you do this? You talk to them. You reply to their comments. And ako, aminado ako nung umpisa, hindi talaga ako masyadong nagre-reply sa comments dahil matrabaho eh. It consumes much of your time, di ba? Kumbaga, busy ka, tapos kung re-replyan mo pa bawat isang comment, tatagal ka masyado. Okay. And yung ibang comments naman, wala namang sustansya, parang mga emojis lang or mga GIF, so ba't mo pa re-replyan, di ba? But it's the past year siguro, I've made a conscious effort of replying to comments on my page dahil I noticed, mas nag-i-engage sila whenever I do that. Pag nakikita nila na, ano to kumbaga, nakikita nung page yung comments natin and they reply. So they get encouraged to engage with you, to comment more. Okay? And how do you also engage? Gawin nyo yung mga post nyo ay may engaging phrase or question. Okay? Make them about a part of the post. Kumbaga, may masasuggest ba kayong ganito or nakarating na ba kayo sa ganito or what do you think about this shot? So you ask them, you invite them to share their thoughts or their suggestions sa posts mo. Okay, i-word nyo. Gamit kayo ng wordings that would encourage engagement from your followers. All right? Now, next would be hashtag. Use hashtags and geotags. Okay? 5 minutes na lang daw ako. Okay, pero siguro mag-overtime ako konting-konti lang. Okay, why are hashtags and geotags important? Okay, number 1, hashtags, ginagamit talaga ng maraming tao yan. Hashtag. Okay, so whenever they're interested in a particular topic or issue, tapos makikita nila yung hashtag nila, i-click lang nila to see more posts using that hashtag. And it would be useful to you if you want netizens to be directed to your post as well. Okay, hashtag. And bakit geotag? Kasi minsan, when we share photos of a particular place, tapos i-geotag natin na yung shot natin ito, nandito, kuha to sa ganitong place, ganyan. And then when people are researching Di ba? Naghanap, uy, punta kaya tayo sa ganito. Kasi search nila sa Facebook. Lalabas yung mga geotag doon. Kung saan kuha yung mga shots. Tapos nakikita yung shot mo. O, di ba? That's a lead. That's a lead directly to you. Okay, so use that. They are useful. Hindi lang naman sila additional cheche boreche sa post natin. They are useful. Although yung iba nga lang, pag nag-hashtag kasi, wala namang sense. Like, they include hashtag ng isang phrase na gusto nilang sabihin. Like, sana all. May ganon. Hashtag sana all. Hashtag baka naman. Ganon. But it doesn't make sense. Di ba? Wala naman. Gusto lang nilang i-include yung phrase na yon, but it's not helpful. It's not useful. So, ang gamitin yung mga hashtag, yung mga may sense naman. Yung talagang trending or magiging specific doon sa post nyo. Okay? Next is you have to level up your captioning. Okay? Mahalaga ang captioning sa post, sa social media. Okay? When you're a photographer, of course, ang pinaka makikita ng tao would be the photo, your image, di ba? Kung gaano kaganda yung image mo. Iyon yung magiging pang-grab ng attention. But this is very true story. Okay? Pag meron yung photo mo maganda na, tapos catchy pa yung caption, mas maganda yung mas magandang effect or magiging mas mataas yung engagement mo. And chances of it going viral are higher. Okay, so maganda na yung photo mo, maganda pa yung caption mo. It's either catchy or nakakatawa or very informative, di ba? Ayan, yan yung mga types of caption na malaki ang naitutulong sa photos. Okay, I remember meron akong kasama sa Focus Bulacan. Okay. Meron akong ka-Focus Bulacan na meron siyang shot ng isang guy and husband and wife. Okay. Na parang nagkakariton sila. Okay. Parang ang business yata nila is like ang tawag doon, yung bakal bote ba yun? Basta gano'n. Nagkakariton sila ng mga used na mga gamit and binibenta nila. Okay. Now, tapos kumakain sila ng parang fishball. And then, yung lalaki yata or babae, parang sinusubuan ng fishball yung asawa niya. Okay. Now, I saw that photo doon sa post ng ka-member ko. Okay, na actually, wala na siya ngayon. She died this year, si Elena Taiza, who's a very good photographer. Okay, so nakita ko yun sa post niya sa Facebook. Her post was public, of course. Ginawa niyang public yun. Maganda yung photo. Okay, maganda yung photo. Sinali pa nga niya sa isang contest yan. Okay. Although sa contest, hindi naman nanalo. Okay, pero maganda yung photo. It was catchy to look at. Tapos nung pinost niya sa Facebook page niya, marami namang naging engagement, naging reaction. Siguro mga 100 or 200 reactions. So maganda naman talaga. But, nag-isip kasi ako noon, it was around Valentine's. So naghanap ako ng mga photos na, magpa-partner about love, di ba? Romantic. Diba? So nakita ko yun. So sinare ko sa Focus Bulacan page. Nung shinare niya yun, wala siyang caption, si Elena. Okay. Ako, sabi ko nga sa Focus Bulacan page. So I thought of a caption na would be catchy and would be appropriate for Valentine's. Okay. So pinost ko yun sa Focus Bulacan page. And then I included the very mushy and simple sentence as caption. Sabi ko lang, aanhin ko ang eat all you can. Kung busog na ako, sa ngiti mo pala. So yun lang yung naisip kong corny na caption for that photo. So yun, pinost ko sa Focus Bulacan page on, I think that was Valentine's Day. Nag-viral siya. It was the most stolen photo na na-post namin sa Focus Bulacan page. Dahil nag-viral siya, it was like 65,000 shares. Tapos, ang daming kumontak sa amin na gustong i-feature yung couple. Tinatanong nila, sino po tong couple na to? Meron po ba kayong contact number? Kasi gusto po namin silang i-feature sa Eyewitness. Eyewitness ba yun? Or meron din sa KMJS. So, ang dami pati doon kay Elena personally, minessage siya na gusto daw nilang ma-feature, makausap yung couple na yon, ganyan, dahil nakita nila yung photo. And then, nakita namin yung the same photo, may watermark naman ni Elena, na kung saang page na share. And bigger pages, mas maraming mga shares, mga 100,000 shares, na hindi namin alam, hindi naman nagpaalam sa amin, hindi rin naman nagpaalam kay Elena sa photographer. So, I'm just saying, maganda yung photo. It was interesting. Partneran niyo ng isang, catchy na caption. And chances of it going viral are greater. Okay, so yun lang. Isipan nyo lang ng witty or mushy or informative caption. And malaking magiging effect nun for your photography. Okay? Now, next. Another tip would be, I suggest that you join groups and collaborate. Be open to collaboration. Why do you need to do this? Okay. Pag nag-join kayo ng group, either online groups or clubs, di ba? Online. Kasi pagka nag-join kayo dyan, lumalawak yung network nyo. And mas marami kayong nakikilala. Okay. Mas marami kayong pwedeng pag-share ng content nyo. Okay? Mas marami kayong magiging leads. Okay? And then, mas marami kayong pwedeng maka-collaborate. Okay? Be open to collaborations. Kunyari, mga projects na makakatulong kayo. Okay? Now, you might not see the benefits right away. Pero later on, nakikita nyo yung benefit na nakipag-collaborate kayo sa ganito. Okay. For example, kami, Focus Bulacan, we collaborate yearly with the provincial government of Bulacan. Okay. Especially 5 or 7 years ago, we did the headshots or the candidates' photos for the Reyna and Hari ng Bulacan or something like that. So, we do that for a very minimal fee. Okay? But, yun nga, the effect was, very minimal lang yung fee yung nabayad sa amin. But, ang nangyari, yearly, they got Focus Bulacan to do that. And, nakakapag-provide kami sa members namin ng magandang opportunity to shoot that kind. Kasi, that's the top level beauty pageant here in the province, di ba? So talagang pinag-e-effortan niya ng bawat municipality or bawat team, magaganda yung makeup niya, di ba? So our members get to shoot that. We get access for that. Diba? So yung mga ganon, you get opportunities via collaboration. Okay? Now, next step would be this. You only post your best shots sa social media. You don't need to post everything. Okay? Be very selective. And piliin nyo mabuti kung ano yung post nyo. Okay? Kumbaga, parang you show your best side. Diba? Hindi nyo na kailangan i-post yung mga behind the scenes na hindi naman importante or baka natuwa kayo kasi 3 yung shots nyo na magaganda, hindi nyo mapili but they're very similar. Isa na lang. Hindi nyo na kailangan i-post yung similar good shots nyo. Just one would do. Okay? Now, if it's a series na iba-iba yung subject, pwede. Pero kung yung subject naman ay pareho lang at hindi nyo lang mapili kung ano yung pinakamaganda, huwag nyo na i-post lahat. You just post your best ones. Okay? That's a tip. Okay? Next would be mind your orientation and resolution. Now, sa social media, okay, saan ba natin view yung photos? Di ba? Sa devices natin. Ito, sa phones. Right? I think I read somewhere na Facebook users, I think 90 or 95% of Facebook users access Facebook on their mobile devices, on their phones. Okay, and the rest, yun yung gumagamit ng desktop or laptops or computers, desktop computers. Okay, so if 90 to 95% of Facebook users use their mobile devices, their phones, okay, what does that tell us? Okay, anong naiisip nyo? Okay, yung orientation ng shot ninyo would be your shot would be better viewed kung yung orientation ay square or vertical or portrait mode. Okay? Why? Kasi yun yung orientation ng phone. Okay? Nagigets nyo ba? Pag yung photo ninyo, ang orientation ay square or portrait mode, patayo. Okay? Ano mangyayari? Mas malaki yung area na makikita ng audience or ng viewer. Diba? Kasi ganyan yung orientation ng phone eh. Diba? Kapag ang shot mo naman ay landscape mode or pahiga, mas maliit yan. Diba? Kumpara mo landscape, pahiga. Kumpara mo naman sa portrait mode, mas malaki. Mas malaki yung space or area sa screen. Diba? So anong ibig sabihin nun? If you want to show your details, yung mga kung gusto niyo makita ng viewer yung mga detalye, the small details of your shots or your images, then you use a square crop or a portrait orientation crop. Kasi 90 to 95% of Facebook users are on their mobile phones. Okay? So, hindi ko sinasabing huwag na kayo gumamit ng landscape orientation. No. Ang sinasabi ko lang, if seeing or showing the tiny or the small details of your images, if that's very important to you, then consider using square or portrait crop. Okay? So yun ang ibig sabihin nun. Alright? Now, next would be, don't over-process your photos. Meron pang please guys. Alright? We are in a world of, we are in an age na ang daming filters, ang daming presets. Okay? Huwag naman kayo manggigil na lahat na lang ng preset na ginamit nyo or natuwa kayo ilang patong ng filters yan. No. Okay? Don't do that because number one, nakikita naman ng viewer kung sobra-sobra na yung editing. Number two, every filter and every preset that you do diminishes the quality of the photo. Okay? Nababawasan ang quality ng image kada edit nyo, kada apply nyo ng filter or preset. So, wag nyo pong sobrahan. Okay? Kasi, papangit na rin. Okay? Next would be, don't lose your identity. Okay? As photographers, as content creators, sabi ko nga sa inyo, dapat klaro sa inyo yung branding nyo or kung ano yung gusto nyong i-share sa mundo. Okay? Wag yung pabago-bago. Wag yung paiba-iba kayo ng ginagawa or ng content. It's good to experiment every now and then, but don't lose your identity. Mag-stick kayo kung ano yung why. Okay, number one, you ask yourself, why are you putting up a Facebook page or account? What do you want to share? Tapos pag na-determine nyo na yon, anytime you feel lost or you think na derail kayo, you go back to that reason. You go back to your why. Diba? Don't forget your why. Right? Next would be, if you want to increase your reach, okay, consider boosting your post. Or although I don't really recommend this right now to you guys because estudyante pa kayo. Okay, and you only boost your post if you are doing this professionally na. If you're earning na from your photography. Okay. Now, what does boosting do? Okay. Number one, a common misconception about boosting or promoting your post is that you are paying for likes. Not necessarily. You are not paying for engagement or likes when you boost. When you boost or you promote a post or your page, you are paying for an expanded or an extended reach. Ganito yun. Kunyari, ang page mo, meron kang 10,000 followers. 10,000 yung users ng Facebook na naka-follow sa page mo. Okay, you have that 10,000. Now, yung mga followers nyo na yon, hindi naman kayo lang yung fina-follow niyan. Di ba? Meron ba kayong follower na kayo lang ang fina-follow nyo? Loyal. Hindi naman loyal sa inyo na kayo lang ang fina-follow. Marami ring pages na fina-follow yan. Okay? So, ang nangyayari, yes, they follow you. Yes, when you post something on your page and they follow you, nakikita nila. Pero sa dami ng fina-follow nila, sa dami ng fina-follow nilang pages na iba, yung post mo sa page mo, hindi na rin nagsistand out or baka natatabunan na rin sa dami ng pages na fina-follow nila. And I think, possible din na hindi na rin nakikita ng followers mo yung posts mo sa page. Kasi nga, sa dami. Okay? So, ang daming factors na kumbaga parang kaagaw yung attention ng viewers. Okay. Now, what happens when you boost? Ang ginagawa ng Facebook when you boost, okay, so of course, you pay for boosting. Ang minimum na ngayon is 60 pesos for one day. Okay. Dati ang minimum was 40 pesos lang. Ngayon, 60 pesos na. Okay. Now, ang gagawin ng Facebook is they promote your post. They show it to people na hindi nagfa-follow sa page mo. Okay, so sabihin natin 10,000 yung followers mo. Sa 10,000 na yon, ewan natin kung ilan lang yung makakapansin sa post mo dahil nga ang dami rin fina-follow na ibang page. Ang gagawin ng Facebook, pag nag-boost ka ng post, ipapakita yung post mo sa ibang tao na hindi nagfa-follow sa page mo. So you get extra reach, extra audience. Okay, so that's what happens. Okay, and with boosting posts, you could specify kung ano yung target demographics mo. Okay, so you could input someone interested about photography or someone interested about documentary photography. Pwede mong i-input yun. So boosting would really boost your post. I mean, it would help. Okay, so that's what boosting is about. You're not necessarily paying for likes. You are paying for extended reach of your posts. Kaya sasabihin ko rin, when you boost, don't be obsessed with numbers. Okay? Ako, ang batayan ko, when I boost, I see kung ilan yung na-reach ng boost. Not necessarily the engagement. Pag nakita ko, it got an additional 5,000 people na na-reach niya, that's a very good figure. Kasi 5,000 users were able to see my content na hindi ko follower. Diba? Nasa sa kanila na yun kung magla-like sila or mag-follow sila sa page. Right? So, later on, when you level up or you make photography your profession or your money-making endeavor, you may consider boosting, right? And then this one, well, don't spend all your time on social media. Remember, you are photographers. And what is your content? Diba? Content is king, diba? Content is still king. Ano bang content nyo? You're photographers, of course, your content is photographs. And how do you make photographs? I mean, you have to go out there in the real world. Diba? Huwag kayong tumambay sa social media. Kasi the images, the photos are created outside social media. Alright? So, don't devote too much of your time on social media. Kailangan nyo mag-create. Alright? Next is inspire and impress. There was a saying na ano ba yun? May saying kasi na medyo sikat sa mundo ng photography. I shoot to inspire, not impress. May saying na ganun eh. Ako, I disagree with that. I don't agree with that. Diba? Sabi, I shoot to inspire, not to impress. Ako, for me, it's better that you shoot to inspire and impress. Not just inspire, but you also have to impress. Why? You get clients when you impress them. Ganun kasimple. Yung mga nai-inspire mo, iyon yung mga fellow creatives mo. Iyon yung fellow photographers mo. Iyon yung nai-inspire mo. They get motivation from you. They get ideas from you. Diba? They get added creativity. Diba? Pero, yung mga clients, paano mo makukuha ang clients? Pag na-impress mo sila. Pag ba ang client na-inspire mo, kukunin ka? Not necessarily. Pero pag ang client na-impress mo, kukunin ka niyan. Pag nakita nila na you are worth their money, kukunin ka niyan. Diba? Ganun kasimple. So yung saying, yung phrase, or yung quote na I shoot to inspire, not to impress, I really don't agree with that. Why not do it both? Diba? Shoot to inspire and impress. Dahil it would be to your benefit din naman. Diba? So, bakit iisahin mo lang? Pagsabayin mo na. Mang-inspire ka, mag-impress ka pa. Alright? And finally, this is my last tip for you guys. Sorry, nag-overtime ako. Sabi ko naman konti lang. Overtime. Over 20 minutes ang overtime ko. Alright. Last one would be to keep enjoying photography. Okay. Nowadays kasi everything is so instant, di ba? And yun nga, lalong instant dahil sa social media. But while social media is now a very crucial or integral aspect of photography and promoting yourself as photographers, it's also important not to lose track of enjoying photography. Okay. Kasi baka mamaya ang maging basehin nyo lang how you're doing on social media. Diba? Baka makita nyo, uy, ang baba ng engagement ko or hindi napapansin ng photos ko. Ganun. No, don't make that your basis. Okay. Social media is just a byproduct of your photography. Okay? It's just one aspect of your promotion. But you have to keep enjoying photography as it is. And what is it? Creating photos. You know, the process of creating photos, documenting the real world, or expressing yourself artistically with your camera. Right? So don't lose sight of that. And kahit anong mangyari, kahit anong gawin nyo sa social media, kahit itodo nyo yan, don't lose your passion and the simple joy of taking photos. Right? So that's it, guys. Now, social media isn't right nor wrong. It's simply different. And who knows, baka 10 years from now, ibang era na tayo. Iba na ang way ng pag-consume natin ng photography. So that's it for now. Salamat po. Ako po ulit si Jer Sandel. And if you want to follow me, I have a Facebook page, Jer Sandel. And I'm also on Instagram. I share my mobile snaps sa Instagram. So Jer Sandel dito. And if you're looking for a photography club, welcome po kayo sa Focus Bulacan. Alright? So salamat po. And ingat po kayo lahat.
Ayun, partner, grabe.
Nakaka-inspire
Grabe si
na.
Sir Jel. Truly inspiring, yes. Talagang passionate si Sir about photography. Talaga nakaka-inspire na
Di ba
maging
ikaw na
photographer
being a
din.
photographer, no?
Oo, nakapalo talaga ako kay Sir Jel eh.
Oo, balita
Matagal
ko
na
nga
rin.
nakapalo ka nga rin kay Sir.
Matagal ko na siya nakikita talaga sa Facebook, news feed ko.
Diba? Tingnan mo
Tapos
nga.
pareho kami taga-Pande, syempre naman. Baka
Ay,
naman, Sir.
taga-Pande.
Taga-Pande na.
Oh, yes po, yes.
Malibo?
Hindi po. Bunsuran first po. Yes.
Oh, pareho pa tayo ng barangay.
Nako.
Crazy,
Ayan
sir.
na.
Malay mo, sir, magkita tayo na next time, sir. Malalaman.
Connection na siya.
Add mo ako sa Facebook.
Ayun.
Yes, sir, yun. Thank you. Thank you po, sir.
Personal.
Ayan.
Yes po.
Photographer din ito.
Nice to share with you guys, and basta mag-iingat kayo lagi, ha?
Yes, thank you po,
Yes,
sir.
thank you po, sir.
Signing out. Bye.
Truly, a life in focus is a life without bogus. We thank our final speaker for today for he granted us some of the best advices with regards to the field of photography in this age of cyberspace and cyber media. Ano man sa mga partner, di ba?
Oo, nakaka-inspire. Di ba sa mga photograph passionate natin, dyan kasi naturo sa atin iba't ibang origin, may history rin, tas may iba't ibang trivia, tas napaka-realist ng approach, napaka-insightful, truly.
Tsaka ang dahil pang tips ni Sir, talagang kapupulutan natin ng aral, lalo kapag inclined tayo sa photography. Or kahit yung mga hindi inclined sa photography, baka mahatak din dahil sa mga binigay na tips ni Sir.
Din yung naging talakayan natin ngayon.
Mga pangmalakas ng tips yan eh.
Yes, totoo yan.
Ayun. For the awarding of certificate, this person is another icon of Gilas, partner.
Nako, sino naman pa yan, partner?
Sino ba? Kilala natin to syempre. We call on the virtual floor are another exemplary of Gilas but of elegance. Mr. Rainiel Dionisio, the president of SWITS organization. Yan.
Thank you again to our very energetic host for today. So for the awarding of certificate, let me read the citation first. Bulacan State University, College of Information and Communications Technology, Society for the Welfare of Information Technology student. Certificate of Appreciation. The certificate is proudly presented to Mr. Jeremy Sandel for sharing his valuable knowledge and expertise during the 11th IT Congress, entitled Panorama, the Wide Projection of Technology, with the theme of the Quadrivial Projection of Technology, Talks with the 21st Century Experts, given this second day of December 2021. Signed by our very own faculty advisor, Mr. John Michael D. Calizon, Mr. Sheldon V. Arenas, also signed by yours truly, the SWITS President, Rainiel A. Dionisio, and our CICT Dean, Dr. Kino CPI. Once again, our fourth and last speaker, Mr. Jeremy Sandel. Thank you, everyone. Back to our hosts.
Yes.
In a partner. No? So
Grabe
before we
naman.
ultimately end our program, we would like to offer virtually our gratitude once again to our guest speakers for today's Quadrivial series of webinar, the Quadrivial Projection of Technology. Your efforts and valuable time are highly appreciated, and may we all see you soon in action as we face the dawn of this pandemic age.
Yon. For other reminders, may we remind everyone to stay tuned tomorrow for our closing ceremony. Same time today as well, yung kanina ring oras natin, yung alas 8 or quarter to 8, ganon. Yan, basta tutok tayo bukas ulit. Sana makita ulit namin kayo, guys. See you tomorrow, guys.
And now, everything good must come to an end. I guess punong-puno tayo ng G-word ngayon, partner, no?
Affirmative, partner. From grabe to galing to gilas. These words will never just be enough to encapsulate the award-winning capabilities of our speakers and facilitators. And of course, to you, Kaswits, Your great presence and support truly penetrates the happiness within us.
Yes, and to conclude this event, let us all give honor to our beloved Bulacan State University as we proceed to the Busu March. This has been your Master of Ceremony, your semi-gopitong sweet social media manager, Axel Luis P. Coronel.
This has also been your Master of Ceremony, your Gina photographer ng SWITS, and Jasperon C. Dalisay.
Saying, good day.
Good day. Good day. Great day.
And grand day,
ka-SWITS.
ka-SWITS.
Guys, wait lang po. Huwag mo po tayong
Yes.
aalis.
Thank you guys sa pag-attend for today. Don't forget mga ka-SWITS, mga kapatid, na fill out natin ang ating evaluation form found in the comment section of this live video. Tama ba yung partner?
Don't forget guys, don't forget.
Yes. Goods na goods yun. Yung G-word natin for our evaluation forms. Let us all fill out this form para magkaroon tayo ng better na Yep, and 15 minutes lang pala na open yung form pala natin. So let us do our best to answer it on the best time that we can today as soon as possible. And yep, reminder po sa lahat na wala po tayong certificate sa mga wala pong evaluation form. So lahat po sana tayo nawa ay
makapagsagot
fill out and makapagsagot. Yes, tama yun partner, di ba? Sayang naman yung natin, yung e-certificate. Hindi tayo magsasagot. ilang oras tayo nandito, masasayang lang na gano'n. So,
Hindi pala makukuha, no? Mali yun. So, dapat mag-fill up tayo ng evaluation form.
Tama yun. Yan ang tama.
Ang bilis lang naman yan, guys. So,
yep. Thank you, ka-SWITS.
Thank you very much.